I wanted to go live at like 8 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to have a long stream because I got a lot to do today. I set an alarm and the alarm didn't go off. And actually, it's not that the alarm didn't go off, it's that throughout the years, I've trained myself. I've got a very specific set of skills. My daughter keeps getting kidnapped. No, I've got a very specific set of skills, and those skills include the ability to turn off an alarm. I could set, I think there was it an XKCD? No, it was a, no, I think it was an XKCD of setting your alarm clock to be, what was it? Setting your alarm clock to be like a math equation. And then you learn how to do the math equation, and then you step it up until you're solving like unsolvable math problems. Hey Trade Splitter, hey Fast Snake. So yeah, I'm waking up still. I'm completely made out of Red Bull and shrimp scampi that I made 2 days ago. I have to wake up at 11 p.m. for work. Set to 4 alarm clocks. Yeah, so if I'm anticipating an alarm, usually I'll get up like pretty easily, right? You're definitely not the first, no. Yeah, Nitro Raptor is saying that it has set 4 alarm clocks. See, I can usually do it in 1 alarm clock, right? I can wake up in 1 alarm clock. But if I do that, like, I need to like anticipate it. This converter is so hard to find lately. Rabbit table's usually a good one. E. EDU as well, I guess. You were just watching an older stream. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so usually, like, if an alarm's going off, like, if I set an alarm, I'll wake up to it. It's just, I don't remember the alarm. Oh, on 69. Okay. Funny. Was that the origin of the E meme? I don't think it was. Usually it's Lord Farquaad just going E, right? I had like little bits of stuff on the glasses. I think I got off, but man, I need new glasses. Yeah, I need to give insulin for the little bit of pasta that I ate before starting the stream. All right, let's get. Where's my glucometer? Oh, it's in my pocket. That's weird. Usually it's on the outside. Usually it's on the outside. Yeah, I had like a whole thing. I had a whole thing I was gonna do today. I was gonna tweet a picture of my gaming computer and say, hey, pasta grease in the glasses. No, I don't think so. I think it was from last night. I had ramen in the middle of the night. I think I got little bits of it on the glasses. No longer on the glasses though. I just wiped it off. All right, I was gonna tweet. I was gonna be streaming at 8 o'clock in the morning. I was gonna do this whole thing. I'm undoing all the wires at the back of my gaming computer right now, cause I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer, chat. I'm a gamer. I'm really a gamer, chat. Chat, I'm a gamer. What's that temperature sensor doing? Why is that floating out in the breeze? All right. That's a little stubby antenna. I'll leave that one. Yeah, I'm gonna need to bring an antenna with me. This is all in anticipation of going to a LAN party, by the way. My dusty old computer needs to be dusted off. and I'm gonna transfer it into a new enclosure. No, still have to, we're still going there. That's this weekend. Yeah. Hasn't happened yet. No, not a gamer man. No. I'm a gamer man. I'm a man. I'm a real boy. I'm a big boy. I'm a man. Happy Pride Month, by the way. Oh, look at that. Up until just now. By the way, that's working a lot better with a big heatsink. We still got a little bit of banding. You know, maybe the fan would open it up, but this is the enclosure, the purple one, with a heatsink in it, and it's been running for 24 hours. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. The heat that you see in this thing is because this has been plugged in until now, although it's been off overnight. But that's just the latent heat of the modules in idle. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. Well, okay, by definition, it's not cool, but you know how it is. It's gonna be reborn. Gandalf the White. Or, yeah, Gandalf the Gray becomes Gandalf the White. A little bit of color contrast for the speaker grill. Their advice also available. I don't know that joke, man. I don't know that joke. I don't know that joke. You got a couple days left of Pride Month, right? This isn't as dusty as I thought it would be, but in anticipation of needing to dust it, I'm going to turn on the compressor. This whole spot is wasted space, by the way. I've never used this. I'll go into it more once we start. Everything that I do today, or do during the stream start soon, I'll redo. But I mean, this is a hard drive caddy, a laptop hard drive caddy that I never used. It's pretty cool though. And actually, the thing is, I'd have to recut this whole panel in order to make this happen. There's a couple considerations that I have to make. Once we're done dusting out this PC, we're gonna dismantle it, and then I have to make a couple considerations. It's unfortunate that I can't use the new PC stuff. That would mean that'd be a whole thing of installing drivers and stuff. You know, reinstalling the operating system. I don't want to do that. But were I to use the stuff that I bought minus the credit card, minus the graphics card. Hold on, I've got my mic cable stuck in everything. And like, that's true. It's not it's okay. Look, it's whatever form factor hard drive. You pedantic fuck. I don't have the cooler. Chimera Swede. Hey. Evening, Tinkers. What'd you just call me? The cooler for this processor, the 5950 or whatever, too big. It won't fit in this form factor case, so I can't use the new stuff. Doesn't that suck? All right, let's put Chimera Swede up on the board. Thank you for subbing. Boy, these distractions are gonna keep me from my goal. Oh, excuse me. These distractions. I'm wondering if we have enough room on this board for, I think we've probably got like 100 more names that can go up, and that's it. That's gonna happen quick, and then we're not gonna have a board. That'll be trouble. I may go to the bathroom before starting stream, I'm not sure. My whole morning routine was supposed to have been done by the time I started stream, And it turns out that I woke up just recently because I'm terrible and irresponsible. It's like if I have the tiniest modicum of responsibility, like, hey, I should get up early. I'll get up like at noon. It sucks. I set an alarm. I think I unset it in my sleep. Chimera Swee. Thank you for subbing. You're up there next to John Peeve and Groovy something. I got some stuff from Groovy. I got some RC car stuff from Groovy that I wanna mess around with. We'll mess around with that eventually. How much do we need to donate to get a dedicated laser cam? What are you talking about, man? What do you think you were just looking at? What is this? It's a dedicated laser cam. Man, you guys are dumb. You guys are dumb today. Stop being dumb, chat. I don't know, do I need to keep the hard drive caddy? Do I need to keep the hard drive caddy? I'm not sure. Mounted on the laser. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want, man, how many fucking times have I explained it to you guys? If the camera's on the axis, then it's gonna judder around, right? We're working on Burn the Subs 3, which involves I think, I don't think they're Swedish. Anyway, Granite Devices motor controller, which is a four motor in one board controller. So. Finnish, yeah, that's what I've said Scandinavian in the past. I should say it's a Finnish design. The Finns did this. But yeah, it controls 4 motors, which means 2 axes, 2 laser axes. Well, the second axis won't be a laser, it'll be a camera. So, now, this is the second board, and it's possible that I will put another board up on this system that I have right now. That'll take a little bit. I'll have to figure out what board I put up. No, they'll take credit for Finnish accomplishments. They just, you know, they won't take anything else from the Finns. From the Finns. A lot of noise on the mic. I guess it's getting filtered. You know what? It's because the graph is normalized. I'm looking at this thing. I'm looking at my levels and stuff. If I get the mixer that I want, sound a bit more nasally. Yeah, I feel a bit more nasally. I'm a little stuffed. I went to bed late and I woke up late. I meant to be up much earlier. But no, this stuff is untouched. So it's purely my voice that sounds different. But yeah, I was looking at it, and this is normalizing, so. But you can see the frequencies that I normally talk in. I'm sort of emphasizing certain parts of it. Now, in order to sound normal. Anyway, the thermal cam's working better with the larger heatsink. I took that little heatsink with the wings, and I filed it down. I basically bent the ears off with a pair of pliers, and then I filed everything. A lot of filing yesterday, but I was able to put back together the thermal enclosure, and it's pretty good. It's like passable. There's like minor banding going on. I haven't gotten those little fans yet. I don't think I'll use them, but I'm tempted to, because it'll provide a little bit more cooling. I really think the best way to do better cooling on that thing is to actually have external metal, any metal, just like outer enclosure metal that the processor can, you know, leak heat into. Let's go, nothing's working. Hey, you can see this thing was plugged in all night, so there's a latent heat in the heatsink. Latent heat. Latent heat in heatsink. One problem with this case is that it's not quite 60 millimeters. It should be 70 millimeters tall, but it's not quite. I kind of want to keep the form factor. We'll see if we can do that. We'll see. We gotta really play around with it, because these are gonna be, 4 of these are gonna be the new power supply fan. And I think, should we do a baseline? Should we set up a baseline? There's a lot to do today, like a lot to do today. If we set up a baseline, that means I need to get connectors on this, so we can fire this thing up and see if that'll get the fan into its highest spinning mode, so I can show you guys what the sound is. I mean, I could just give that fan 12 volts and you can hear it. Maybe we'll just do that. I'll disassemble the power supply and then I'll give that fan 12 volts and you guys can hear how freaking loud the heatsink is. That's why I need to incorporate the larger fans. And you know, eventually I want to water cool this thing and upgrade it, get out of Intel land and go to AMD. Which, you know, gaming. See that? Gaming. I'm a gamer. This is like, unfortunately, the cooler that I would need to keep this thing cool does not fit in here. NVIDIA GPUs on Best Buy's website. I want to get away from NVIDIA and Intel, actually. I've always been an AMD fanboy. I want to take it to the next level. Go all in. But yeah, fortunately I can't do that. Yeah, NVIDIA GPUs on Best Buy, man. It's tempting to, I could just get a new GPU. A new GPU, I mean, I have to redesign this whole thing. And I'd have to buy a different water block, because I already bought the water block for the 6900. The problem is that, man, this thing is so heavy, I don't think I trust the 4 board mounts with this thing. What CPU are you going with? Whatever's under here, which might be a 5950. This thing even has its own little fan, which I'm not excited about. I don't know. I thought I'd be able to buy everything at once, and I wasn't. I thought I'd be able to get a GPU by now, and then this would be like a. We would have worked on this for like a couple months now, but that didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I've still got this hardware. It's pretty nice. It's so heavy. It's gonna be a very heavy build, but like basically what I'm thinking is like, what if I did this form factor, but instead of my hard drive caddy over here, I did like a reservoir. And I actually have 2 SSDs to go into this. I have a really nice Samsung, and then it's not in here yet. It's in this. Sorry, I point over there because this computer usually sits over there. The really nice SSD is the OS. No, it's the storage drive on this computer. The OS drive is that Samsung right there, and then this is a really crappy Western Digital that would become the storage drive. So I need to transfer from this SSD over to here. Although having games on the storage drive would probably be a bad idea, right? I'll have to figure out what the hard drive situation is. Maybe I need to get another one. This Western Digital might not be worth its whatever. But yeah, this one would be the ultra fast SSD, and then I have the other SSD, and so no, there would be no normal form factor hard drives on this thing. No, this computer is not rack mounted, no. It just sits in a very narrow shelf. Actually, I did put the rack mount case up, but I learned a lot actually putting this computer into the rack. Veet Nukem, thank you for subscribing for 6 months in advance. Oh my god, dude. Veet Nukem, 6 months in advance. Holy shit, dude. Now, is that a subscribe? Is that going to go up on the board, or did you pay it forward, and then you'll be able to announce each month. See, that 6 months in advance thing, like, kind of throws us for a loop around here. I don't think it breaks the board, but I think the announcement is like, oh no, that went up. Okay, cool. That was the announcement. And then a month from now, you'll be able to announce it again. And you'll go up on the board. Thanks for that, man. 6 months, that's so cool. That's a lot of subs, man. Thank you. There we go. He is. Just want it on the board. Hell yeah, dude. Veet Nukem, welcome to the board. You're by the Beatus. Welcome, welcome. No. So the confusion was whether or not that was the announcement. And it is. Yeah, they're misunderstanding me a lot today. Welcome to the board. Okay, we got a lot of work to do, man. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Computer isn't as dusty as I thought it would be, huh? I thought it would be much dustier. We calculated the amount of watts, by the way, that the new motherboard would do. This board and all of its accoutrement. How many watts it would be able to do, and it's within the purview of 140. So this little car power supply will still be able to power it. And this little power supply right here, this is the extra one. This is the secret behind my tiny little gaming computer. Because this is doing all the jobs that the big power supply would do. And so with this, I am only responsible for creating 12 volts. And that's how I'm able to use these modules to make a lot of 12 volts. And the rest of the computer figures itself out. Graphics card using up most of the power. Motherboard using the rest. Accessories on top of that. I am also just kind of letting this thing cool off because that was plugged in overnight. I didn't mean to do that. I shut down my gaming computer last night, sometime in the middle of the night, but didn't get time to cool off. By the way, we're listening to Metronomic Live. Very late night jams, live from New York City. You guys should definitely check them out. Oh, thank you for the shout out. Yeah, that'll do. All right. Well, we're 25 minutes in. I think I'm gonna fade them out. I'm just gonna gradually fade out. Oop. Okay. Well. Start soon goes away. All right. Any games you're looking forward to from E3? No. So, I mean, there's like one or two, but Breath of the Wild 2 should be pretty cool. But I'm not gonna think about it until it's out. I'm a little disheveled. I am disheveled. Usually I'm sheveled. Today I'm disheveled. I woke up late. I meant to be streaming by now. That's okay. So I didn't tell anybody. What are you guys doing here? Gaming computer. I've got a LAN party this weekend, and I've been meaning to do these improvements to my gaming computer for quite some time. Because in previous LAN parties, many LAN parties ago, and for several LAN parties, I would have this computer, this computer, and this computer, would be very, very loud because it has a custom power supply. But that's not the only reason. My friends are like, everything has a trade-off. You made a tiny computer, but your power supply is super loud. That was the trade-off that you had. It's like, fuck you. No, that's not the trade-off. God, I hate them sometimes. But anyway, I'm gonna spend the weekend with them playing games. The power supply that I build is made out of modules, military power supply modules. And they are extremely effective and they're extremely efficient, but they generate a lot of heat. And in order to mitigate the heat, I put a big heat sink on it. This is actually the water cool prototype. But I put a big heat sink on it. And that big heat sink has a laptop cooler on it. The problem with the laptop cooler is that it's pushing air outwards and it doesn't really give a fuck. What it's doing is pushing air outwards, and that air getting pushed outwards is creating a lot of turbulence. So that turbulence makes a lot of noise. Generally, that's pretty quiet. It's pretty quiet. I originally set this up to use a laptop fan that was 5 volts. And so I ran 5 volts out to the fan. You guys in chat are fucking trying to solve my problems that I'm just only now explaining to you. So if you'd let me finish, you would actually, Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Anyway, so the laptop fan it's a Dell laptop fan, and it just sits in the middle of the heatsink and pushes air outwards, and that creates turbulence and creates noise. Under 5 volts with a 5-volt fan, everything is nice and quiet. Everything's nice and quiet, and it just pushes air out, even at its most extreme, right? So even at its, I'm fucking closing chat now. Thank you. Even at its quiet, even at its most air pushiness, it's not making any noise. I mean, it's making a little bit of noise, but I at some point I got a laptop fan that was 12 volts. And so I modified the fan port on the power supply, because the power supply has an ATtiny85 that I put custom code into. It's got a little, like a variable that it will add up and down in order to turn the fan up and down. So when the power supply gets really hot, the fan will turn up to full. And in the past, under the 5-volt fan running normally, it would get so hot that it was like it would hurt to touch the side of the computer. Like, these power supply modules can get hot. I don't want them to, because I don't want them to fail, because they're expensive, like $180 a pop. So I don't want them to fail. I want to keep them cool. In the past, it would get very hot. I put a 5-volt fan into the power supply, and I then had to replace it with a 12-volt fan, modded the port to have 12 volts on it. This is a 12-volt power supply. And then I put a 5-volt fan in there after all that. And I didn't realize that it was a 12-volt port. So I have a 5-volt fan running at 12 volts on the power supply heatsink. When this thing gets hot, the fan, by God, the fan does its best. It works under 12 volts. It works. It screams. I'll show you guys that in a little bit. We got to start out and we got to clean out this computer. I need to dust it, which is a harrowing affair. I have a compressor that I'm going to use on it. But yeah, we're going to clean out the computer, and then I'll disassemble the parts that I need to disassemble. And we'll try to end this stream with a working computer. I have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of stuff to do. I don't know if we'll be able to do, I don't know if we have to do a current test on the thing. I think we'll just, well, we probably do, just to see how it heats up. But it's not like I can undo it after I put everything together. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. We'll figure it out, but this is gonna be kind of tough. But anyway, yeah, I know more than you guys, so just let me do this. All right, let me open up chat again so that I can actually look at what you guys are saying. We're not doing anything with Autodesk. We're not doing any 3D design. Yeah, I don't think I'm taking many suggestions from chat today. Just because, I don't know, you guys come in here and you just want to make these inane suggestions of me. By the way, I got the thermal cam running again, this time with a larger heatsink. Thank you, degenerate. This time with a larger heatsink, and there's less banding. It's still there. You can still see that weird kind of like pixely stuff going on, but this has been on overnight, and it's not really overheating much. Not really. We'll have to see how it goes, but we're gonna need thermal cam for this because I want to see how heat propagates within the system. But yeah, let's get started. Just dusting it out. We need to just dust them out. Just gonna dust it out. So I am getting a hex key. See, the original the concept behind this PC is Makerbeam with speaker grill. This is metal speaker grill that I bought. I found like 3 huge sheets of this stuff on eBay. It's for like actual concert speakers where you don't want people finger poking their way in. Taking a sip of liquid. Yeah, so you don't want people finger poking in. So I cut the panel custom. I cut the lengths of the Makerbeam kind of custom. I think one of these is a stock length. The uprights are not. And the thing is, previously on the stream, I made another. I got 2 of these. So I do kind of want to change the rails over. I like the contrast of the lighter anodized rails with the dark speaker grill. But getting the rails underneath right is going to be kind of difficult with that. So we'll have to figure that out. We're going to fully disassemble this computer and rebuild it. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest. But we got a lot of work to do today. So let's get started. Let's get started. We got a lot of disassembly to do. God, how am I going to do this? All right. Well, anyway, we'll just get started. Hex key. Yeah, see, some of the dimensions of this don't even fit together right, but, you know, it was a labor of love. Most of it was just getting a PC designed around this power supply. The whole concept behind the power supply is that I have this car PC module. It's a car PC power supply. It's 140 watts available of all of the different PSU voltages, and that runs off of 12 volt. You can literally hear the... I'm not... Okay. All right, chat. All right. Cool. Cool. Chat's a little weird today. Let them be weird. All right, lots of dust. The best thing that I can do against dust is compressor. I've been kicking this thing for months, and I haven't been able to use it on anything. Bam. And let that thing warm up. Jesus Christ, it's a strong magnet. There you go. This is supposed to be an OSHA compliant air sprayer, but man, it uses a lot of air. I don't know if I'm gonna keep using it. I mean, really, there should be an on-off button for the power supply, but there's not. If it's plugged in, it's powered. Just gonna let this thing get up to temperature here, and then we'll start ejecting the air. I really should have something like rubber on these. It would be kind of nice if they could be flush, but I don't have a good way of mounting them, and I'm not about to make brackets today. We got a lot more to do here. Just make your own. I'm gonna fucking start banning people. All right. Oh God, it's a lot of air. Oh, this is why everything was fucked up. This is supposed to be here and not external. I don't know why that's sitting outside of the case. How did this get external? That's supposed to be up against the processor. Oh my God. What was that? I didn't even see the message. Wait, why doesn't my thing display? Hold on, I gotta do some settings here. I should be able to see those. Let's see. TV settings. There we go. Oh, I'm looking through BTTV settings while this thing charges up air. Oh, there we go. Where Where's the search settings? There it is. Let's see. Display. Nope. There we go. Okay, now I'll be able to see. I like to keep deleted messages on. Okay. What do you mean a crude home server setup? I don't understand the question. Oh God, that's so loud. See that? It runs out of pressure like immediately. What's up, Doom Noob? Good to see you. Perfect thing for a remote start. Never find a good use for it. What thing? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm having trouble, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. Alright, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I thought we'd have a ton of dust up and around this thing. The only problem is this rubber block is like disgusting. It holds on to dust. The point of the rubber block is that there are two enormous capacitors inside of it. These power supply modules require a 300 volt DC line that gets smoothed out. And so this is the thing that's smoothing them out. Recently started trying to get into mechanical CAD, trying to get out FreeCAD. Impressions aren't the best. What's everyone's opinion on FreeCAD? Oh boy. Everybody seems to think it's the end-all be-all of CAD programs. But really, it's just whatever CAD program you use, people think you should use a different one. That's just how it is. A gaming PC I use as a home server to run Red and stuff. I was looking for a proper rack setup. This is a lot of work. Making a computer, a custom computer, is a lot of work. You know, this isn't something that I'm gonna look to sell because it's so custom. If you want a computer to just work, get an off the rack, so to speak. You know, get it off the rack computer case, because you don't want to worry about your custom computer case being the problem with your computer. That's just me, but I mean, geez. You're barking up the wrong tree if you think that this is a solution to anything but having a boring PC. Yeah, I don't think FreeCAD was alpha, is it? No. Just know that whatever CAD you use, somebody will think you need to use a different one. So, all right, let's get into this. Yeah, it looks like both of my custom these are DB18, D20, whatever. These are the little digital temperature sensors, and I've got like a rack mount fan thing. It's got 3 fans in it, and it's designed to exhaust air. Sorry about the background noise. The compressor will shut off in just a second here. Eventually. There it goes. Jesus Christ. Man, that thing is supposed to be quiet, but I put it on top of a big metal shelf and it makes a lot of noise. These are custom temperature sensors that are supposed to be both on this heatsink over here and on the processor, so that when this computer gets hot, I have an extra amount of airflow that goes through the thing. But I mean, it was previously, one of these is sitting outside of the whole case. I don't like that. Something that was wrong. Something that shouldn't have been like that. Okay, here's the deal. Here's what we got to do, chat. I got to take apart basically this whole thing, and we're going to rebuild it in here. Oh, dropped a screw anyway. Ah, I dropped more screws. That was technically a drop, by the way. Yeah, so the previous design, black speaker grill, black computer, and this fan was overvolted overvolted this fan. I mean, I like it. It's cool. There's a couple vanes on this thing. They're pretty deep. I'm going to upgrade this to this heatsink, which has better holes cut for everything. Kind of. It is more contiguous. Continuous. I don't know. It's a complete heatsink. It takes up the whole space. And presumably, this will also, I don't know. Do you guys, I mean, I guess this will probably keep it cooler, right? More vanes, more cool. I don't know if that's the case. I'm not really going to put it down to any science here. It's not like I can measure it. But in addition to that, I am going to put 4 60mm Noctuas on it. The problem with putting those fans on it is we're gonna have to come up with a weird mount for them. I've got stuff to distribute power to them. We'll have to crimp connectors onto them. Yeah, more surface area equals more cool. It'll be more cooler. But like these holes don't line up with the midpoint. So how am I gonna do that? I mean, I could if I raise this or no, I would have to lower it. That's not gonna work. If I raise this to fit over this thing, then I would have to recut all the panels, and I don't want to do that. So I don't want to do that. Man, chat is so fucking helpful. All right, so let's start disassembling. So this is the power supplies. What they do is there's 3 of them, right? There's 3 modules on this thing. There's a small module under here, and then 2 larger modules. The small module takes in 120 to 240 volts, and it turns it into 300 volts DC. That 300 volt DC goes to each module. These modules are supposed to be parallel to one another because you're supposed to keep your 300 volts like to a small area of the board. But these 2 modules take 300 volts DC and they turn it into 12 volts at 25 amps each. And they're able to be OR'd together. You keep looking up power supply O-ring and you get a lot of stuff for O-rings. But so these 2 talk to one another and distribute the amps between them. So these are each able to provide 25 amps and they can work together to produce up to 50 something they can produce a lot more at a burst. But continuous power, I kind of call it, what is it, 500-ish watts? 500-ish watts. And it can do more at a burst. It makes kind of a weird screaming noise when you get it up to higher currents, because these modules are their frequency, they change their frequency in order to provide the amps. So when you unplug power from this thing, it actually makes a 60 to 70 or 80 hertz screech, which the engineers are like, sorry, not a 60 hertz screech. It makes a high frequency screech, and the engineers, I've spoken to them on the phone, they're like, you can't hear that. I'm like, yeah, fucking right, I can hear that, man. I can actually hear these things making like a high screeching noise when power isn't on the computer. So usually I let my computer idle, and part of that is just to use up some of the power supply. I was thinking like maybe I could put in like a 2 amp 5 volt supply and have this thing switch over to it when I turn the PC off, but I never got around to doing that. That's too complicated. Or I could put like a dummy load on this. Sand down the fans. Look, the mounting scheme, I think what I can do is we can come up with like, maybe not a bracket, but something that will, like having the bolts just be offset on the fan. We don't have to use these holes to bolt the fan down. It's kind of like coil wine. Yeah, it's very similar. I think it's like transformer wine. If you're wondering what's inside of those power supplies, I got something for you right here. These are a bad order, by the way. I'm not sure if I can go through the Vicor products and design a power supply that uses these ceramic modules. These are much cooler, but I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't use these. But yeah, inside the power supply is this stuff. This is a dead module. I think this is the one that I drilled through. I accidentally drilled a little too far. Yeah, there's like a big hole right there. I drilled too far through it and then it exploded. But you're you're like me, I can hear wall sockets when they aren't plugged into something. I'm not quite that sensitive, but yeah, it's on that. I don't think it's on that scale. I think the engineers just never really like bothered to listen to their own damn power supply. I don't know, man. It sucks because like the engineers were like, no, that's not possible. It's like, what are you talking about? You fucking assholes. This is what's inside of the power supply, by the way. So 300 volts DC comes in here. It's managed by some kind of nonsense. That's apparently the brain module. And these are like, I think these are chokes, big capacitors, and then you can see lots of turns to few turns. And I guess this is probably like transformers and power sensing and stuff, because like the module is supposed to be smart, and it's got a very multi-layered board, but it's got input switching transistors that are switching power into here, and then out it goes into this high current multi-wind, barely multi-wind transformer, and then it's switched by all of these output transistors in order to turn it back into DC, I suppose. This is a potted design, so all these transistors were in contact with the big, with the big heatsink on the outside. So the big aluminum heatsink that's on the outside here, and then this circuit is just right up against it. I had to cut the sides off in order to get them to fit properly. But that Celastic, that rubberized substrate that's on here, is there in order to keep high voltage from jumping around. I think I drilled into this thing a little. Yeah, this is what killed it. I drilled into the module, multi-layers of the PCB, and then it exploded. So. Unfortunate. So that's why I took this one apart. These are cool modules, though. They're pretty cool. All right. Anyway, on with the disassembly. Just have this as a visual aid. It's complicated, but have you ever taken apart a power supply? Power supplies are complicated, man. They're doing a lot. All right, so there's this. I don't know why I individually coil wrapped these. I probably should have done one big wrap for the whole thing. Either way, I'm going to leave it alone. We're going to leave sleeping dogs lie. This is the new hard drive cable that I put in because the previous one had a lot of trouble. But let's take the fans out of dead PSUs. I'm not that degenerate. I don't take the fans out of dead PSUs. I never need fans that badly, you know? I don't know. I have a collection of fans, though. Taking apart everything but a power supply. Yeah, they're pretty nuts, man. They're pretty nuts. Oh, God, I'm going to have to look up where all these things connect. God, I should just, like, glue these together just so I don't have to do this again. Yeah, no, we're going to have to do that again. Damn it. Here we go. That hurts me more than it's going to hurt you, chat. I hate that. All right, piece by piece, this thing's gonna come apart. This is another one of the custom things that I did for this, by the way, is this piece right here. This piece right here is my own GPU connector. I had to make a little extension cable for it. But this is all the connections to the GPU, and this is back when this GPU was brand new, and people were like climbing over themselves in order to get it. I built this. What I did is I cut the backs off of these Molex connectors, and I took a PCB, and then I put my own larger flexible hobby wire into the PCB, and on the PCB itself, it actually has 2 tracks of solder braid in order to make 2 high current lines, because basically these are all 12 volts on one, all positive on one end and all negative on the other. So I cut these, and then I took the crimps out and I crimped them to solid wire, and then the solid wire goes to the 2 big tracks. And so I have 2 thick cables instead of 1,000 tiny 18 gauge wires. It's ludicrous the amount of 18 gauge wires that they have you plug into the power supply, because it doesn't need all that. This is fine. There are also pins that sense the power too, so they're not all used for the express purpose of just delivering power to the GPU. The GPU only uses up so much power, and then I size the wire accordingly. Size the wire accordingly, GPU only requires so much power. So instead of having 10,000 18 gauge wires coming into the thing, I got 2 big wires and it does just fine. Yeah, so that's my solution to having a big bundle of wires in this computer. I'll be doing this with the next one too. I was going to get a Founders Edition 3080. Of course, then they became unavailable, and I saved up a little bit more money, and I was going to get the 6900. What I was going to do with it is do the same exact thing: is create a wire loom that could handle the amount of current. These are 30 amp connectors, which is well above and beyond what the GPU is going to draw. So, anywho, that's that part. And then over here, we got the connector for the power supply, which is actually, I could use longer wires. It's not going to get longer wires, but it could use longer wires. I mean, I can't move this thing over here because of the connector there. But yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is. All right. This is going to be a hell of a thing to put back together, huh? We got a lot of work to do, guys. Oops, wrong focus. There we go. A little bit more on focus. All right. Yeah. Yep. Too much. All right, so there should be a... Oop, there's something that rattled around in there. I thought I built a thing to... No, I just put foam under it. Of course I did. I thought I built a support for this end of the graphics card, because if I'm traveling with this thing, I don't want the graphics card to move around too much, because it doesn't like that. But, all right, what's the next piece of the puzzle here? I think I need to do the sides of this thing eventually, because the bolts for that are underneath it. It's actually bolted into the cage behind it. This rail is to support the motherboard. Motherboard has 4 bolts. The sections of this stuff sort of more or less kind of peel out of there. I think I can get the whole power supply out. I think that's what I can do now. The whole power supply removes with 2 bolts underneath it. The procedure for this thing is not exactly organized, because I didn't exactly put this together all at once. Yeah, I use big computer screws on this. So yeah, let's get this thing out of here. Get him out of there. We got to rebuild it with a new heatsink. You think more surface area will help us with this? I hope so. It's going to mount differently too, so I'm wondering if I need to replace this panel, because I got holes in this panel. I don't know. The goal for today is to get it to quiet down the power supply. I think all the other little quality of life things that I'd like to do, I'm going to have to ignore. Otherwise, we're not going to finish. Oh, by the way, these are the feet. The feet on this thing, I had to look up on Amazon. I don't know how I got to the listing, but these are car parts. They're for like some 67 Ford or something like that, so that the doors don't slam. Ah, shit, and I broke one. God damn it. Might have to redo the feet. Might have to redo the feet. I gotta get that rubber out of there, though. The latent rubber that's gonna... Well, actually, yeah, no, I am gonna... Well... push comes to shove, I guess it'll be okay, but I think the rubber is hardened. No wonder these things were available. Because they come apart. Oh boy. I gotta get them out of the corner cubes. Basically, there's something that presses into the car body so that the doors don't slam. But they made cute little feet that I could slam into the little corner cubes. Yeah, the fan is what's making all the noise, and I'll show you guys that when we get everything out. I'll show you that when I get everything out. All right, there's the ground tap. These are my old stainless steel screws that I'd use for everything, but now I get to replace them with better screws, better Lear screws. And I can replace the standoffs too,
with better standoffs. That's actually a very long screw. All right, so here's the old power supply. Now we're gonna transfer these modules over to the new one. And these are basically just, there's 8 screws that hold this thing in, and it holds it up against this heatsink here. There's a connector in right under here, and I've modified it to be a 12-volt fan. I could modify it back to be 5 volts, but I want to replace, instead of having a mid heatsink fan, which worked pretty well, I want to have more surface area. The same amount of heatsink, it's the same size. It's actually a little taller, just a little bit taller. Probably a baller. Just a little bit taller, and more fins, and better mounts. All that fun stuff. That's the idea. So I guess I can take this off, because then I can get to the connector for the fan, and I can show you guys how loud it was. But first, I want to do a full disassemble of this beast. I have a piece of Captain tape right there to try to keep the high voltage away from my graphics card. That would be a terrible surprise if suddenly electricity were able to get into this. This is a 3M, what is it? A 3M PCIe extension. PCIe X16 extension that, oh man, it was like $100. It's a good one because it's got all the strain relief on the cables on the side there. So we're gonna kind of take our time with this, by the way, because I don't want to screw up. I don't want to have to buy another computer for tomorrow, or sorry, for Saturday. The stream has the capability of bleeding into tomorrow. I don't think it will, but it has the capability of that. By the way, this thing distributes power out to the peripherals too. So I crimped a custom cable for that, which means I don't know if that means that I should probably keep the hard drive caddy in here just so that I can keep all this stuff together. I don't have to, but I probably should. The one problem with this, by the way, is also that I didn't put the what is it? You know, the panel that everybody forgets. I didn't put that on there, and so the RF connector is like kind of swinging in the breeze. This is like the most fragile part of the case right now. We'll need to tighten that up a little bit. I don't know if I still have this panel anywhere. I would have liked to incorporate it, but on the previous build, I had to cut the panel in order to fit it into the frame rail. So this motherboard was an emergency buy because my Mobo failed at a LAN party. We actually got to watch all the stuff, all the PCIe components and everything on the little. It used to be an EVGA, and we actually got in real time. Looking at all of the accessories in the BIOS, we got to see the accessories failing as I was trying to, the IO shield. We got to see the accessories failing as I was trying to like pull them in the BIOS, and then the whole motherboard died. So we went to Micro Center almost immediately, and this is the only compatible motherboard that they had. So I didn't mean to get a Gigabyte gaming mini ITX board, but yeah, custom milled IO shield. Whenever I get CNC. All right, the GTX 1080 FTW, the card what cannot fail due to the current situation with graphics cards. I would have liked to have you in this computer in the what do you call it? I would have loved to have this thing in the current streaming computer because I have a water block for this thing. But yeah, you're gonna have to survive a little bit longer, my friend. It has not failed. It can play every game, just about, I think. It can play every game, for better or for worse. But yeah, we're gonna need you to survive. You have no choice, graphics card. All right, put this in a special place. Still a little dusty. A little bit of dust on it. That's okay. At least there's not dust clogging the fins, you know? There is dust here, and I don't know what that is. Boy, there's a lot of pins that are very close to very close to the outside. Yeah, that's just the way it is. All right, so let's put this aside. Put that aside in a safe place. Boy, would I love to take that thing apart. I think the Mobo can come out now. I think that's the step we're on. Although it's going to be tough to get over here. Mini ITX is weird like that. They've got a lot of little things that are tough to get to. What is this doing here? There's like a random standoff. That's a little concerning that this thing was just like, hey, I'm hanging out in here. Ugh. Yeah, see, I put foam down in order to hold up the graphics card. Oh, damn it. We might have to do this too. I milled out a little section right here. Actually, wait, I've got a spacer in here instead. So I don't think we need to mill out a section. We might have to, I'm not sure. There's a section that's milled out of the rail right here. And we can do that on the milling machine. I just need to, you know, when we transfer everything over, we'll need to assess that. Oh boy. So much work to do, Chad. We got so much work to do. I think maybe this graphics card didn't need it. I don't know. I'm gonna take a sip. Okay. So, where am I with this? Yeah, three supports hold that up. Had a lot of troubles with the hard drive. This is being the main system drive. Had a lot of trouble with this hard drive, and it actually turns out, after going through 3 or 4 different cables, I finally found a hard drive cable that actually wouldn't fail regularly. I used to have to pull open the thing. Actually, I would take a pin tool and I'd push down on the connector a couple times in order to get it to work again. And there were times that I was on the computer that it would just lock up and then fail. I went through 3 different cables in order to find one that didn't fail. Man, you know, it's so frustrating sometimes. Because I was like, everybody was like, replace the cable, replace the cable, replace the cable. I'm like, it's not the fucking cable. Turns out it was. But I went through several cables, so I was confident that it shouldn't have been the cable. It's so annoying. I'd like to use regular screws for these. I don't know if I'll be able to. Regular screws to hold down the motherboard. Because right now, it's bolts, and then I put spacers on the bolts for some reason. Can't justify every decision that I made on this thing. So I got 2 more I gotta get to. Ooh, there's a big dust bunny. Get him out. Oh, where'd it go? I think it went in my face. Oh, God. It's disgusting. Okay, so let's see. Disgusting. Let me get the power supply off of here. Come on. Come with me. This has to survive. I cannot break this today, okay? Okay, chat. I can't break anything. Power supply. This is all of the voltages that the power supply needs. Sorry, that the motherboard needs. The 3 volts, the 5 volts, all coming from 12 volts. These are actually so that you can put a PC in your car. These are 140 watts. Have you ever seen a grown man cry? Yeah, no, we're not. Not gonna happen. This has to survive. But yeah, this is all the voltages you need for the PC, provided that you give it 12. So I love these things because this is what enables me to produce such a small PC with such a small power supply, is that I can make the smallest possible 12 volts. And yeah, anyway, this goes aside. Motherboard. Is this the right size? I've got these. These are pretty useful. These little hand-driven. Nope, of course not. This is the larger one too. Damn it! I wonder if I used English or metric. Do you ever put LED lighting in the case? I've had machinations. I've thought about it quite a bit, but I've not done that because I'm an adult, and I don't feel like having an overly bright PC, you know? It's not that I don't welcome the lights, but I kept this to a theme. I've got orange front panel lighting. I was gonna do like a Nixie tube thing, and if we had time, I definitely have the inclination, but if we had time, I could do like I have a Nixie tube thing ready to go. I'd need to wire it and program it, but I would love to have like a Nixie tube like temperature readout on the front of this thing. I never got around to it just because, you know, it's the gaming PC and I kind of wanted it to work for a while. I don't want to take that kind of risk right now, and I don't have the time. But I wanted to have, because I set the graphics card to light up blue, and then the power, all the system buttons are orange. So I did the whole blue and orange theme, the orange. And the Stream PC, it's going into a rack mount case, and it'll get possibly this grill on it, and I want to also do a blorange thing with that, but that'll be in the rack to the side here. Yeah, always diffuse your LEDs unless you're building a flashlight. Yep. They're too harsh for human eyes. Now they're always for some reason when the lazy manufacturers, I'll say, lazy manufacturers will not cater the resistor on the LED in order to balance things or in order to make them easy to look at. And sometimes they assume that in the microcontroller that's controlling the LEDs, they assume that they're gonna, whoever's programming it is going to fade it out with a PWM or something like that, right? They don't. And then you get super ultra bright LEDs shining directly in your eyes. It's very annoying. I wanted to redo the bottom plate for this. I don't know if we'll do that today. I bought 2 USB 3 KVMs that have the loudest blue LEDs in them. Must be 220 ohms on them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It took many pieces of blue tape to diffuse them. Man. Yeah, having to do that is so annoying. Like, they just don't factor in that, like, maybe I don't want these to be visible from space. I'm having a lot of trouble with this. I'm gonna get a socket for these. I don't know if they're English or metric, but they're definitely not tight. But it's just tough to get in there. That's why I kind of want to use regular hex bolts on them. I do have standoffs for the other computer project, so maybe we can use those. You can use those, perhaps, because I have already cut a carbon fiber backplate for this thing. Already got a carbon fiber backplate for this thing. That's too big, but it might work. I think this one was. I don't think these are metric though. No, they're this size. All right, that'll do. I don't know. I don't know about the comparison to Iron Man. I don't know. I don't think so. A friend of mine always dreamed of building a mechanical assist suit. I don't think he ever got into that project though. He does much cooler stuff though than what he dreamed about doing as a college student. But he was always talking about making a circular hydraulic actuator, which is not the way to go about that, but whatever. This is his dream. Irony man. I guess. I guess that's the better comparison, huh? The only problem with the setup right now is that the hard drive I can't get to. I can't get to the M2 hard drive on this thing. But I guess that's okay. Like if I have to replace the hard drive, going through this is not that bad. Oh, there were washers. Were being the component. Yeah, 970 Evo Plus. I had a hard drive fail on me. This is the 1 terabyte game storage drive. I may have to get another one so that I can put the system on it for the other computer. But this only has the one slot. I mean, I guess I could probably put another one here, but it wouldn't fit. Yeah. I wish it took 2. Because I hate having a hard drive as like a separate piece. But yeah, anyway, this is the whole thing, man. This runs all the games. All the games. We gotta fix this a little bit. This RF antenna, because it's actually loose, which is that's really loose actually. That's not good. All right, almost there. Put this aside. I don't have an aside to put it. I just cleaned off this area. I just cleaned off that area of the desk. So I guess that's where stuff's going. Here. You wait here. I'll reach over and grab it later. All right. Gaming computer deconstructed. It's like you went to that hip cafe and they gave you a deconstructed latte and you have to like pour it yourself and shit. Like what Tomato always says about lobster. For some reason, Tomato thinks that lobster, the whole kitchen's laughing at you when you order lobster because you have to take it apart yourself. It's like, I don't know about that, man. I don't know if that's quite what you think it is. So yeah, the way I mounted the motherboard in this was okay. The new computer case was leaning against the try a crab. It's like I don't think taking it apart is really that big of a deal. I don't know why he's making that big of a deal about it. Anyway, this is a weird setup. Like I've got this thing on awkward spacers. I've got cuts in the rails. I added a rail to the rail in order to do this scheme of stand-up things. It's just strange. Lobster fishermen are laughing at you because they used to be prison food. Yeah, they used to just smash up the lobster and just give it to prisoners. They were like, here's this weird bug we found at the bottom of the ocean, and we crushed it up for you. Yeah, it's that made its rounds on the internet fairly recently. Not recently, a little while ago, but yeah, it was interesting. They used to feed lobsters to prisoners. It was prison food. Cockroaches of the sea. Yeah, I mean crabs will eat anything too, and everybody loves eating crabs. You ever see the Delta V videos? Delta V, change in pressure, is like a very serious thing for divers because you may not realize it, but the change in pressure between two different water systems can be really dangerous, like really, really, really dangerous. And there's a couple videos, but there's a really famous video of a crab that's sitting on a pipe and it gets near a crack on the pipe and then there's no crab. It's ridiculous. It's sub-crab sized hole in the pipe, conduit or whatever it was. But yeah, when diving, Delta V is like serious business, especially industrial divers. Industrial divers freak me the hell out. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Pretty intense, pretty dangerous stuff. Maybe it's Delta P. I got the Delta V wrong. PV equals NRT is what I was thinking in my head, but I think it's Delta P maybe. It could be Delta V. I don't know. Change in volume and then the pressure equal. I don't know. I don't know. Delta P. You're a P. Okay. And this comes out. This is like the first thing to get installed is this hard drive caddy, huh? What just fell off of it? What the hell is that? All right, so I'm ready for the LAN party now. My gaming computer is almost completely fully disassembled. Oh, the places you'll go. So I've got a debate. Washers keep dropping out of this thing. Could you just, all right. Oh yeah, there were plastic washers on one side of that thing. I forgot about those. Yeah, cave diving is scary as hell. I've got a couple things to debate here. Whether or not I want to redo the bottom plate of this thing. Because the way this went together is that these two are attached. This is like the mid beam is kind of like an integral component to this whole thing. The middle beam. So I'd have to transfer that over to the new case. I don't really want to have to do that. What I'd like to do is figure out a base platen for the new case and then plot out all the holes, and I can just hand drill them and put standoffs on them. There are already standoffs at probably an appropriate height on this thing. Everything is sort of brought up to this level or above. Like there. Oh, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough, chat. We're going to have a lot of trouble today. Today's going to be a struggle bus. All right, let me show you guys the power supply. We can force the issue by building the power supply, and then I have to make it work. Yeah, there was very little unity to this design. I just kind of like did it. And then I dealt with all the problems as they came about. That's usually when I'm working my best. These fuses, by the way, these high voltage surface mount fuses, Oh man, I had a real brown trouser moment with them. On this power supply, I kind of tucked the fuses away. On the previous one, they were on the other side of the board. And I went to test what the 300 volt input looked like, right? And I was basing it off of, I guess, whatever the oscope was hooked up to. And it created a ground loop that popped, and the fuses didn't trip, they exploded. Oh my God, that was scary. I thought I was gonna die. Man, it was a real brown trouser moment. This thing is just like inherently dusty, huh? Blah. 300 volts DC on this thing, by the way. And the 300 volt lines are on the other side of the PCB for safety. But it still means that these tabs here, the difference between them is 300 volts DC, which is not to be trifled with. ATtiny 85. I'm not going to reprogram this because I think I've got good code in there. I would love to redesign this board though. I would love to redesign the board, but I lost the PCB component because originally I had Molex connectors here, and the Molex connector eventually got a little dirty, and then it almost exploded. I have in my parts drawers, in one of them, one of the parts bins, I think I know which one it is. There is a Molex connector that's scorched, and that was the one that used to be here. That's what used to be here. But I upgraded it to these types of connectors, and I would love to have like a cutout for them or just a big pad where these could sit so they can actually get all that current. But what they do right now is they just have big lines that come out and make them into right angle components. I wonder if I could resolder these to the top and just have them contact that. Actually, I think I probably should, to be honest. TBH. We should redo this. Let's redo this right now. Yeah, before I transfer it over, let's just redo these connectors because they're a little precarious as they are right now. I have extra PCBs if I ruin anything. Why does this look oversaturated? What are you doing here, camera? Hello, camera. I'm gonna have to recalibrate the camera. Hold on. Setup and arm procedure. Man, why were we in like oversaturated mode? That's weird. All right, anyway, yeah, let's redo those because they need to be mounted better. So what I need to do is plug something into them, and we've got enough connectors sitting in the wings here for me to just put anything onto those. So let me get the GPU connectors. Oh God, I've got to sift through this pile in order to find them. All day back-to-back Zoom meetings. Oh God. Well, I appreciate you stopping in, Rum Monkeys. Sorry to hear about the Zoom stuff. Let's see. So I need the GPU connector. Where did I put it? GPU. This is too much of a stack of screws over here. Man, I need like a staging table behind me. I should have gotten the folding table over here, the folding chable. All right, let's move this all back. I have to build my old gaming computer today. Herc. Okay. All right, so instead of, I'm just gonna take the little extension cable and use it also as a heatsink. So I can just plug these into here. And you can already see that these are like kind of facing the wrong direction and stuff. I think the reason that I used wires on them is because I don't want them to break the, I don't want them to break the pads. If I just did it right up to the pads, we would have trouble. So I'm gonna use the same wires in these, but I'm gonna make them a sharper turn, and they're gonna go through the PCB for strength. Rum Monkey subbed, tier 1, for 3 months. Hey dude, thank you. 3 months, it's a good number. Excited for the project? Need interns to organize for you. I know, right? Unpaid internship, required PhD. Also is able to carry 100 pounds, 150 pounds on their back for 8 hours without sitting. Needs to have experience with Ruby on Rails and some 10 years in some programming language that was invented 3 years ago. $20 a year. Full time. 70-hour days. Rum monkeys! Have I ever told you about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis? It's not a tale the Jedi would tell you. But thank you for subbing. And good luck on Zoom today. Yeah, 15 years of Rust. I was going to say Ruby on Rails, but I couldn't think of the right programming language. Rum Monkeys! You're by Kyra Abattoir. Ah! The camera! Jesus. Well, Ruby on Rails is programmed in Ruby. I guess I should have suspected. We should have expected that, huh? All right, so while it's on this platen, we'll do the resoldering, and then what's the plan when you run out of room on the board? No. Yeah, it's designed to not overlap boards. It's actually a mistake that it overlaps at all. I don't know what mistake that is. We can't quite put it down to a specific piece of the code. I think maybe it's not blurring the lines enough. It's not blurring the names enough. We're relying on a feature of the Pillow imaging library that blurs text, and then we transfer that over into pixel numbers, and then we look to see if any of the ones and zeros collide. And so, because the Pillow imaging library, when you do individual pixel operations, at least back when we programmed it, was not up to the task. So we had to convert them into numbers and then do the collision calculation, which works, and it worked on the previous board, but part of our keeping a radius of collision was to blur the text. And so looking at that, I think we tweaked it a little too far. I think maybe the text isn't quite blurred enough. That or we had a database crash. I'm not sure. Because for some reason, some names are colliding, and it's not good. I have a LAN party this weekend, and here I am disassembling my fucking computer. What the hell's wrong with me? The entire power supply I'm disassembling. I got problems, Chad. I don't know. There's something seriously wrong with me. I don't think I have to use all of the vias to do this. I did previously, but oops. Well, that didn't come out clean. Tweezers. So I'm gonna have to clean up this part of the board. I may have to remove it in order to do that, which means we have to clean off all of the heatsink goop. All the compound. Get that goop. Yeah, that doesn't look too good. It looks like I previously lifted the pads off of that one. That explains it. So the question is, do I want to transfer this all to a new board? Or do I think I just deal with what I've got here. Because that's previous damage. I sure made it look like there wasn't any damage on that. Let's see. So do we transfer to a new board? The problem is those Panasonic capacitors, they don't transfer too well. They're not too kind to transferring to a new board. But it would be mighty useful if I had these pads again over here. I do have spares. It might be good if we build up a new board. What do you guys think? Getting the modules off is also kind of a difficult thing, but I think with ChipQuick we can do it pretty easily. Well, that's going to make this into a whole different project if I got to do this. Do we let sleeping dogs lie, or do we build up a new board? What do you guys think? I know, but the temptation is to redo the whole thing. And then I can properly sever a trace on this in order to make that 12 volts. All right, I'm gonna stay on target with this. I'm gonna stay on target. We're not gonna do the mod. I'm not gonna mod it. If you're asking chat, the answer is always more. I know, but I don't want to be here until fucking midnight. And if we do a board transfer, like this whole build, that'll take a little bit of time. Unless I can drop the modules out easily. I could do new LEDs on everything too. It'd still be blue. Obviously. This has just been through so much, you know? I do have spares of these. These will melt very easily. They're plastic capacitors. Someone hide the yak clippers. I'm so close to just doing it. Do it. Do it, Jedi. But, because, like, look at that. That's destroyed. It's just dead. Oh, yeah, I'd have to transfer the exact temperature sensors, though. Unless... No, I think the code pulls all temperature devices. It doesn't... I'm gonna crunch my ice and I'm gonna think about this for a second. Crunchy ice. Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep my head about me. We're gonna not do any modifications. We're not gonna go overboard. If we finish, and I think I still have time, then we'll go down to the level of replacing the circuit board. How about that? Because it's gonna be, we're in for a long haul today. That's why I'm not in any particular rush. This is gonna take a little while, guys, to get everything over to the new case. So, okay. I kind of decided to do this suddenly because I didn't want to have the screaming fan, and it really has been getting on my nerves lately. So I've wanted to do this for quite some time, and now we finally have motivation to do it. Technically I've got 2 days to do this, but I really want to like watch YouTube tonight, not on this computer. I want to do it on this computer, so you know how it is. I gotta look up all of my weird hentai on this thing, you know. Keep it the one computer. That way you can take a pickaxe to it if the FBI smashes in your door. We're gonna change the fasteners on this though. The fasteners and the standoffs. I got new ones. I got better ones. They look good. They look better. Lear. One of the things is, like, I didn't have to do it, but in order to get this narrow of a form factor, I actually machined off the tabs on these, and I did it poorly. I did it a long time ago on an XY table on a drill press. I'm not going to machine these today, but if I had the time, or if I bought new modules, I could do it a lot cleaner. Really, to be fair, I shouldn't have done it at all. Because the only thing that's pushing these things down onto the heatsink are these bolts, and the PCB flexes a little bit when I bolt them down. Probably not the recommended faceting type, unfortunately. Now, by the way, if everything goes wrong and this thing explodes, I do have like a regular computer power supply, and I have a regular computer case that I could put all this stuff in. Boy, would that be... That's really defeat right there. Is if I have to move all this stuff over to a regular PC case. I've got a mini ITX case, and I've got a 600 watt power supply. That'll run everything, and it'll look like a normal PC. I know, I'd be harassed. I would never live it down. Hey guys, here's my normal PC. It's pretty normal. The heatsink compound seems to be holding on to this quite a bit. So I'm putting pressure on the sides to try to get it to slide. But it looks like I was in for a compound refresh. Holy shit. Did I miss some screws or something? No, I didn't miss any screws. Guys, I got a headache. I took some Advil. It should go away. I could get a screwdriver under that and sort of twist it a little bit to try to break it. I'm sure they wouldn't even let you have any scrapple. We had at one of the old LAN parties, I don't know if this is what you're referencing, if I told this story or not, but at one of the old LAN parties, a friend of mine, because he's out towards the more center parts of PA, and he bought a bunch of different scrapples that he was able to get at his local market. A bunch of different Pennsylvania scrapples. So we had a bacon and scrapple sandwiches at one of the LAN parties. We were also going to have surströmming, or however you say it. But we never got around to that, and I'm glad because I really don't feel like puking. This is like really stuck on there. I don't know what to do. Obviously, I'm going to get it off of here, but I just don't want to break anything in the process. The heatsink compound has gone rogue. Accidentally used thermal epoxy. Wouldn't that be a funny prank? Funny. Look at this prankster using thermal epoxy. Oh boy. All right, let's see if we can get this. Come on, buddy. I just need you to let go. Please. Please. But I don't want to mar them in any way. I don't want to hurt them. I don't know if maybe acetone would be able to get in there, or if I've got any other way to push it. Dun, 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 dun. Please don't do this to me. It'll be a watching party. Like I said, I've got a full backup set of everything. I can put this into normie mode. Don't make me do it. That's true. You could heat it a little. If only I had some means of heating it. I'm fighting the heat. This is the opposite of what a heatsink is supposed to be doing. Well, actually, it's exactly what a heatsink is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be storing the heat for me. But it's really supposed to be dissipating the heat for me. See, the break in the heatsink for the fan, maybe not the best, but that's what we had. So that's not going to be there anymore. So I'm hoping that the new one will be able to dissipate heat better. One of the things that I was thinking of doing too with the other one is putting a heat pipe through the whole thing so that it dissipates better. But we won't do the heat pipe. You know, the heat pipe and the redo with the fans was something that I wanted to do. Take my time with too, but it turns out having a computer in use that you want to modify is not a great idea. That's pretty good at dissipating that heat, huh? So it's a beastly little heatsink, man. It does a good job. Be cool if I could anodize this black. It's already anodized though, and I don't wanna bop off the oxidized layer in order to dye it black. This thing's running out of gas. I hope this does something. I hope this is good, because this is all the heat I can provide. This thing is starting to die. It's actually kind of hot to the touch right now. Not incredibly. It's gotten hotter of its own volition, but it's kind of warm right now. The concern that I have with the modules and soldering the modules is that you have to be quick with the heat on those modules, because the tabs on them will desolder from their internal circuit board. Creme brulee. Creme brulee. Creme brulee. What? What the fuck? Why isn't it moving? And we give it a second for the heat to get in there, but it does look like the heat got in there. I mean, you can see how well this thing transfers. Oh my God, that looks cool. You can see how well this thing transfers the heat. But yeah, if I had like a heat pipe sunk into this thing, then it would be able to actually spread the heat around a little bit better. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, that just popped off eventually. Good idea. Thank you, Trey Pop, for the idea of using the torch to spread the heat. Yeah, this stuff has gone bad, huh? Almost think I should use thermal tape next time. Yeah, first try. Jeez, all right, we got to clean that up. This I got to give 12 volts to show you guys, although I do kind of want to use this loom. Only 3 connections to it, and I think it's... Where's 12 volts go? It goes to that pin. I actually used a via in the board to run a wire through in order to make that connector 12 volts. Oh, those are filthy. Ugh. I just kind of want to... I really want to redo this. I really want to redo the circuit board, but I won't. We'll do it another day. How about that? You guys are going to harass... You guys are going to make sure that I do this another day? Actually get to cleaning this board up and rebuilding it? I would love to redesign this board, to be honest, but push comes to shove, I have plenty of these boards themselves, and I can just, you know, move the modules over to the new one. But I got to be really careful, because in spite of the fact that these things create tons of power, they're pretty fragile for some reason. So we'll get to cleaning this off. Let me get to showing you guys what the 12 volts is like going through the fan. So if we get this, and then I get a resistor, because these pins are too small. I need to get a resistor to get tiny little pieces of metal. I will just take a sacrificial resistor. He said on a Jay-Z video, man, I like him. I don't know why people don't like him. I think he makes good videos. He's a cool guy, and he doesn't afraid of anything. He got like one of his latest is a video on bending glass for water cooling pipes, and I'm like, ooh, that's tempting. Like, ooh, I wanna build it with glass. Not that I've ever successfully water cooled anything. That's the problem. Zinc white, it's cheap and it doesn't dry as much. Maybe. I mean, I've got all the gunk. I've got all the gunk in the bin over there. We can take a look at what I have, but I think I'm probably going to want to use decent heatsink compound. I do have double-sided tape. I don't want to use tape though. And then I've got like the really good stuff, the really good thermal tape. It doesn't really stick. It's just like a thermal like thing that I could use, but that would space it out a little too much maybe. I don't know. All right, anyway, so 12 volts goes into this thing. And it looks, ooh, that looks a little, maybe it's a good thing that we're replacing this. See, like I can't order stuff. I could only go to Micro Center to get stuff, but that's looking a little toasted. That's looking a little toasted. I don't know if, I mean, this thing is going to have to run 4 12-volt fans now, but running a 5-volt fan at 12 volts maybe pushed it a little far. What's a pin out of a fan? I know I followed a normal fan pin out. I just need to make sure. Fan pin out. Images. Go to this. So the one on the edge is ground. Okay. I know it's kind of silly to look this kind of stuff up, but, you know, I'm not smart. I don't know what you guys are. So yeah, ground and then 12 volts. Okay. so these wires. Man, I got to get back to doing the RC car stuff too. It's like, how are we going to defeat the noise? I need to look up stuff on how to do that. So ground. And then power. Ow. And I can show you this battle station's truly operational. No, that's not actually interfacing with the... Ugh. All right, this is going to be real jank. As if you guys didn't think that's what you were getting into. Oh, I'm going to watch a bother. Surely he won't do something completely fucking janky today. No. No possible way. It's going to be totally... It's going to be like watching those Saturday car shows on regular TV where everything they do is like the easiest thing in the world, and they just happen to have a ton of expensive sponsored parts that just bolt on. Wow, working on cars sure looks easy. Fucking hate those shows, man. I like watching people work on cars, like, don't get me wrong, but man, those fucking sponsored shows. Junkyard Wars at least had a little bit of jankiness to it, you know? Yeah, that's the other, you start to notice that they happen to have like working engines in a junkyard where anyone in their right mind would sell the working engine. Oh my God, we're doing a thing on boats. Look, here's a propeller. It's like, that ain't no junkyard. That's just like an eBay. Nothing but above board. So here's 5 volts. So power, let's go to voltage. 4.2 is what I had it set before. Here's 5 volts. So at 5 volts, I'm going to get in close. Now keep in mind my audio is filtered. So even through my filtered audio, you can hear a little bit of a whine. There's a little tiny bit of a whine. You guys won't be able to hear it because of the gating on the audio. If I had the mixer that I wanted to get, I'd probably have another microphone available to me that I could have, like, you know, actual shop sound instead of my filtered voice. But you can't really hear it, and it seems to be doing the maximal amount of air pushing, which is not a whole lot. There's a little bit of airflow coming off of this thing, but it is fairly gentle. It's doing its job. Under this much fan, this thing would still probably get pretty hot. If we're pushing 500 watts and this thing is like 80% or like 90, I forget what the percentage is. It's very efficient. The Vicor modules, you'd have to look them up. That's actually 4.98 volts. But I was running, and I'm going to turn this off, I was running 12 volts. So let me crank the power supply up. I'm going to burp. Whew, hot lava. Hold on. Take a sip of my drink. So I was running it at 12 volts. This is the fan. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? This is the fan at 12 volts. Here we go. It's starting up. Oh, it's actually not functioning at 12 volts. Huh. 11, 10, 9, 8. Huh. It's actually not functioning at 12 volts. How did I get it to be so angry? I think through the other pin. That's interesting. So it's okay, so I can't show you how obnoxious this thing is at 12 volts. Because I guess it requires that third pin. Because this thing would scream, like, bah, like make all this noise and stuff. But somehow cranking the power supply up to 12 is doing nothing. Try it again. Off, back on. Yeah, why is that? I got the, it's not drawing a lot of current. It's just doing its best, it seems. Huh. Well, that's awkward. I can't even show you guys how much of a problem this thing was. It's about to explode. Or did I short something out? Oh, there it goes. Weird. Okay, well, never mind then. Never mind. Anyway, we're gonna be punching it. We're gonna push it with this thing. Oh, I must have touched the wires together and it melted it. Well then, yeah, I don't know how I was able to get that much operation out of the fan. I guess maybe when the third pin, the control pin, is grounded, maybe it's able to utilize 12 volts. Because this thing would function just fine at 12 volts. It wasn't making any of the noise that it was making before. And I can verify that. Oh God, the connector's scorched. Holy shit. What the fuck? Wow, I didn't know how much of a precarious fucking situation we were in with this thing. I ran this wire here from 12 volts. That is not where 12 volts. Hold on. Huh. This is strange. I don't know. Maybe the fan's just like giving up on me. I need to clean up this board. We'll have to clean it off. We'll do a full wipe down on this thing. But so this right here, after my poly fuse, what is S plus? Out S plus. Looks like S plus is going directly into. I mean, it really should be out plus, right? Oh, S plus and minus are the sensing pins. So yeah, I'm taking 12 volts from the sense pin, just because I didn't want to cross over some of the other stuff that I had to wire up. I don't know. I made this a long time ago, right? Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I'm beyond, my goals are beyond your understanding. I have a jumper here too, which can do SC to S minus, and I forget why. That makes sense. God damn it. All right, so this pin out here, after the poly fuse, over to the connector, which is now scorched. I'm worried about the Noctuas drawing too much current through that little connector. But it goes directly to that pin, which should be cut off from 5 volts. And then the 5 volt system is run by an ATtiny85 with a reset button. An ATtiny85, and I actually broke out the programming pins. And I had to rewire some stuff. I got the pin out wrong, right? Don't judge me. I got the pin out wrong. I had to redo it. I suck. But yeah, anyway, so this thing is solely here to digitally read the temperature sensors, what are in contact with the heatsink of the module, and run the fan. It would be cool if these modules actually told you what temperature they were, because there are PC and PR and stuff. There's a module status LED for all of these. It would be nice if they were capable of reporting temperatures, because then I could coordinate it a little better if I knew the internal temperature of the thing. Don't look at my serial numbers; they'll get me in trouble. You can actually get the V300B12C250BN2 from their website too. You have to check availability, but. Yeah, so these traces are the way that I'm carrying an inordinate amount of current on the PCB. I have big wide traces, but then I left the solder mask open, and I had to make sure that there was enough space here, because these are 300 volt lines. They're not supposed to be so close to my 12 volts. And then at the capitulation, I capitulated. I gave in to Reddit. I gave into Reddit because I posted a previous version of this board, and everybody got really, really mad at me because of the way that I designed the 120 volt section. So I redesigned it. I completely redesigned it. I did a right angle power supply connector, 2 pins for a 3-pin Molex. It's a fairly common thing. That looks like flux. I really hope that's flux and not scorching. We'll clean this up though. But yeah, I had to redo the spacing on everything. I had to look up the ASNI standards and stuff in order to get the spacing correct for the traces. And then yeah, lots of vias, lots of grounding and stuff like that. Yep. So I'm a little worried about the scorching on this connector. This connector I chose because of the connector that the laptop originally used, but you know, it wasn't designed to have a 5 volt fan and a 12 volt system, so. So yeah, let's get the cleaning this puppy up. I was powering it correctly. Excuse me. Oh, usually I mean to mute for when I cough. But I didn't. I didn't do it. I failed you. The pile of computer garbage is starting to build up here, huh? Okay, paper towels. I'm gonna need paper towels for this thing. We're gonna clean that up. We're gonna take some Q-tips to the other side of the board with some goof off. Make sure that everything's nice and shiny when it goes back in. Then we'll put the power supply on the new heatsink. We have to figure out how to mount that heatsink into the board. We got to get the platen, whatever the backing is going to be for that whole case. And then we need to get all the accessories stapled to that. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do today. We need to do work. Ghosts need to work. Got to get that paycheck. I'm going to get more paper towel, actually, because I kind of like having something to put this down on. That's not going to... This new cutting board, I don't want to get goof off on it, because it'll... The markings will wipe away. And then I'll have to get another one. It wasn't cheap. It wasn't cheap. Yeah. Oh, to be Louis Rossmann and have an ultrasonic cleaning bath. Technically, I had an ultrasonic cleaning bath too, but you have to put a lot of quotes around ultrasonic for that to work. I bought a $7 ultrasonic jewelry cleaner from CVS, and it said ultrasonic all over it. I took it apart. It was literally a motor like the cheap version of this with a weight on it and a little circuit board that does a timeout timer. Heard this on Gary Explains. Back in the day, the first ARM processor had a flaw in it. It was supposed to take 1 watt, but they ended up running it with leakage current. And it took 100 milliamps? What? What did that do? What was the effect of that? Oh, you know what? Maybe we should scrape it first. Yeah, that's probably the better idea. I'll get an old razor blade that's all gross. Look at how gross that is. I'll just wipe it. 100 milliwatt. Ran fine? Huh. They accidentally ran it on leakage current? So, like, they discovered that they didn't need as much current in the processor, I guess? That's kind of cool. That's a good accident to have. Like, wait, we don't need nearly as much current in this thing. You would think, I mean, I guess back then they weren't really planning to design for current consumption, right? And that they just happened to make the mistake and then discover, hey, we don't need all this current to run the electronics. We can actually switch a lot less current, and that saves us on like literally everything. Because yeah, it affects everything like downstream, doesn't it? All right, geez, man, that was a layer of goop, huh? That was a goddamn, that was a large amount. I mean, you guys were here when we did this last. It was like a couple of years ago, right? On stream. I did light updates to this. Ugh. Disgusting. Now, I'm going to see if those aluminum standoffs that I have will work in lieu of these plastic ones. Because what I'd like to do is have fasteners coming in from each side. That's the design of the new. The new one has fasteners coming in from each side. Yeah, let's get the rest of this ready. I think I scratched the aluminum a little bit, but that's okay, because I mean, it dumpies the heat out to this big pad. Probably would be better if I had the bare transistor ends on the end there, but you can't really separate it without damaging things. I don't know how I did it on the other ones. But yeah, the posts for these modules. Oh God, where did the container go that had the modules in it? It's over here. I don't know if I put the one away. I think I did. It's a good visual example, and it cost me a lot of money, so I'm going to show it again. This is back, by the way, I built this power supply when I had like a steady job at Booz Allen Hamilton. Like, I was making good money, and so I could spend the money on a passion project like this. It's not really that viable. They have tiny little power supplies now. you can get like a different form factor, but you can get a small power supply for your computer build. But yeah, this is the one that takes 120 volts and turns it into 300 volt DC. Inside of it, it's got a giant PTC. These things are like, originally I actually found out about this company, and I wonder what went wrong. I wonder if I could replace those and have a working module. These are Vicor brand transistors. What is that all about? That's pretty crazy. But yeah, so these, I originally found out about these modules because, like you guys saw, I used to reverse engineer IEDs, right? And so when something explodes, people look for the electronics, and then they sent them to us. Yeah, back in the day. And so I got one of these on my desk, and they're like, "What is this IED?" And I'm like, And so I looked and looked and looked, and I eventually found a data sheet, or like a Vicor promotional sheet, that had a picture of the modules. It was a different module, by the way. A picture of the module naked, so without all the Celastic and all the enclosure around it. And I was like, man, like this thing is really well built. And so we were able to say, yeah, it's not an IED in any way, shape, or form. Here's the company that builds them. And it turns out it was part of the vehicle's electronics, the vehicle that got blown up. So I was like, man, those are good modules. And I got about to, like, I want to build a cool computer project. And I built this tiny little computer with its own like little brick power supply, and it overheated like what? And I'm like, it overheated and overcurrented and everything exploded. It was terrible. But then I was like, all right, so let's try something else. Let's not, I had a heat pipe on the CPU that went to the sides of the case. And while that's viable for low power systems, I had a higher power system than that. And so it would overheat and die. And so I eventually got to the point where, I abandoned the passive cooling thing. Passive cooling is super crazy though. If you got good passive cooling, like if you can get a computer with passive cooling, you turn it on, there's no sound. It's like, what the fuck? But anyway, so I eventually got around to like, I want to build a cool computer project. And I'm like, man, that module is really cool. So I looked up Vicor Power and I'm like, how could I do this? And at the same time, I found out about the motherboard power supply that takes only 12 volts. And I'm like, I wonder how much currents I can get out of these things. I want a full passive cooled, but it won't happen. You need like a tower and like heat pipes for heat sinks and stuff. It's wild, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. There are cases like home theater cases that are like, they're tall and they're all heat sink on the side, and you have a bunch of heat pipes that move out to those heat sinks. But I don't know. I don't think it's very viable. I wanted to have a high power passive cooled system, and that's just not gonna happen. All right, let me dump this stuff out, and then we got to wipe these off. But yeah, so I was looking at these modules, and they're like super well built. It turns out though that those posts that you saw through the motherboard, they are just contacting the edges of this. So you can see here, the outputs are just on the edge of the board, and that's how the posts are connected. Just soldered directly to that. So if I were to enhance, how's it going, Sickab? If I were to desolder these guys, then I could risk lifting the posts out, and I don't want to do that. Sorry, let's get this stuff away. I'm gonna dumpy this stuff out. My God, it's Sickab, and he's actually not streaming for once. How many hours have you pulled in the past month? Hey, just here for like a 40-hour stream, just a quick one. I won't be sleeping for the next month, but All right, cleaning it off. Clean off the power supplies. This is my custom PC power supply. If you don't know, if you guys are just getting here, my custom PC power supply, it's built out of military power modules that provide 12 volts to the rest of the system. So I've got 52 amps of 12 volts that's created in an 11 by 11 by 2 by 1 inch module. Sounds dangerous, a little bit. 218, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christmas. It's a lot of hours, man. A lot of streaming. I don't know how you do it. But yeah, my gaming computer was all powered by this thing. It's GTX, 1080 FTW and a i5-75. I forget what the processor is, let's be honest. I don't remember what the processor on this thing is. But good gaming computer. It's lasted me many, many years with this weird custom power supply. I'm redoing it a little bit. I need to have a different heatsink, and I got a LAN party this weekend. So I want to get this all situated today. So we're going to have a bit of a longer stream today because I got to get this thing all cleaned up, ready to go. We found a little scorching on this connector down here. Yeah, LAN party. We're all vaccinated here in the States, so we're hanging out without masks. We're making out a little bit. You know how it is. Just kisses between the bros. You know how it is. All right, so what I'm gonna do is like blot this with goof off and try to clean up some of the stuff on it. I mean, look at that bend in the board. I am really tempted to transfer all of this to a new board. Yeah, we're back to sneezing in each other's mouths and licking handrails and shit. I actually did an errand without masks on. That's fun. Make all those psychos at No New Normal know something is a... Hey, guess what? It wasn't a secret conspiracy. Because everything's now back to normal, kind of. We'll eventually get there, but I mean, we're already starting to get there. I don't know what the numbers are, though, because of all the anti-vax idiots. Yeah, going into a grocery store without a mask was a trip. Yeah, after a year of the plague. Pretty crazy. Good to go back, though. Good to go back. Good to go back. Some people, I mean, we're not done with masks, but we don't need them as much now. Yeah. Yeah. This thing was disgusting. Disgusting. Numbers are still going down. That's good. 7-day average is back to March 2020. That's good. That's before, man, that's before everybody was even acknowledging it. You know what, guys? I don't think I can live with this. I don't think I can live with this. I think we're gonna transfer everything to a new PCB. Fuck. All right, guys. The new variants are crazy. Yeah, I love mask-free shopping. Yep. But I mean, from what I've heard, and I don't want to spread misinformation. What I've heard, the variants are also affected by, or they're prevented by the vaccine. So I don't want to get COVID. I don't want any of those side effects. I like food. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I'm a little fat. I love food, and I kind of want to keep eating it and tasting it. So I have a friend who still has trouble tasting stuff. I'm not going to be able to live with myself. I'm going to have to do a new PCB. Ah, fuck me. Yeah, brain fog. Brain fog would affect my streams. By the way, we're looking at the new thermal enclosure. I've tweeted about that lately. I got a bigger heatsink in there, and look, we still have pretty decent thermal visuals. That is correct to varying extents. Yeah, that's why I'm reluctant to... All right. Yeah, the government drones, 5G, all that stuff. Very useful. Why are you beeping at me? All right, glucose levels are high side of normal. That's fine. All right, not all vaccines are good against the mutations. What I've heard, AstraBio NTech, best against mutations. Interesting. All right, guys. We're in for it today. We're in for it. I'm going to have to desolder this board. We'll build up a new one. And I got to do it in the least invasive manner possible. The least invasive manner possible. Now, if I ruin the Panasonic plastic capacitors, I have new ones. But I mean, when I built this thing originally, I was only at a fraction of the power I am now. I was only at a fraction of the power that I possess now. So in various different locations, I have spare parts for this thing. For the most part, I think I can just transfer stuff over. We'll get new LEDs. I don't know if I want to make them orange or not. I think I'll keep them blue, but they'll be smaller. There'll be smaller LEDs. What else? The AT Tiny, I'm not going to program a new one. Yeah, look at what old ancient, sorry, I can't even say it without stumbling over every single fucking line. Look at what old bother had to do to reach even a fraction of our power. I'm J.K. Simmons, but I'm not J.K.ing. Okay. I have to do this, guys. I have to do this. I've got to transfer the same temperature sensors over too. That's one thing that I have to, I definitely need to use the same temperature sensors. And that fuse is in a little case, but I can get that out. God damn it, guys. I can't believe I'm doing this. God damn it. All right, well, let's get started. Let's get started. It's going to be a long day today. But it should be pretty satisfying, right? Yeah, I've got to redo the 12-volt connection, too. I can put a new connector in that isn't burnt up. What was that? A little piece of... Was that in my beard? Yo. Ew. Yeah, that's the thing. The polycaps are there to be... Vicor calls for a certain size capacitor if you don't have the big caps local to the module. Otherwise, it's not able to create the current that it needs to create. So what you do is you get big caps that are near the module. And I was like, that's unacceptable. I'm trying to make this thing as small as possible. You see, what the actual power supply modules require is a big, two enormous capacitors with MOVs on them and then discharge resistors on them as well. And that's what's inside of this block. I had whatever this rubber, whatever, like two-part rubber elastomer something, blah, blah, blah. And I built a little balsa wood case around this, and then I basically filled it with that stuff. So I potted the capacitors in this weird off purple block so that the 300 volts DC going into these things weren't going to necessarily get pop against any of the metal that was surrounding them. So I can basically just chuck this wherever I need it to be. And then I've got the hookup for it here. Who's that? Bill Libris. Thank you for following. So yeah, I've got this big block of capacitors sitting over here. But if I were to just hook this up to the power supply, it would make terrible 12 volts. And so deep in the data sheet, they suggest that you put that on. I bought long drive the other day. Oh man, I was gonna do a long drive stream, but my weekends got kind of crazy because everybody decided to start hanging out again because we were all vaccinated. So I really still want to do a long drive stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. We'll have to get to that though. Okay, yeah, here we go. Surgery time. Actually, before surgery time, I'm gonna get this stuff out of the way, because we may or may not want to use hot air on this. I'm not going to use hot air. God, we've got so much fucking stuff to do. Oh, Three Mares gifting a sub to Denethil and Sickab. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. It's a lot of gift subs. Let's put them up on the board. Let's put them up on the board. Boop. Boop. Hey, thank you for all the gift subs. Looks like they immediately went in, too. We got so much work to do, chat. Oh, my God. So much work to do. Up on the board goes Demethol, near the ass-eating slasher. Watch out for that one. It's a good time, but then you got to go to the hospital afterwards. It's not, Demethol, welcome to the board. You're by Jantic. A bunch of other names. Ah! It's colliding. It's colliding. Don't do that. I see a large question that I can't answer because I'm all the way over here. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. All right, where are we going? Sickab, welcome to the board. You guys should check out Sickab streaming if you like Top Chef. You're by Pear Juice and Tomcat Pedals. Ah, and then the camera goes weird. Where's my yeah, okay, there's the focal point. All right. The camera gets all squirrely when there's not a big object in the way. Why not hot air? Because I don't want it to get, I don't want the uniform heat on everything. I don't want that uniform heat because what'll happen is it'll potentially desolder the posts. Those posts are going to take a lot of heat. I need that heat to get in there quick. Rum Monkeys, thank you for the 100 biddies. The biddies. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to support this thing on both sides so that I can get chip quick onto the posts, and then the module will just drop. I think that's the best way to do it. And then I've got to clean up the solder around the posts of the module. And then once we get the modules off of here, we can start transferring the parts over. I'm not going to solder the modules immediately. I need to take them off of the old board. I can't believe I'm fucking doing this 2 days before the LAN party when I need this. Like I said, if I have to, I can build my computer into an ITX case that I have. Yeah, ChipQuick is a nice solder reworking tool. It is very, very useful. Okay, I need something that I can place this on, and I think the rails sections are what I'm going to use. Let me get all this stuff out of the way so that we have room for a little bit of solder rework that I didn't expect to have to do today. Just because I can't leave well enough alone, you know? These sections all the way over there. Man. This is going to take so much of my fucking day. No, I didn't want this. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I'm having a lot of fun right now, actually. You guys should know, like, I'm complaining, but I'm having the time of my life. I love doing this stuff. I love it. Yeah, who brought the... What are these yak shears doing here? What's going on? What did I get myself into? Maybe it's supposed to be here today. All right. That. Screwdriver's out of the way. Let's get started. Actually... Well, these are plastic. I'm going to get 2 pieces of the rails over here, and then we'll use that. At least there are no springs. Yeah, that's kind of a very minor. The addition of springs would make this only slightly more annoying, in my mind. In my mind. Okay. Clear the deck. Clear the deck. Okay, so I will try to use as many parts as I can, just because I don't know what extras I have on this thing. Probably don't need such large capacitors, but I'll transfer them over anyway. The big deal is getting the modules out of here safely. So, ChipQuick, right here, the good stuff. Not, because the stuff that everybody accidentally gets is the solder paste. This is the actual SMD removal alloy. SMD 4.5, SMD removal alloy. The trick to this stuff is that this will stay in a liquid state longer under lower temperatures. It's a nasty alloy and it's expensive, but it stays liquid at lower temperatures, which means if you're, for instance, desoldering an AT-Tiny 85, you can hit 1 row of pins with a big blob of this stuff. And then by the time you get over to the other side of the pins, the chip will just fall out. I've done this with Arduinos before, where you're soldering it and you solder one side and then you go over to the other and then the chip just falls away. So, this ain't your pappy's ChipQuick. No. It's, yeah. It's just different. It's not that like normal ChipQuick is solder paste, because I don't know anybody referring to this stuff where it's not the SMD rework. Seems great. I've always wanted to try it. Yeah. It's neat. Okay. How am I going to do this? Because I was thinking like I could support it on both sides and then it would drop away. But then it's like, how am I going to support this one? I could just hold it and just like pull the module. I'm going to get solder on me. Okay, so let's see here. get you guys in here a little closer. Thermal cams are going to be cool for this. I mean, wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, haha, yeah, cool. I get it. All right. So this, we can get the spray air out of here. Jellymorph, thank you for following. Thank you for that follow. At some point, that compressor is going to turn back on and scare the living shit out of me. Actually, it might be a day or two from now, to be honest. So once I remove the stuff from this board, I think I can get it into the vise, and then we can do a little bit more rework on it. Push comes to shove, I mean, I could just tape it to the table, but I don't think that's a great way to work with it. So, oh man, there's gonna be a whole day of it. So I'm just gonna have to work. I'm gonna have to stop explaining myself to you guys, and I'm just gonna have to get work done. I gotta finish this by today. So it's already 2:30. No, it's already 3. Shit. Oh, fuck. Well, all right. Get to it then. Need a lot of heat on these posts for anything to happen with them. There it goes. I might have to get the gas soldering iron. I might not. Nah, maybe not. I think this iron is up to the task. I did have to do this when I moved this design to a PCB, and I had to move it from one PCB to the next because there was a previous revision of this PCB. And I forget how I got the modules out. Hot air might be a good idea here, to be honest. I just really I'm scared of that heat getting down into the posts and then desoldering the posts, desoldering from their internal PCB. That's true. Flux. Yeah, we got to use a shit ton of flux. You're right. You're right. That'll hold the heat in better. I'm already starting to smell stuff. Smelling weird, smelly smell. Oh God, does that work better? A little bit of a smelly smell. I might have to walk it out. Walkies. Want to go for a walk? Whoever has me on speakers with dogs, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I just did that. Captain tape? No. No. We good. This will be all right. I could have gapped these a little bit larger, though. Walk it out. Yeah, I'm going to have to stick a pair of tweezers in there. Robert Tables, thank you for subbing. 15 months. Saying 15 months, pogs. Hell yeah. Let's put you up on the board. There will be times, I think, when I won't be able to actually pause and show you guys the board. Yeah, this is some big soldering that I got to do. I should get multiple soldering irons. He's double fisting soldering irons. My God. He's the chosen one. Robert Tables. Put you up on the board. No, I think what I can do is I can just shove a pair of tweezers in there, and those will help separate the module from the board. Can't believe I'm doing this. Can't believe I'm doing this, but you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I need to refurbish this board a little bit because it's been a while and it's not in good shape. It's been many, many years. Robert Table. You're going by M. Luther King. Fix me. Automation Jason. There's a Schmide over there too. And a No Nut November failed. That poor guy. All All right. I don't know why people put themselves through that. Anyway, so yeah, let's get this thing separated. So we've got a lot of flux down and we have chip quick down. So both of those should hopefully mean that I don't need to use something like hot air in order to solder this, because I don't think, I mean, this will probably stand up to soldering temperatures, but I have accidentally poked these Panasonic multi-layer jobbies with a soldering iron and ruined them before, so I don't want to do that again. Just don't want to do that again. Yeah, it does. It sounds unhealthy, yeah. Why'd you do that to yourself? All right, oh man, there's a lot of solder hanging out on this thing. A lot of solder hanging out. How am I going to get this thing to separate? I don't want to damage anything. I haven't seen the tops of these modules in a long time. A lot of heat very quickly. Come on, buddy. Let's fucking go. There it goes. It's starting. It's starting. It's working. A lot of heat very quickly. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Yeah, it's not quite sticking around long enough, but it is, the module's coming out. I mean, I've already got it tilted. It's getting tilted. So I need to slow down a little bit to make sure that all that heat gets all the way to the other side of the board. I mean, hot air rework might be a good idea. I mean, I know I need to use all the tools at my disposal. This isn't like a how-to day, you know? I don't need to limit myself. There it goes. Ta-da! That's one. I'll put that aside for now. Man, it's been a long time, VI ARM E12. Didn't expect to see you here. I made a "Hello, my name is Robert" drop table student sticker for my Halloween costume one year. Nice. What's up, CL Spring? What's wrong with the old board? It's old. It has old parts, and I lifted pads all the way over here for a ground connection. They're not vital, but I wanna redo the board. That's just what we're gonna do. I want to redo the board. I want to clean it up a little bit. So I've got a complete board here. Getting the modules out is the kind of the difficult part. Although we did a pretty decent job at that. Let me get a shorter piece. And then I've got to get solder wick and clean up all the old posts for those things. Lots of flux. These have many more pins. You gotta be careful of them. They also have much, much larger pins too. Flux, flux, flux. And then I have to do the 12 volt modification for the fans. I think I'll use the same connector. We'll have to crimp a custom connector. I have a distribution board for that too that I built. God, so much work to do. If it gets late and I gotta go to bed, I mean, this will go into Friday. All that solder is going to fall to the other side of the board, too. That's the annoying part. Get heat in there. Heat, heat, heat. These are the ones that I'm concerned about, these big posts, because I don't want them to desolder themselves from the bottom of the board. They're going to hold on to heat really well. I've got to basically let the module drop out with gravity. Hopefully it'll preserve itself. I'll be very disappointed if we end up pulling a post out of one of these. That's why I'm using the big soldering iron, is that I want to get all that heat in quick, and then it can dissipate wherever it needs to go. I got my fingers really close. Okay, so all of those have chip quick on them. Tweezers for a little bit of pressure. Nope. Maybe here. And then that'll start the separation. So I'm using its own weight still, but I've got the tweezers kind of helping them out. And I can hear a little bit of like squeaking noises from it as it starts to kind of work its way out. Make sure I hold the heat long enough for it to actually get in there too. I just want to keep that heat. Keep the heat going. I thought you weren't supposed to solder anything on cars. Because the solder joint doesn't do too well. Like if you, I guess that's not really true. I guess if it's if you're like working on your radio and you see somebody made solder splices, that means that somebody's messed with your car's electronics before, because they don't from the factory ever do that. But yeah, flux is like really good stuff to use when you're soldering. I am reluctant to use a lot of it because it don't become addicted. No, it's gross and sticky and it gets everywhere and it's bad for you. Seat airbag connector recalls. For Chevy Malibus required a crimp and a solder with a new connector design. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess they do use it. Maybe if I get a vise on the module and I can pick the board up from the module gently. I kind of wanted it to just like fall out with gravity. Doesn't seem to want to do that because it's a little, there's a bit of a friction fit on this too. See if I can just let it like gravity fall out. Oh, shit. Well, that's going to ruin my bench. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Chip Quick helps, but this stuff is really good at dissipating heat, so it's not going to give me any leeway. Get that off the bench. Oh, man, that's always going to be looking like that, isn't it? Actually, it resisted it pretty well. TBF. Put that over there. Let's just do this. Yoink. Okay. All right. 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 So yeah, let me get the large vise over here. This guy. Give the module a little bit more weight. I really don't want to pull on this thing hard, but let's connect your body around where you slide in the terminal. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's not going to flex. Do a little bit of this. And just hold on to the metal of the module, and then I'll gently lift the board. You have to drop your vices. I know you're making a vice joke. I have dropped this vice before, and I put a dent in my floors. I'm not happy about that dent. Not happy about Harvey Dent. There we go. It's starting to move a little bit. Whoa! Get this side then. Oh, not even holding on to it that hard. Because of the terrible machining that I did. Can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. Guys, I wasn't supposed to do this. I wasn't supposed to do this. All this solder rework. Twitch loves to watch soldering, though. So we got that going for us, at least. What's going on here? Why isn't this moving at all? Get in there, Heat. Come on. Need you to do your thing. Release this module, Mr. Gorbachev. I mean, I could go under and get to the solder there, maybe, but I probably shouldn't. I could also force the issue and cut the board. Yeah, I mean, it'll absorb some of the heat, sure. The vise, but not much. Soldering is our hot tub, apparently. It's our hot tub stream. All right, well, good enough for me, I guess. That was the module letting go a little bit. See, the other side is up. I need this one to lift a little bit. Tighten the vise a little bit. It's the Joy-Con all over again. Hey, what really miffed me about the Joy-Con is that it didn't come with the release button on the back. Like, that's the only reason I wanted to do that. I got all that together, by the way, and the wood skin it's pretty spiffy. I like it. But like, I'm annoyed that it didn't come with the release button on the back. You're supposed to reuse your other one, I guess, but I'll have to find like that specifically, some listing of that. Hey, none of that. See, that one's moving. Hey, what do I say about that? What do I say about that? There we go. Now it's starting. Now we're talking. No, none of that. Moving that heat around. Getting it all over the place. Trying not to pull anything that shouldn't be pulled out. There we go. See, it like finally gets to like a heat saturation. Apparently I have too many points. Oh no! He's done it. He's done it. He's triggered a fartalanche. I don't know if we'll ever, a Bruce Valanche. I don't know if we'll ever recover from this though. I'll never financially recover from this fartalanche. That's the real line. That's what he actually said. They censored it in post, you know? Oh my god, oh my god. Flux, 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 more flux. I need all of the flux on everything. Everything needs it. Everything needs it. Because we're going to have to put a lot of heat into these pins in order to get them to release. The Chip Quick really helps with this operation, even though Chip Quick is kind of messy to clean up. This is messy as frickin' chat with all these farts. I'll throw a fart on the fire. Oh god, I love that phrasing. Throw a fart on the fire. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Burp, 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 burp. Oh my god, oh my god. What is that part right there? I think that's a Schottky diode. What is that doing there? I'll transfer it straight over though. I gotta make sure that the same parts go to the same spots, you know? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Throw another fart on the fire. Delightfully weird. That's what that is. This is using up a lot of Chip Quick. Nothing about this project was cheap. Nothing about this power supply was cheap. And it's funny how things like this are like my claim to fame. People are like, man, Bother built his own like computer power supply, not just a computer. He didn't just assemble a computer. He built his own computer power supply. Meanwhile, I'm just like 12 volts goes burr. Like that's it. I followed exactly what the the manufacturer told me to do. Added a couple little whistles and bells of my own. It's all about the whistles and bells, to be fair. Those whistles and bells are important. We'll do the circuit modifications too. I need to do whatever I did to the pinout. But I got a cool new tool to show with you guys. It's a trace, it's a tile, it's a tool for working with linoleum tile and like carving them out in order to print stuff, like in order to do a printing press with linoleum tile. And it's actually really good at cutting traces, cutting PCB traces. We'll do that little modification to this board, to the other board. We got to take a look at what the modifications were on this one, so I got to be careful to preserve them while I'm desoldering everything. All right, that's starting to lift a little bit by bit. Raise it bit by bit. Let me tell you about the protoculture. Sorry, I'm in my own little world right now, chat. I'm sorry. I got work to do. This thing isn't moving. It's like you feel like you're not doing anything, but it's actually slowly raising the temperature of everything. It seems like, you know, maybe I could have preheated this a little bit and had slightly different results. All right, that's mostly lifted. Now we got to do the other side. And we got to jump back to this side. Snap back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. He doesn't like us because we farted at him. Chat stinky. Oh, I forgot. Did I get this one? I think I did. Yeah, I got that one. Stinky, stinky chat. The other day, the garden here was treated with deer repellent, and it's just wolf musk. Ugh, God, it smelled like a kennel. I guess the deers like it less than I do, which is good. It keeps them from eating stuff. Mr. Hands, I'm doing good. I'm sweating. It's hot in here right now. I need to either move the fan closer or, you know, finish this. Come on, man. What's going on here? I'll just give each one just like a little bit of time to fully flow through. See, the trick here is that I'm trying to get the heat to the underside of the board. It's important not to use too much heat too, which is why the chip click is being used, because it'll desolder before I heat the entire post to soldering temperature. Otherwise, I do not want that post to desolder from the board below. That would be an absolute fucking tragedy. I would, if that happened, by the way, I might have to sort of roll the dice on one of the other complete modules that I have that may or may not still work after the power supply. During the development phase, this thing blew up a couple times because of dumb mistakes that I was making with it. I had it on perforated prototyping board at first. And I tried a couple different circuit configurations, and some of them were not correct. I didn't read the datasheet properly. Oh, come on, my fingers are starting to hurt. Maybe I could just do this. Just pick it up like that. Ow, this thing's hot. Fuck. Okay, whew. Put the board on the grill. Yeah, get a nice little char going on it. It is solder focus mode. Sorry, guys. Sorry, folks. Believe it or not, this is working on computers. Believe it or not. Most people will opt in the or not, but still. Owie. The traces that are right by my finger are getting really hot when I do that. I guess it's good. It means I dissipated the heat enough. Ouch. Come on, buddy. Get that heat in there. Let's go. Let's fucking go. It's like, I thought maybe I need to be working faster with it, but this is going just like the other one, where it just takes me a little bit of time to get the heat in there, and then it'll eventually capitulate. See, it's already starting a little bit on one side. And get the other one to follow. Ow, my thumbs are hurting. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna pull the Z-axis into this. I can't keep doing that. That hurts. So hold on. Let me get the Z-axis over here as just a thing that's gonna push up on the circuit board. This thing is more useful than I ever expected it to be. There, so we just get, basically it's the weight of the vise pulling it down now. The weight of the vise will do my work for me. Stinky. At least I don't have to pull up the gas soldering iron. The big soldering iron tip is doing a lot of my work for me, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. I may have to put more flux down. Maybe that's the problem. Just hold more heat in. Or work the heat over faster. There's a lot of opportunity for this thing to bleed out heat. I heard a noise. Heard a little clunk noise there for just a second. This one appears to be getting lower. More heat. There's another clunk noise. We almost got it. Almost got it. No, fuck! Shit, fuck, shit. Okay. Yeah, there's all the heat. Quick heat, quick heat, quick heat. Everybody's melting at the same time. Get out of my swamp. Come on. You can do it. That's almost there. There it goes. Whoa, I don't like that noise. All right, this is where I need to... Oh, that's fully out. Perfect. Come on, come on. Hey. There you go. All right, modules are out. Whew, they're not cleaned up yet, but... I have hot air, but like I said, hot air is going to raise the temperature of this thing too evenly. I don't want that heat to get down into there, because down here, thought the board squeaked? Yeah, it was. Oh, you thought the fart was the... I don't want that heat to get down into the post too far, because then it'll desolder the post. There's a variety of different connectors available for these. I probably should have done the screw connection. All right, well, I have this here. I'm gonna clean it up a bit. Oh no, I ran out of that solder wick. I have a lot more, don't worry. Probably running out of this one too then. Yep. Oh, just in time. I bought more solder. I have more solder wick on hand. Do not fret. Clean up the posts. Clean up the posts. I need there to be almost zero solder on these because otherwise they won't fit into the holes that I have for them on the board. Yeah, the solder sucker might do better with this stuff. Oh, or it'll clog. It's completely clogged. Oh boy, I guess chip quick and desoldering thing aren't that compatible. Let's see. Giant spring in 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Yeah, there's all right. Chip quick isn't that strong, is it? There we go. Nope. Nope. Oh, whoa, okay. All right, so apparently this stuff breaks really easily. It doesn't flex. I didn't know that. I have a pin tool, though. I thought that breaking was it giving up. But no, it was not. Need more of a pin for the pin tool, huh? All right, now I can see through that. Good, good, good. Sure, this is open. That's open. Put it back. That O-ring's all torn up, huh? Or why? Wonder if it hits something. Back in you go. Wait, let me check the end of this thing. What does the little pusher end look like? Yeah, I think I did finalize it. The enclosure now has a large heatsink on the back. So I think that's the final edition, because these have been on for over 24 hours now. 12 hours, I should say 12, because I think I did it yesterday at some point. Whoa! I didn't see that. Jeez. So that might be the issue with using the solder sucker. Might clog it. Chip quick is really annoying to deal with on this end. But yeah, so the big heatsink I think is the saving thing for the thermals. Push comes to shove. I mean, I guess I could probably incorporate some kind of fan. I really don't want to. And if they're functioning like this, you can still see some of the weird digital stuff going on the ends, but it's sort of mostly solved it. And that's, I think, as good as it's going to get. You know, if I ever get those fans, which by the way, I've ordered them. I just haven't gotten them physically. Then maybe we can check that out, but I don't know. I don't know if it's totally necessary. It'd be good to run it like at super low speed, maybe. But it'll cause like dust infiltration and stuff that I just don't want. That kind of works to clean them up. It's taking a bit. This is taking longer than I wanted it to. Gotta remove the chip quick. It's not good stuff to have on here. I don't know how well it conducts. This probably does okay, but still. If I really wanted to be crazy about it, I'd add solder to this and then desolder so that I put the ratio of chip quick to regular solder back into my own favor. These are taking quite a bit of time to clean up, though. I don't really think I picked up anything on that. That was weird. Probably should use flux. Yeah, there's still crap on these. So I'm gonna have to do that. God, I gotta do this for all of them. Ugh. Well, it's labor of love. This is gonna get hot fast. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, desolders more completely when you add regular solder to it, because Chip Quick doesn't flow. It gets into solder that's already flowed, but it doesn't itself kind of flow. It gets stuck on the solder braid. Ow. Owie, 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 owie. Fine. Trying to get the most. I paid for the solder braid. I'm going to use it. Come on. What's going on here? Guess it is soldering a little bit. Come on. Do your thing. Like the top of the post is soldering, not the side. It's not flowing into the braid at all. Weird. Is iron on? Yeah, iron's still on. Ugh, I need a better way of cleaning that stuff up. That's for sure. To think, just last night I was using this computer. Yeah, see that stuff. That removed that. Well, you got to go into the last of the stuff. There's the last of my thick desoldering stuff. I guess I could spread it out a little bit. Maybe it'll desolder a little better. If I do this. I don't know whether or not you're supposed to actually do this. I've heard some people say, my God, you're supposed to do this for all the time. That's how you can tell the people who know what they're doing from the people who don't. But it's like, I'm lazy and this stuff is cheap, so I don't know. I don't know. It looks like that's all held together. Okay, there's that. That didn't do anything, huh? It didn't do anything. Come on. Get that heat. Hot, hot heat. Oh, that I can just scrape. Give me that. Give me that. Come on. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. When you're charging by the hour, every second you can waste counts. I ain't charging nobody for this, though. This is my own time. God, we got so much work to do today. We have so much to do today. We're getting through it, though. I mean, this is fine. But I'm gonna be streaming late. This is gonna be a long one. Ha ha ha! Hey, let's touch it right where the soldering iron was. Good call. Good call, asbestos hands. All right, that one's cleaned up. This will just scrape off, by the way. How's she looking? I might have to work the solder on those a little bit in order to get them to go onto the PCB. There's still like little bits on it. Let's see if that fits in. Nope, that's good. That one's good to go. Sweet. All right, that's one. Jesus, how long did, wow. Time is flying. Oh yeah, let's not have that debate again. Scraping them off. I meant to start this stream at like 8 o'clock in the morning and go all day today, but I woke up late because I'm dumb, and I must have unset my alarm without realizing it, because I definitely set an alarm for 8 in the morning. Late at night I was like, I'm not going to be doing 8 a.m. So I set an alarm for 8 a.m. so I'd at least wake up then, and I wake up and it's like 10:30. Like, what the fuck happened? I must have undone my own alarm. My body was just like, nope, and just noped the fuck out. This smaller braid's not going to be as good at lifting out the chip quick. Sorry, I only got to do this once. I understand. I hate that I didn't wake up in that. See, this would have been like, well, anyway, instead of going all day into the night, I'm gonna go way into the night because I want to finish this today. So I'm going until it's done. Rip and tear. So I'm not gonna rush. I don't want to rush this. I know, I slapped the clock in my sleep. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know how I... It's not that easy to disable the alarm clock. In the past, for like tests at school, I would have to put a piece of tape over the alarm button. So by the time I'm removing a piece of tape, I realize that I'm supposed to be waking up. Now let's see if I can just get this off by gravity. Chip quick is, because it doesn't flow, it's very difficult at this point to work with. It's good for small SMD stuff where you don't have, a lot of it, but when you get a big blob of it, it doesn't much like to come off, and it likes to stick to stuff. So there's two properties of it that are really annoying. All right, so I'm going to add normal solder to these posts over here so that they desolder a little more easily. That'll add flux and it'll make it flow a little bit more like normal solder. Oh, gotta not breathe for a minute here. The hovercraft races are going on right now, so the window has to be closed. So I'm like sweating my ass off right now. A bit of a sweatshop down here. If anything, I mean, solder wick is very satisfying, so there's that. Repair and rebuild. That's the name of the game today. Fit in. Do it. I dare you. Okay, cool. Both modules are prepped. Let's do the 120 volt one. The easiest part is soldering these back in, by the way. Soldering these back in is so easy. It'll be the last step of refurbishing this board. Okay, let's get these clean via tilting. Get tilted, fool. Oh, I'm off camera. Hold on. Yeah, these are power. They're like DC to DC converters, and these are, what's that? Wait, where's the gadget? Actually, put my alarm clock on the other side of the room, so I have to get up and reach it. Yeah, you just need that, like, that thread of consciousness to start before, so you can realize that you actually have to get up for a purpose. That's what it is like with me. It's like I need just that little bit of time to be like, oh yeah, that's right, I gotta do something today. Maybe it's just me, but that first thought, I need to be able to consciously have it, because otherwise I'll disable the alarm over and over, and I'll turn it completely off, thinking it's, you know, like, oh, it's something I can ignore, and then I'll end up sleeping in. That's exactly what happened. Anyway, these modules are, this is an AC to DC converter, and then I've got two DC to DC converters, and those work in conjunction with one another in order to provide 52 amps of 12 volts, and that powers my gaming computer. My gaming computer that worked perfectly fine just until a minute ago. We've got all the parts off to the side, and we will be doing posts and standoffs in a minute here. But I decided that the yak was a little bit too hairy, and so because of mild scorching damage on this board, I am moving, and a couple lifted pads, I'm moving everything to a new PCB that I have. I would love to redesign the PCB, but it's not like I'm going to be doing that anytime soon. But what I'm doing right now is I'm cleaning up all this stuff, because these modules don't like to move from board to board. They do if you get the screw post versions of these things, but I don't have them. So moving these to a new board. My power supply design is kind of a little bit weird. It's a little crusty. Got some weird stuff about it that kind of violates electrical codes, like having 300 volt DC right next to my 12 volt DC. That's not the separation distance that I think they would prefer. Probably would need an air gap or something like that to get it that close. But it's worked for many, many years, and I have not had even a little fire. So, no, proof is in the pudding. Plus, it's a one-off passion project, custom design. My passion is having a weird PC. My friends call it a VCR. You'd have to go to the VOD to see what it looks like. Oh, there's still a big blob of solder on that. Come here. Come here. I guess I could save this braid and use it for the traces later, but I trained myself over the years to be able to wake up and do engineering tasks after getting woken up. Oh my God. People call questions at 2 a.m. Oh my God. Imagine waking up and somebody's like, yeah, you gave a whole presentation. Customer was very satisfied with your performance, though. You're like, what? What did I do? What did I did? Who? What? What did I, what? Huh? What? How's it going, chat? We're gonna be stuck with each other for a little while here today. Who call and be like, this thing isn't working, fix it. You just tell them to restart it and not even remember. Did you just plug it into the wall again? Just do me that favor real quick. Snore into the receiver. Is snoring into the receiver not allowed on Twitch anymore? I know I can't fart. Can't fart into the mic. Which kind of torpedoes this entire stream. You know? Like my whole, that was it. That was my identity. My identity was farts. I hate that my identity was farts. Oh, it's so bother. He's that guy with that thing that farts. I'm like, yeah. It's fair. That's fair. I don't like it, but it's fair. There's still too much solder on some of these. What's going on? Too much, I say. This is the last one I can squeeze out for a while. More farts on the fire. All right, that fits now. All right, modules are cleaned off, so they're ready to solder back in. Okay, let's put the chip quick away. It's all over the place. First things first, we got to modify the board. Then we need to do the smaller components and work our way up. I'm going to keep these severed pieces of chip quick out because I'll use them on the big, fragile Panasonic capacitors. Actually, we should do all the big soldering stuff first, shouldn't we? Yeah, I think I need to do like a parts lineup here. I need to do a parts lineup. We need to extract all the things that we are going to move from board to board. Board to board to board. Board, board, board. Board, board, board. Which is go, go, go backwards. Somehow it sounded like wart. Wart, wart, wart. Ah, womomos. Those are Halo noises, sorry, if anybody doesn't know. Right, did I freeze the camera? No, I just bumped the camera connector. Usually that freezes it. All right, so let's get all the garbage out of here. What is this? Man, there's chip quick everywhere. That was not a good idea to separate the chip quick from its container. Oh, sorry, I didn't mute for that. Sorry about the pop. Yeah, I am looking forward to 12-volt motherboards and simpler PSUs. That means they can be much smaller. I mean, that's basically what I did with my computer. And then, what is it, years later, they're like, the next standard's gonna be 12-volt. And I'm like, duh. I'm like, no shit. It's the most logical way to do it. Pop a blood vessel in your eye. What was I talking about? What? Oh, squeezing out farts. You don't want to push a fart out too hard. Oh, God. No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, you could run your whole PC off of just like a car battery. Well, a car battery still would need a regulator on it. I think it's supposed to be strictly 12 volts, not car battery kind of, it's 12 volts-ish. 14. Okay, next. All right, the dreaded Panasonic capacitors. Oh, wait. Next, let's get the temperature sensors out. Let's do the bottom of the board first, because I want... Actually, we could do the Panasonics now. There was an electronic music group called Pansonic. They used to be called Panasonic, but Panasonic was like, no. And so, instead of getting sued, they changed their name. But they used to be Panasonic, and then they're Pansonic. Across sound? I don't know. All right, so these are the way that this thing is able to sense heat. And we can remove these hot. And all the X and the Y caps I'm going to have to pull out on their own, too. I'll do those one for one, because I'll need to know where they go. Refresh the solder on these. Oh God, I'm like shaky here. I'll get over it. I'll get over it. It's one. That one goes at the end of the modules. I'll put that all the way over here. This one goes on the other end. Here, I might as well just do like a component map for all this. We'll just do a component map. So high voltage side to my right. Just, you guys remember that for me? Can you do that? Component map. It's go time. That over there. Let's do the fuses. These are surface mount fuse holders, but I'm going to keep them on the fuse because I want to solder them in more easily. I hope they don't solder to the fuse. There's a little separation there. All right, so high voltage fuse, high current fuses here. I think these are fast blow fuses, and they solder right to the board. There. I put them under the board so they wouldn't, so the high voltage terminals wouldn't be hanging in the breeze. All right. Here, give you guys more of a view of what I'm doing because I'm working a bit faster now. When you guys aren't here and I don't have to explain absolutely everything, every movement to you, I do work a lot faster. That one, yeah, that's there. I mean, being a good streamer is explaining everything you do, though, so. And, you know, I decided I was the one who made the decision to stream today, so. Of course I'm gonna talk to you guys. It's just interesting how much faster I work without a chat there to talk to. Without you guys to talk to. I'd be lost. Also, you guys have had some good ideas today. You guys have been doing well. That one's in the middle. That one goes up top. This one below it. See, I think somewhere stashed away I have some X and Y caps, but I don't have enough to fully rebuild the board. So I'm transferring them over. There's nothing wrong with them. The one looks like it got a little toasty, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I want a new connector because this one has signs of carbon like damage. So I'm going to leave that in. Oh, I forgot one. But yeah, all these caps and stuff are part of the high voltage section of the board. That's why they're under like this, so that they're out of the way. Oop, jeez, it was a little violent. One goes there. Ah, jeez. Be careful about that. Well, I guess I'm not, it won't matter if I lift a pad, but still. Steam sale? Oh, we've gone into summer sale. Dun dun dun. It's sale time. Looks like I could do a hole through the board to run that 5 volt, to run 12 volts into that connector, but all right, here we go. Let's do the Panasonic ones. And I think I have another connector for this. I think I've got another one of these and another one of these somewhere. I don't know where this is, so I'll pull this one off of this board. Try not to damage it. So many games I bought and never launched. Yeah, that's where I am too, yeah. Yeah, I bought Long Drive because I wanted to stream it, and then it went on sale like a day later. Oh, it looks like I have little custom right angle brackets for this as well. I'll need to use those. Because I want these connections, these external connections that I put at right angles and stuff, I want them to be strong. I want them to be strong. This is how you refurbish a circuit board, chat. This is how you do it. How it's done. Father's gonna teach you how to refurbish. Okay. Let's get the MOVs out of there. The resistors and LEDs I will reuse. The MOVs have polarity? No, they're metal oxide varistors. They're just resistory guys, right? Just want them out of the way so that I can work with this section. So I got the big iron. God, there's a lot of flux on that. I could just grab some flux over here and move over either section of the board. I don't even really need the extra solder. See that? Grab that flux. All right, here we go. Big Panasonic caps. We're going to just try to terminal hop without stabbing it too hard. What these are multiple layers of ceramic material all in one big plastic package. So it's like part of it insulates. And they're just very fragile. They're very fragile capacitors. But they're the reason why this board isn't huge, right? One of the reasons. Shit, I almost stabbed it. I almost stabbed it really bad. Really, really bad. The big iron's a little clumsy, and these things tend to fly around when I'm soldering like that, so I gotta be careful. But yeah, I couldn't use chip click on that because I didn't want to rework the solder. Whew. We had a good time with that, Jang. Yeah, I saw Gonad was playing it with a bunch of people, but oh, I would talk about a different game. Unrailed? I don't know those. Okay, let's get this stuff out of the way. These caps are on pads that are smaller than them. I don't know what I was doing here. Okay. One and two. Doing this just so I have room to get at the voltage regulator. I'm going to reuse the voltage regulator. I don't have to, but... And actually, because it's only running the ATtiny85, I could probably redesign this to be a smaller VREG. I was having heat troubles from it, from the old design, because it was running the whole fan was on 5 volts, so it wasn't able to provide enough current with the other voltage regulator. But now 5 volts is only being used for like system stuff. There is also a current sensing circuit on this. So I can know how much current the supply is drawing. That's what these two big flat low ohm resistors are over here. But let's get the safety device out. Surely that thing's not conducting right now. It just got real hot. Okay, what else? What else? What else? I'll need to pay attention to whatever the hell I did over here. See, I don't know if I could do a better job of that. All right, you're coming with me, ATtiny85. At least I've done enough of these things that I know how to do. I know how to do this chip. This chip, I know this chip. Right, there's the processor. You'll notice that I'm, you know, I have another one of these buttons. We'll get another, I don't even need to put the reset button in there, TBF. I could pull some of these parts, because well, that whole circuit I don't even need to include in the new board, so I'm not going to, because I'm not doing anything with that. I'm not sensing current anywhere. I do still need the resistors, though, because current goes through them in order to get to the rest of the circuit. I think that's it. That's the sum total of the parts that I'm going to pull. Maybe I'll need to take a look. Are those aren't 0805s, are they? Those look like 0603s. Yeah, we don't have that command here. This is what do you mean? Plan B. This is my computer's power supply, and we're rebuilding it because the old board was too sloppy. Too sloppy. This thing had some like scorching damage around the connector here that powered its own fan. But I want this thing to go on a new heatsink that I modified a long time ago. Modified this a long time ago to hold the computer power supply. Basically, my whole computer operates on 12 volts, kind of like the new standard. My whole computer operates on 12 volts. It's pretty cool, but that means that I need to create a lot of 12 volts, and so that's what these modules do. And so the heat of the 12 volt creation was quite significant, and I had a fan on it. I had a fan on it on a heatsink that looked a little bit like this. Looked a little bit like this, just a laptop fan that pushes air outwards. This is a 5 volt fan. I was giving it 12 volts. That's why the connector scorched. So this thing was getting 12 volts and it was screaming at high temperature. It worked somehow, but it was throwing a hissy fit at the whole ordeal. So what I'm doing, I'm rebuilding the circuit board because it was kind of manky because of what was going on, and then I'm replacing the heatsink with one that has more surface area, and I'm putting more fans on it. I'm gonna put 4 Noctuas on this thing because fuck it, I don't want it to be hot. Maybe it is a little overkill, but you know, that's the nature of the beast around here. And hopefully 4 Noctuas won't draw as much current. I could probably steal the capacitors, and then there's this Schottky diode right there that I kind of want. The Schottky and the 2 resistors right there that I just don't want to calculate what resistors I need. It's actually, there's one on each side. So yeah, I will, I'll pull those and I'll move them to the new board. But we're going to use different LEDs on this too. So we need to start with the smaller components. So I need to grab the LEDs. So we're doing, I might just steal the resistors from this board because I think they're smaller than what I keep. But let me grab LEDs so that we can work with this a little bit more. And I guess we're done with Chip Quick. That's nice. Done with Chip Quick. Let's put that away. The backup if something fails is I don't go to the LAN party, or if the power supply fails, I've got another, like a regular computer power supply, and I got a regular computer case that I could just put everything in. I would hate to do that though. Yeah, the gas soldering iron's really good for what we were doing today, which is all the solder rework. All that stuff, really, really good at it because you get a lot of heat very quickly with the gas soldering iron, and that helps desolder stuff without damaging it. I gotta be careful about my components up here. Oh, here come the hovercrafts. Okay, so the mods that I did, what do I did to this? Because I'm gonna have to redo what I did. What did I do? Let's take a look. Okay, I gotta be careful that things don't brush my components out of the way before I can move them. So one of the mods that I did was take this trace. Gross. There's the flux is disgusting. Yeah, we don't really have to clean it off of this thing though. So like I said, there's a current sensing circuit right here, and then that goes into one of the pins of the Tiny 85. I don't think I'm gonna populate those components, but I do need the 10K ohm pull-up resistor for the button, for the reset button. So yeah, that's the decoupling capacitor. And then this pin, I guess I cut and rerouted to here. What was this? This pin I think goes directly. Okay, well, what do we got over here? Let's take a look. I don't even have the files for this anymore, by the way. I don't even have the files for this board anymore. So that goes up to here. I cut it and I attached it to here. So there to there, and then here It looks like I probably cut it and I routed it all the way over to there. Because I think the LEDs, I think I inverted the LEDs or something. Or just got the pin out wrong. That one to there. Why did I do that? Wait a minute, why did I do this? That's probably a line that goes straight over there, right? Oh, it also goes to the fan. Okay. All right, so what was I doing? I guess I ran the fan on the wrong pin, maybe? Maybe. Roy, what did I do? I think I just swapped them. Status. SCK. Status. Going to the lower one. Yeah, I must have... I mean, why did I need to do that, though? That doesn't make any sense. I could have just swapped the pin out in code. Why did I do this? Oh, maybe I couldn't run a PWM on that pin. Either way, I mean, I'm gonna have to repeat what I did. I'm gonna have to repeat it. I'm not gonna code my way out of that. Because I don't want to do software today, guys. I really don't want to do software. And then in order to get to the other side of the board over here, I went from the wrong side. No, that is the right. Is that the output? Yeah, because that goes over to the voltage regulator. Ooh, that was a hiccup. So I went from here, and which none of, yeah, unfortunately, the 12 volts that I get from here goes to the protection circuit and then all the way over to the power supply, and it doesn't drop to the other side of the board at all, so I don't have a via there. So instead of using, you know, I can't use any of that. So what I did is I did a line directly from the temperature fuse thing, and then down and over top of the little jumper, and then I used this via as a hole through the board. So I can either drill a hole and hope that I don't hit anything, which is more doable than you think, or I could do the same thing that I did for this one and just drop through that via. What is that via doing? No, it's one of the power sense pins for this thing. It's not terribly low voltage. That's 12 volts, but it's also, it shouldn't be powering everything with 12 volts. It should be giving 5 volts to all that stuff. Interesting. Why didn't I must have severed the trace underneath this, because trace definitely needs to be severed. I mean, okay, here we go. See, this one I did cut. What is that one? That one is, yeah, that's one of the pins that goes out. Okay. All right, so same modifications. I got to do the same modifications to both boards. Be nice if I could do them a little cleaner. But I've got a tool for severing traces at least. Just kind of trying to look at what I've got, what I'm up against here. I gotta cut that, and then I gotta swap them somehow, or I need to run this to the fan. That needs to go. Ugh. Okay. I think I can do this a little cleaner. I think I can do like pad to pad on the other side. Let's do the swap first. Let's do the pin swap first. So what I'll need to do is cut below there, and I'll open up a piece of that, and then I can do 2 wires over. Let me just think about. I need to think. I cannot think. I've got lawnmowers in the background here, so that's what I'm listening to. Man, I really wish I designed this properly the first time, huh? Don't let me forget to transfer these guys over too. Those are part of the whole circuit. Yeah, I guess I could use the programmer header. I kind of wanted to make it as clean as possible, though. It's my brain fart. That's what that was. That was the noise my brain makes. Lawnmower go burr. Yeah, exactly. Looks like I used 821, huh? 820 ohms on these. Okay. All right. So I guess I won't try to reinvent the wheel here. I think it's because the PWM, I thought PWM went out on all the pins, but the way that I programmed it, I guess PWM didn't work on one of the pins or something. So I need to sever the status. If I turn that into a jumper, either way, I'm going to have to go up and over the other one or go under and around to either of those. So that needs to, this one right here needs to be cut. So this is the linoleum tile tool that I have, and it's really good at severing traces. You just get a start line, and you scrape it flat until you get a nice trough. I want to make sure there's a nice gap there too. There you go. Severed trace. I think. I think. It's hard to see. Oh, there we go. That one there. And this one I think I'm gonna break right up here. Where did I break it originally? Hold on. Just double check. Double check. Looks like I didn't break it. This one I did. I think right under here is where I broke it, and then I soldered it just off. I went up there, and then the status LED I have coming off of here, because that's the broken trace. Fan I broke underneath, right there, because that draws it in, and it goes to that via. So I broke it on the other side of that via. Okay, that's how I did it. That's how I did what I did. There it is. There's the trace that I gotta break. It's too bad I couldn't have done something more clever in order to change the pinout. Something more flat to the board. But that's what we gotta do, so. This is kind of a bit of a space restrictive operation here. Whole thing broke free. The things that I go through for you, chat. This is all for you. It's actually not. It's very much for me, but hey, you know how it do. You know how it do, because it is like it be. Okay, so just to double check, because I really don't want this thing to fail, I need to do ohms from point to point. Get the multimeter out. Ohms from point to point. I said earlier, Groovy, yeah, the RC car stuff I opened up. I definitely want to take a look at those. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get to it, but those things look really fun. So here to here, no ohms. All right. Here to here, no ohms. Here to just over here, ohms. Here to here, phone just buzzed. Why? It didn't show me. Here to here, ohms. All right, cool. Off. All right, so I need to do the 2 jumpers, and we can start putting parts onto this. And I think that's the only modification, right? That and running, oh yeah, power to this. One Urban One, sub to the Prime. Let's get you up on the board before I continue. Yeah, that big trace I'm gonna have to sever. There's a via right there. That's mean. Bonk. Oh, wait, you guys aren't supposed to look at me. Stop looking at me. Stop it. No, stop looking at me. Okay. Here. Even if you can't do anything with them, just looking at them at everything up close, and how they did such a tiny job. Yeah. I might be able to do something with them. It'd be fun to refurbish them. See if I've got anything that I can like attach it to and make a tiny little chassis. At any rate, looking at the radio will be pretty revealing. I can talk about radio, which is always nice to be able to do. One Urban One, let's get you up on that board. You know, eventually. What? Why? The day I have something over here is when every name is going to be all the way over on the edge of the frickin'... Okay. All the way on the edge of the planet. One Urban One, welcome to the very left-hand side of the board, you frickin' asshole. You're by Lust and Dopamine. Illy the First. Thank you for following. Could be 45 megahertz, something dumb. There's a universal controller that you can just switch between all the bands. Huh. Like a T-Rex. You move, I look. Yeah, new controllers on sale for the entire range of them on eBay. Huh. No, it's okay. I'll take a look at that other board. Geez, to give you an idea of how warm it is in here, the cooling system on Burn the Subs, just from moving from end to end, is now on. So it had to move from end to... what's getting stuck back here? Hold on. Release the cable so that I can actually move the camera around. The cooling system is on, just from moving from one side of the board to the other. Goes to show you how warm it is in here. All right, so LEDs and modifications and cutting the current to this thing. The thing is, I don't think, I can't sever, see, I gotta cut it out here because that via, because I'm such a good designer, that via is what carries 5 volts to the rest of the, to the edges of the board and stuff. Yeah, that's 5 volts coming from everybody. Wait, does that only go there? Huh. If I cut that, what's the repercussion? Oh yeah, see, that's supplying everybody else. So 5 volts is coming out of this regulator, up and over, goes to that via, where it's really close to this connector, and then it goes back and to everyone else. So I can't, I would have loved to be able to reuse that via to supply current to this thing, but I can't. I've got to sever this right on the other side of that pin. Darn. Darn. And then that's why I have the wire too, because I don't have any access down here to the 12 volts. I get the wire, but I won't trip on. I don't remember the lyrics to that. I want to make sure that that's severed because I really wouldn't like some intern probably design it. Yeah. Yeah. 2011 bother. What was he thinking? 2013 bother. That's when I lost a shit ton of weight. I get back to that. I lost a shit ton of weight. I was in good shape. Looks pretty good. All right, let's see. Do another ohms test on it. Just gotta be sure. I gotta be sure. That'd be a very terrible prank if the electronics blew up. Yeah, you guys don't have any other view. Like that. There you go. So from this via to 5 volts on the programming header, 0.4 ohms. Over to here, nada. All right, so we're ready. All the board mods have been done, aside from running the wires. I will have to do those mods in just a minute. Now, I could probably use magnet wire to do it, and then I can epoxy it down. Not epoxy, I mean, you know, something a little gentler than that. Although running 12 volts through that tiny wire is probably not a great idea. I don't know, man. That connector is going to be going into... there's going to be a lot of current in that connector, isn't there? Well, I could use this larger lacquered wire, the stuff that's off of the busted Tamiya motor. Yeah, I'll use this for the modifications. Why not? That stuff's nice and thick. That can handle a little current. Not a lot of current, but it can handle it. Let's use it. Okay, so that means, although I'm probably gonna have to use a file to get rid of the lacquer on the end, but I mean this motor was already destroyed, so this is good wire to use, and it's fairly stiff. Fairly stiff stuff. Stuff. Yeah, so that to there, sorry, to here, and then this to here. Which I could do it like that. Nah. All right, let's see here. Try to reveal the end of the wire. Let's do the 12 volts first. Let's go over here. Come on a journey with me over to here. And instead of attaching it on the same pin, I think what I'm going to do is pull up just a little bit of that. And I used, I think, that via to get to the bottom, but it looks like that's covered over. Oh boy, we got somebody who really likes the throttle on that leaf blower coming over. That is a rear. I could drill a hole in the board like right here. I'll do that. I'm gonna drill a hole in the board just above that via. Sorry, below. Yeah, I mean, if I go all the way over here. Well, here's what I'll do. So I'll make a hole basically right there. And that'll be free and clear of everyone. The SC, like whatever pin that is, what does that do on this module? I forget. I think, oh, there's a jumper where you can connect it to negative, but I don't think I did that. SC, I think it's just floating. Maybe, yeah. I don't sense common. I didn't need the SC pin to be connected. But I know that this via is, whatever via that is actually carrying something that I shouldn't mess with. It goes from module to module, I think. Oh no, it goes to that pin. What is it doing? Oh, it's one of the bus lines. So yeah, I won't mess with it. I'll just put a hole like right there, and then I can come up and over to this over here. I don't like that. That's a little clunky. But I want to be on this side of the polyfuse. If I wanted to be more elegant, I could come from plus and just come straight down into there. But I don't think that's a good idea because we don't have a polyfuse on it. I want everything to be on all the small electronics to be on the other side of a polyfuse. So okay, tiny drill bit. I got plenty of those. Just need to get them out as I contort around this monitor that's in my way. All right. Tiny little drill bits. And where's the tiny drill bit handle? Oh man, it smells like two-stroke fumes in here now. My favorite. Bleh. All right, I think I can use the largest of my tiny drill bits, and that'll be plenty of room for that wire to get through. Yeah, that's actually, I'll use a little bit smaller than that. And I think all I'm going to do is just do this by hand. So pretty much just choose a spot. There's the start of it. You know, I shouldn't do this by hand. I should actually grab the the little handle for it. Go. This guy. Just a little hand drill. These things are not, I mean, I've worked with high-speed PCB drills before, but they're little, it's like a tiny little drill press. It's very cute, but it's not, I don't need it for this. We can just sit here and do this for a little while until it opens up, and I can run that wire through. I've needed to do these mods for quite some time. Unfortunately, we gotta do them on a yak shaving day, because it's not this. I think I've got everything I need to put the computer back together. I think. So fortunately, we're not gonna finish for a long time. Yeah. I don't trust these in an electric drill. That's walking. Hold on. Need to get that on the right position. Go. So what'd you do today? Boy, I should hook these up to that little Tamiya motor. That would make it a lot easier. Be like a little miniature hand drill. Hand drill, more like bee drill. Ugh. My God, I don't even know how long I've been doing. How far am I through this? Actually, that seems pretty significant, doesn't it? Getting there. B-drill was freaky in Gen 1. I don't remember much. It was a pretty good Pokemon though. It's weird. I never really played Pokemon, even though, you know, that technically that game was around when I was a kid. It wasn't until like the 90s that it really got into, like the late 90s, or was it the early 90s? When did Pokemon become a thing? I've looked that up before in the past. Somehow it just didn't really hit me. Some of the OG Pokemon cards were terrifying. Adam Plays has been playing like a Pokemon card game that you, I guess, can't get in the States or never made it to the States, and it's like a fan translation. And man, some of them are, yeah, some of the images that they have for the Pokemon are hilarious. It's like they describe them over a phone call. Oh my God, this is taking forever. I'm tempted to go get my hand drill. The first thing the hand drill will do to this is break it. I'm very tempted to go get the hand drill and just do it through that. This is excruciating. Other streamers get to play games. I'm sitting here doing this. Too bad I can't use that SC pen as a VIA. Oh, okay, hold on. You like energy stones and cards? Really? Sorry, playing the card game was a huge pain in the ass as a casual collector. Yeah, that's kind of sounds like it. My God, no wonder I reused a VIA to put that wire through. I don't know how far down that hole is, but I feel like maybe I want to just put it in the regular. I don't even know if the regular drill language. I don't know if the regular drill will actually even touch this thing. Like if it'll clamp this small of a drill bit. Had a Rob Oz moment there of language completely failing me. I'm gonna need I'm gonna get an electric drill. Let's try it with the electric drill. There's a high chance that I'm gonna break a drill bit right now. You'll witness it. You guys will witness it. Because I got a big heavy hand drill. It's the only thing I got. Unless I put it in the Dremel. I'm not gonna do that though. What? I will not give myself a wedgie. Thank you very much. That's against toss. Please clamp. Nope. 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 Can I show this on Twitch? Nope. What was the last time you burnt a CD? Oh, think about that. I gotta put the drill away so it's not like in my way. Actually, we might need it later. Yeah, I'll just put it on the vise then. Man, what was the last CD that I burnt? It was probably some game that I was backing up. It was probably Total Annihilation or something. Total Annihilation was like 500 megabytes though. How big were CDs? I forget. You know, the last CD that I burnt was more than likely music. But I don't know what music. Whatever was in my old car. Forgot how warm they got. Oh, that's right. You have a CD burner now. 800, 700? This is all I got, guys. I don't got a better way to drill this hole. I don't even know if I'm making progress. Feels like I'm not, but there are little bits of fiberglass coming up. I'm afraid to press down too much because it'll break the bit. I have a feeling when this goes through, I'm going to break the bit. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't even know how far I'm through this. I mean, DVDs were the 2 gigabyte ones. DVD-Rs, DVD-RW. RW. I remember how cool it was to have a CD player in the car that could play MP3s directly. That was cool. That was the definition of cool. God, I feel like spoon drilling with an X-Acto blade is better than this. How far am I through this fucker? Not very far. Be careful. I don't wanna screw up my wonderful creation here. Okay. Well, still going. Still going at it. Here, let's brace that a little bit on the vise. This is why we invented motors and stuff, right? We were converting to WAV for the older CD players. Holy shit. I burnt a DVD a few months ago to load an OS on an old computer. Oh, man. You know what? It probably was Windows. It probably was the last thing that I did. Was burn Windows like XP or maybe even 7. FCKGW. The universal Windows key for XP. Why use a motor when you have a bother? Yeah, why use it when you can have your freaking finger muscles all cramp at the same time? Please go through. Please clap. Let my thumb muscle return to me. Use a bow, yeah. I don't have one. I don't have anything that I could use like that. By the time I figured that out, this thing will be done, so. I mean, I can lend myself a little stability here and do this. Although it probably will hurt the cutting flutes. No, no, never mind. It's stuck. Okay. Well, fine. Be that way. Talk about yak shaving. Look at what we're doing right now. It's ridiculous. This is uncivilized is what this is. I'm excited about using this wire though, because this stuff is going to be great. I know everybody's talking about Windows 11. So that was legit. That was legitimately Windows 11 because it really did look like Linux. Looked a little too Mac-like too. But everybody's speculating about that. But there was a DMCA. Digging device. Yep. All right, once I get this hole through, then we're back to assembling this thing. I'll move the resistors over because I can't be bothered to find similarly valued resistors. And then I'll get my brand new surface mount LEDs, and we can put orange on this if we want. Blue and orange, you know? Yeah, I mean, right? If the leak is something like a reaction test or just to see what yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's by all means they could just redesign the whole OS after releasing it. After leaking, quote unquote. And they could be like, yeah, people really don't like that design. I guess we'll do something different. I don't know. I thought Windows 10 was not that old. I like Windows 10. I mean, really, I like Windows 7, to be honest. Windows XP, now we're talking about an OS. Windows XP, you could Alt-Control-Delete every task but Windows XP, and everything would run beautifully. You know, before you start up MechWarrior 4, you gotta Alt-Control-Delete, get rid of all those excess tasks, then Deus Ex runs great, because nothing else is using your processor at all. I don't know how many hidden processes there were in Windows XP, but I mean, man, it was awesome. Yeah, stayed with 7 until they ended updates. With me, it was going to DirectX. What was it, 11? God, this is the worst. This is the worst. Will you just get through to the other side, please? Yeah, not very flattering camera angle, sorry. You just watch my face while I do this. I'm like, I could be doing other things, like not shaving a yak. We're going to be working late into the night on this stuff, folks. God, I wish I could get more than like half a rotation out of this thing at once. I need one of those little cranks. I saw a drill press that was meant to be operated by like a central belt system like they used to have in factories. So it had this big flywheel, and then it was all mechanical and open mechanical stuff. It was really cool looking. I already had 2 beers, going to be passed out by the time bother ends. Oh shit. Oh shit. Go, 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 come on. Get through, get through, get through. I mean, I could try drilling it from the other side, because I can see through the board in this location. Layer by layer. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. There were a lot of pinch points on the open drill press. I mean, I don't know how far that is, but it looks like I'm getting through. Ever so slow. Even flow. I just want to make sure that I don't knock my the parts in the background out of the way, because those I have to make sure are in the right locations. You've used a bow drill to make holes in a PCB. That sounds, I mean, hey, you know, however you want to get there. Oh, that was something you do for like you do like a high-speed drill press for that. Please break through soon. My hand can't take this anymore. We have a lot of work to do today. It doesn't appear as if it's going to follow my request. Put pressure down with one hand. There we go. Whoa, that scared the shit out of me. Hey, all right. Jesus Christ. So I was actually making progress. Worked for the Romans. Yeah, sure. Ancient technology. Oh, my hand is tired now. All right, so now I can do the modification to both sides. I gotta figure out how to get this thing back on. Notch to notch. There we go. Keep that thing from getting all over the place. All right. Whew. All right. Get a piece of this stuff. It's long enough. That'll probably do. $20 section of wire. Really is. And then I choose just a random spot here to attach to. I guess I'll want to go... I guess I could have done this up there. Yeah, I guess we are just going to go over and down. So it'd be cleaner to come from here. My hand is tired for this. That's the problem. I'm just going to scrape away the masking right here. I am going to have to take a break soon, but not yet. Most streamers take breaks. Listen. I am going to have to poop. That is a given. I know. It has been a couple hours of hard work. I haven't been going quickly. I've been very ponderously slow at this, and I apologize if it's boring to any of you guys, but I am in for the marathon. Okay, and then we don't need the big tip anymore, the big iron, until we're basically done. So I'm gonna go to my normal size. I think that should be okay for this. With the big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. Yeah, so there were some posts at the time on Reddit of people putting like religious or finding like religious stuff on their PCBs. So I put a flying spaghetti monster on there, and it was actually kind of tough to do in the old version of Eagle. I had to kind of like basically put like vias and stuff. Well, no, they were traces, and I had to like do weird stuff to get the traces right. And then somebody from my old board, when I posted high voltage, and so everybody was like, ew, high voltage is actually this one. And I'm like, shut up. So I did danger medium voltage. It's not high voltage. God damn it. Twist this and give it a little scrape. Yeah, like, shut up, nerds. God, insufferable. So instead, I called it medium voltage, so they'd shut up. But yeah, I got a lot of like harsh criticisms on that other board just because of the stuff that I did. like the way I was laying out the traces and kind of the gaps that I had. They were like, "You will burn down your house." And I'm like, "I've been using it for a couple weeks, guys." Owie, owie, the wire got very hot because it's very thick. Owie, owie. All right. I didn't calibrate this camera. That's why it's going bright and dark. I might have to if we're going to be... Hey, Iconic Bear, thank you for subbing for 24 months. Too hot for Twitch. Yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. With the big iron on his Twitch. Big iron on his Twitch. Okay, hold on. Please don't move yet, board. That looks cold welded. Is it not? Take to the wire. It will set you free. I'm waiting to hear the board. It's not turning on. There it goes. Iconic Bear, putting you up. Oh, right there. I almost didn't need to move the camera. Right by Ram Ranch CEO and Butthole Princess. And stay hydrated, bot. May it rest in peace. Iconic Bear, thank you so much for the 24 months of subs. That's awesome. All right, back to work. So got that side soldered. That's nice. So I'm going to come straight over, and then we will put a bend in the wire, and then through the hole that I made. So I think what I want to do, this is actually way too much wire, to be honest. Oh boy, that's real stiff wire. I got to be careful. Yeah, it's not as elegant as regular wire. Not as elegant. All right, I will be attaching this to the board with ultraviolet glue. And that'll hold it in place. You should do that first, because it's not laying flat down. Like that. That's what I want. Let me bend the bottom there so it holds on. Okay. Then we'll move to the bottom of the board and do the other part too. Let me get UV glue. Oh yeah, blessed RNG is gone. Yeah, hail hydration. Yeah, they got rid of it because I guess religious iconography or something like that. I don't know. That was a while back. It wasn't that long ago, but it was a little bit ago. All right, so there's that. I got the UV glue ready to go. This is sitting out on the desk for a while, so I don't know if this is gone off. I think it's still pretty liquid. And then the UV lamp. What did I do with it? It's right here. Just UV LED. and that'll hold it down on the board and make it a little bit more professional, I hope. Be careful about the amount of pressure that I put into this, so don't overdo it. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten it on the trace. Oh well. Go. That just means dust won't get into it and stuff. Yeah, sorry. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So never mind. It wasn't religious stuff. It was the whoever it was being a horrible person. Okay. Well, welp. I thought you're talking. I mean, PogChamp is a different. Was the PogChamp? I mean, I know the PogChamp guy was like a totally awful person, and I guess it was also whoever Aaron Jesus was. Well, that's great. Why are people like that? All right. Micro spring arm. There we go. Now we can see what we're doing. Come back over here, and I can get this over to the pin that it needs to go to. I won't solder it for now, but wait, oh, what was it? Bless? Oh. What's wrong with that? Wait, it looked like that one, but it was going the other way, and for some reason it's not a thing anymore? So I want to bend it right here. Finding out the lull guy was a talk. You mean, no, he wasn't. That's, what's his name? I can't think of the name now because I'm doing something. But yeah, he died of cancer. He's no longer around. Total Biscuit, yeah, thank you. That just like left my brain. I don't know whether I want to like cut it back here and solder bridge it, or if I want to cut it up here. I think I should probably cut it up here. Oh, okay. It's okay, Groovy. I'm wrong about everything too. No, TB was a good guy. I think so. I don't have any complaints about TB. Frankly, I don't know much about him. Don't know much about him. I kind of want to scrape the other sides, but I can't get to them. I can't get to them. Man, I miss the days when I could use copyrighted music because I could have an apple juice break, and then I could play the apple juice break. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Apple juice break. I don't know how scraped I need this to be. I'm just trying to get the lacquer off of it so that I can solder it to this right here. But I'm not going to solder it right now because that surface mount part needs to go there. So I guess I can pre-tin the wire. And actually, we can start moving stuff to the underside of the board so that I can finish the lower part. Go. Everyone start using /S. I got the lizard now, apparently. 2 lizards. Our PogChamp is a lizard. They'd find some other remote, and it wouldn't fit, but they'd use it. By God, they'd use it. All right, so that's the big 12-volt line. I don't think I need to use this stuff to do the other pins. I think I'll use the thinner motor stuff, the thinner motor line to do the control pins from the micro. But yeah, good thing I had this stuff, because this is like perfect. This little lacquered motor wire, perfect, perfect. Let me move, before I lose track of all this crap and forget where it went, let me move the majority of it over to here. Let me move a bunch of these capacitors and stuff over to where they go on this board, just so I don't forget it. I can't believe we're shaving the yak on this scale today. Who allowed me to do this? I don't have a gaming computer right now. I'm not a gamer. This is the 12-volt board that supplies all of the rest of the computer with power. And we're doing a bit of yak shaving here because I wasn't happy with the state of that board. Being that this is a pretty crucial piece of equipment for my personal enjoyment, I want to put my best foot forward with it. And in order to do so, that means redoing the circuit board. So redoing all the connections and stuff on it. Resoldering everything, moving all the stuff over. The whole 9. Fuck, why did that? Got too hot. Why is, Jesus Christ, the thing is annoying as shit. I think I can just surface tension this one. This fuse supplies power to everything, so gotta be kind of careful with it. Don't want to break it. I do have extras of these fuses, but damn it, fuck. This thing's not cooperating. There you go. Alex Pro. Boy, you know, nobody asked about running GCC. Jesus Christ. Bad time to say the Steam summer sale started? No, it's not a bad time. No, I know. Steam summer sale started. We got that summer sale going on. Summertime. Ooh, summertime. Time to sit back and unwind. School's out, makes sort of a buzz. Back then I didn't really know what it was. Oh, I totally screwed that up. That's totally misaligned. But since it's a 2-terminal device and it's okay with heat, I can just bounce between the terminals, and once that flows over, surface tension, well, surface tension and a little help from me, pull it back into alignment. Now this thing, the solder's all screwed up on the bottom. It wants to sit crooked, but I won't let it. I could actually go over this with hot air right now. Do a little hot air on this, and then it'll align itself. I think Linux, the motto, Linux's motto should be nobody asked, nerd. Come on, sit flat for me, please. Please. Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Quit moving around on me. Okay, these are the AC supply for the two modules. That one's still crooked. It's gonna bother me unless I get it right. I know they're good enough, but I really want them to be aligned properly. All right, so then this thing goes here. I'll look at chat in a second. I'm getting into this right now. We got a lot of stuff to solder here. Giving this a pass with hot air just to align everything might be something that I want to do, but all right, that one, and then this one. None of these are polar, they're all ceramic. These are just like the earth ground filter kind of caps. They're just there to make sure that it's a nice clean signal, and if it gets struck by lightning, weird shit doesn't happen. Why does this like feel like it's kind of floating above everything? I was up above it. No, that's correct, I guess. Okay. Whew. Looks stays easier to use in 1993. People need to suck it up. Computers aren't supposed to be simple. Okay. All right. Nobody asked. It's my new response. Nobody asked. You miss the days when I could Alt-Control-Delete every single thing but XP, though. All right, next. Down here, got these capacitors. This is a 1-for-1 table that I've made in the background here. How focused? Oh, we're not very focused. Hold on, I'll fix it in a sec. What kills me right now is that it's not a rainy day. It's actually gorgeous out right now. And I'm stuck in here. But you're stuck in here with me, chat. Neither of us is getting out of here. Over to the other side. These are all going to be a little janky, aren't they? This thing, I don't know what this is. Does it have polarity? Technically, there's a mark there, but I think it's just another cap. I think it's just another cap. Hold on, let's take a close look. I don't think this thing has polarity. Really? I didn't notice it was out of focus as I'm still in the process of initial blood sugar fix from recent diagnosis. Man, that's tough. I didn't have focus, like eye focus issues until much later on. I gotta calibrate this camera. It's driving me nuts. Hold on. Properties. FPS. Oops. 230. Click OK. Notice how the brightness changes suddenly. Properties. Configure video. Turn off all these stupid auto functions that are messing it up, including low light. Take the gain all the way down. Click apply. Click OK. Click OK. Go to properties again. Turn it up to the highest FPS. Click OK. Notice how all the settings went away. Go back to properties. Configure video. Now the gain is set way high. What the hell? The gain went up to 165. What was it doing? What the hell? These cameras, man. 44. No, we're 4300. 4280 is okay. And then gain good, etc., etc. Okay, cool. There we go. So, man, that was annoying. That's the calibration that I got to do with the camera in order to give you guys a viable image on this thing without it setting the color correction all over the place. Want to go outside, but I'm stuck with you and my thesis research. Man, doing anything cool, Fibby? What are you thesising? What you researching? I don't think this thing is polar, right? It's just like a chip capacitor. I think it has to go vertical too, because it doesn't quite fit. Yeah, it needs to be vertical. So it's a little bit different from width and height, and I think if I do it vertical, it fits. This power supply is weird. Like, hasn't it already been searched? Why are you researching it? Ha 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 ha! Ah, yes. Okay, anyway. Nerd shit. All right, well, I mean, I asked. You're welcome to nerd out about it. You know, this is a fairly pro nerd shit channel. Surface tension. Good stuff. Next. We're going to get through this, chat. We're going to get through this. I'm going to build up this board. We're going to put it on the heatsink. We'll figure out how to mount the heatsink, and then I need to figure out the base platen for the rest of the PC. I probably should have cleaned this one off before putting it in here, but here we are. It just had like mild nasty stuff all over it. I don't even know what it was. Oh, that thing looks nasty. Gnarty. There's too much solder on the one end, too. Let me get some braid on that. Go. Room's getting hot because the computer's working hard. Oh. Machine learning research. Ooh, that sounds cool. Here, I'm gonna pop the gain up a little bit on you guys, because everything's looking a little dark. So we'll go up to there. Apply on that. That's not too bad. Yeah, so you got a graphics card like churning away at what you're working on. There we go. All right, next cap. Keep moving down the line. Down the line. Move along home. Man, I got that subwoofer working, and I just like watched Deep Space Nine through it. It's such a waste. gotta find that high quality copy. These do not look, so through the microscope, these look like they are very lightly colored, but they're not. They're actually quite dark. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, is it the color correction or something? Like in real life, like that's really dark. See, that's the color. Why does it look like that? That's so weird. Because it's surrounded by blue or something. I don't know. It's not like maybe the white balance knocks it around or something. Very strange. I should probably come back with hot air on these and just like let them kind of get themselves into position so they're properly over the pads. Love the smell of burnt flux in the morning. It's not burnt. It's not burnt. It is on the other board. We used a lot of flux on the other one. Where are my tweezers? What'd I do with them? They're under my hand. I got them. I got them. Ladies and gentlemen. I got them. This one is not cooperating because it's got a bunch of solder on it. See if we can get it to settle down. It's weird how bright it looks in this camera. I don't think it's like something the camera's doing. I think it's, well, yes, it is something the camera is doing. The camera's, you know, color adjusting and doing all that stuff, but hey, Geiger's got his first shot. Hell yeah, dude. Today. So yeah, you're in a little bit, you might, you probably won't feel anything from the first one. Get away from that. Why is this, this thing is really pissing me off. I don't want to get the hot air out. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, the hot air is gonna make these look so much more professional. So I'll probably hit them with a little hot air. They look so bright. It's so weird. It's like a different color entirely. Ah, damn it. I touched it while it was still. I don't want to get solder on my my post holes. Shit, fuck, shit, shit, fuck, shit. Okay, got him. Got him. Ooh, do I have space to pull out the hot air? Kind of. What's funny is, like, I don't have a computer now. While we're working on this, I don't have like a gaming computer, so if I stop, I don't have anything else to do. There's nothing, I don't have any distraction. All right, let's turn on the hot air, see if I can't use that. And let me clean up this area a little bit. Here, we'll come back over to this view. Getting a little claustrophobic right now, so let's bring you guys out to here. And I mean, I'm gonna have to take a break in like a couple minutes, but we'll at least be able to hit this end of the board with hot air to make sure that those surface mount components all kind of align themselves properly. But before we get too far into the build, yeah, let's do that real quick. Let's see, on this view, I'm gonna pull up the thermals. This is the power supply for my computer. And we're reworking it because I wasn't satisfied with its current state. And we're rebuilding the entire computer, basically. I wanted it to be nice and clean. Let's go surface tension. That's as good as it gets. Maybe this is overrated. Let's see what it does with this one. There we go. It's starting. It's starting. Oh, there it goes. Just using the air to kind of influence it and get it to slightly rearrange. Come on. You can do it, buddy. Oh, that's pretty much where it wants to be, so it'll stay there. It's a little crooked. Doesn't matter. These are, like, disgusting. I don't know why these are gross. Hopefully when I come in with some cleaner, you know, the oven I put in a different part of the shop. I don't have it right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not running it through an oven cycle. I can tell what Dewey is suggesting, even if he doesn't say it. Yeah, no, the oven is sitting, it's in the other part of the shop. Cool as it would be. It'd be better if I had a toaster oven, though, so I could show you guys that moment when all the solder turns into solder and everything rearranges itself based on surface tension. It's a cool moment. It's really fun to watch. Come on now. You can do it. What's going on with the solder up here? Oh, there it goes. This is just like that. Listen, don't get between me and Taco Bell, or you're gonna be regretting it. But there's no Taco Bell around here. It's not, there isn't a Taco Bell for like miles. It's insane. I don't know how people live like this. I guess it's good, because I'd be perfectly spherical if there was a local Taco Bell. Just hot air in a different package. Hey. This one is not moving. All right, fine. You know what? Just stay like that. I don't see if I care. I don't know what the hot air does to the UV glue, so there's 3 within like 5 miles. Yeah, I have to drive like, you know, a little bit to get to one. I have to drive out to like the local, like a different township. There might be one in the King of Prussia Mall. That might be actually closer. But like I've gone on Google Maps and I've been like, hey, where's a Taco Bell? And it's like, here's this one that's like 50 fucking miles away. So yeah, no DoorDash for me. They don't have fries. They're actually good for counting calories. Huh. That's good, because I get an embarrassing amount of food whenever I go there. I don't think they're good for me. No, by no means. The ones that I want to move just won't. They won't have it. They're not doing anything. All right, fine. You stay there. These guys are the ones that really want to rearrange. Antians and King of Prussia. Yeah, man. I don't do pretzels a lot, though. I know you're a big fan of pretzels, Groovy. I don't do pretzels a lot. You know, they're just this big thing of carbs. Is that the mid-mall snacking station? That place has a line sometimes. Last time I was there was a line to get freaking pretzels at Auntie Anne's. That one's better than one at LaGuardia. Yeah, I have no idea, man. I don't know. I don't get to LaGuardia too often. Let's be honest. I haven't gotten anywhere very often. I am kind of relying on the flux that's already there, but it should be okay. And align yourself. Yes, my sweet. The magic. The magic of hot air. 500 degrees Celsius farts in your face. You can't help but wriggle around. Whoops. Wow, did you see me? I touched that one and it did a little dance. And really, I should probably remove solder from a lot of these, but I'll keep the slight blobbiness of it. I think it'll be okay. Let's watch this one. This one's really gonna rearrange itself. Yeah, there's like so much carbs in that kind of food, like Auntie Anne's and even Taco Bell. It was seriously part of your diet plan when you lost 60 pounds. Man, yeah, I could stand to lose 60 pounds, let's be honest. I could lose 100 pounds and I'd be probably almost at I'd be a little bit below goal weight, you know? Like, so something's got to change, and I've been eating better lately. But I need to start getting active. I need to get back on that bike. Maybe not stream for 12 hours today, but I am. There's no getting around that. If I removed some solder from this, I think it would rearrange itself a little better. Yep, let's put that to the test. Here, put this away. And then solder braid. Here we go. Turn the iron back on. Oh god, it was still molten. Ha. Let's see what that does. Going for a walk is better than people give it credit for. Yeah, I should do that. I mean, I've got the bike down here. It's all set up on the exercise thing. I wanted to do this whole elaborate project where I turn it into a game controller, but I think that's too far. I need to just do the exercise, you know? Stop making a big deal about it. I think one of the problems that I'm having here with this thing not going into position is that it's a little big for the part that I gave it. There's another reason why I want to redo this entire design. We'll just help it a little bit there. Okay. And then the last one is this. Look at all the heat that this is generating, jeez. 600 calories in a #1, what? Oh, the #1 meal. The one that I go to is like part Taco Bell, part KFC. So that looks like the top of that fuse is soldered. That's not good. Oh well, can't help it. Probably should just drop the fuse holder and solder it directly. We should just direct solder this. Let me get it out of there, and then I can try to remove the things. It's like if a fuse blows on this, like, you got other problems. Now, how am I gonna do this? I need a smaller vise. I'm a man of many vices. This thing I need to like pluck out, but it's pretty hot still. There's 95 calories in a shot of rum. Listen, I don't need this data. Ah! Yeah, it's like I need something to hold on to the end, and then I need to heat it up, and then I need to pluck it out. So how's that going to work? This one might just come off. I also have another one of these fuses in a bin somewhere. 13 shots of rum and still be within your diet. Jeez. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Try to like solder it to something and then pluck it out of there. That's gonna heat up pretty quickly. That's gonna be a bad time. Problem with this fuse holder, it's like a surface mount fuse holder, but like, I don't know, the via needs to be pretty strong for you to actually use this thing. Because the fuse doesn't really want to come out of there. That one did. It was nice to have the little fuse holder, but I wasn't blowing fuses often enough to really justify it. And then it got infiltrated by solder. Actually, doesn't really look like it did. But these fuses aren't sensitive to heat. They're just sensitive to... Well, they are sensitive to heat, but a lot more heat than this. So it's not like it necessarily saves it from the heat of soldering. Soldering, if you're over the channel or whatever. Not over the channel, over the... Yeah, see, that needs to be heated. That whole thing needs to be plucked out while it's at temperature. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Let's see here. So if I can get the tweezers into... That part was hot. Notice the hot spot on my finger. Yeah, I can get the tweezers on that and then pull it off. Okay. Try doing that. It's not holding it as well as I thought it would. If I break this, I've got a replacement. I just don't want to have to go find it. That's almost there. Fuck. Oh no, that's still good. All right, good. Whew. Oh wait, no, I broke the other side of it. God damn it. Yeah, there goes my fuse. All right, well, guess clamping it like that was a bad idea. Let's get the other one, and if I don't have that, I'm going to have to do something that's electrically not sound, but I don't think I'll have to. I think I've got another one. It's just in one of these bins, and I'll have to find it. It was not in that bin. None of these. These are the spare XY caps. I've only got 4 of them. A lot of these parts ended up in these bins, so... Oh yeah, here are the replacement, my extra Panasonic capacitors, just in case. I got 2 more of those. These are the old LEDs, so we're not using these. Okay. Wait, 4-pin fan? No, that's not. Those are all accelerometers. There's no fan connector in there. I'll have to find it somewhere else. This, I think, is where we can find the alternative 4-pin connector. Should have been through hole, but I didn't know as much as I do now when I built it. What it is we got in here. Show me that Molex connector. Of course, we also have to find the mating connector, which is going to be difficult. I don't want to use the one that got all scorched. That's not it either. Ah, here they are. That one's the wrong angle. I can modify it if I need to. I need to find the one that stands up. None of these are the right kind. Great. Great, just great. Maybe it's in one of the bins somewhere. I'll have to hunt around for it. All series, Digipot, Lin receiver, none of that. I think I'm gonna, yeah, I think I gotta take a break in just a second here. But let's see, we gotta get through some of these other. All the parts have been like distributed to all these bins, so the spare parts that I have exist. It's just a question of where. Where do they exist? Not in any of those. Where are they gonna be? I wonder what that is. All those chips that I have no idea what they do. Center diode. Oh, there are the fuses. That's what I was looking for. They come with the little tabs on them, but I don't know if I want to use the little tabs. I think I'll just grab a brand new one, take the tabs off of the fuse itself, and then solder the fuse down. Solder it down. All right, let's get this out of here. Old fuse, goodbye. You served me well. These are like, when these go off, they will scorch the board and make, you know, give you a heart attack, basically, at the same time. Because they're fast blow fuses. They don't fuck around. Okay, those are those. Tabs off. We can solder this in. Oop, I loosened that. All right, move this over here to where I'm gonna bump into it, and then everything's gonna fall on the floor. Boop. I still love PopCat. I know the internet's kind of moved on from PopCat, but actually the internet has almost moved on from Krungo as well. Krungo's no longer as cool as he was. Everybody was so adamant about Krungo, and then, you know, I took a look at it, I'm like, that doesn't, it's like kind of meaningless, right? Like, what does Krungo express? I couldn't really tell you. So, just as quickly as Krungo flew in, I feel like he's flying away. The internet moves so fast, I don't even know what Krungo is. Yeah. Krungo's just a different, like, PP kind of face. That's real Krungo of you to say that. You don't know what Krungo is. Well, what does Krungo even mean? Don't know. I don't know. I believe these are the fuses that were suggested by Vicor to use for these power supplies. I think. They were in some application note for it. If you don't know what it means, is Gen X making fun of you? What? Why is it Gen X? What do they got to do with it? Gen X doesn't want to get involved at all. Yeah, Gen Xers are becoming grandpas at this point. What's going on? Where's my heat? Hello? I had no trouble getting heat into this a minute ago. There we go. All right. So let's do a little hot air, and then that'll straighten itself out. God, I read that at first. It was Gropnos. What is Gropnos? It's grandpa's. I just read it. I dyslexia'd it. 120 volt, 10 amp fuse. Nice little fuse. Oh, did you hit the wrong key and it was actually supposed to be Gen Z? Because, yeah. Did you guys see it move? I didn't see it move. You gotta get a little closer. There it goes. Well, all right. I guess that's where it wanted to be anyway. I'm not gonna mess with it. Seems comfortable. Yeah, it's vibing. It's vibing pretty well in that spot. All right, fuses are down. All the parts are aligned. Next thing would be to do the stuff on the top. And flip her over, not touch the hot part of the board. How did the... Yeah, glue's a little shiny. I could have used less of it. Is there an advantage to using this instead of the soldering iron? Everything kind of like arranges itself into locations. So when you use hot air, the surface tension on both sides of the part will scoot it into place. It's actually really fun to see. So I'm using it just to like clean up after myself, basically. Does this look less green than it was? Huh. I don't know. I don't think I really want to get hot air close to this UV glue because I don't know how it holds up to heat. Yeah, that's I don't want to mess with that. That's exactly why I don't want to mess with that. I don't know how temperature resilient are nail salon nails. Can I be plunged into the fires of Mount Doom and look fabulous at the same time? That looks weird. Why does that look weird? I'm gonna remove some solder on this. You have no grandpas, human. Play Tom Jot. Only one way to find out. No, listen, this is an expensive device when I get this together. So I'm not screwing around. Okay, there's our poly fuse. It says 12 volts on it, so you can guess the voltage. Let's get our power supply down. This is just a 5-volt LDO that I labeled LDO because I'm clever. Super clever, guys. Look at all the heat that's bleeding out of that thing. I may need to use hot air on this. I really don't want to get hot air close to the... well, you know what? I'll use a larger iron tip. That'll get us there. We'll go back to that one in just a mo. Yeah, larger iron tip solves all your problems. All your problems, relationship issues, job unhappiness. Everything is solved by a giant soldering iron tip, let me tell you. Let me get to the other side and do this a little bit more elegantly. A little bit more elegantly. All right, power supply's in. Smaller iron tip. Well, actually, I could probably use the big one to do these as well. These two caps on either side. Solve my problems with your big tip. They're solved. See? That was easy. I think these have heat relief pads. Yeah, they do. They're a little thick, but they're there. So I can use the smaller iron on them. Let's see. Caps, the band is positive, right? Right? Band is positive. Put them in like this. These might need to go down with hot air. I know. Hey, man. Yeah, I need the tantalums here. I need these to be tantalums. But they're saying hi to us. See? A little hi. Hello. I don't know. I don't remember why I needed the tantalums here. Noise, more than likely. But I need them there. I really don't want to get these close to... I don't want to get the heat that close to the the UV. I probably should have waited to do the UV glue. That's okay, though. 120 to... Oh, yeah, so that's way out of range. 120 to 150 degrees Celsius. So there's no chance that it'll survive. Make your time. It's not that they're close to the LDO, it's that they're close to this UV glue that I put down. Do you worry about damaging the parts of the heat? Ah, these things are pretty good for heat. Yeah, these are okay. These parts. Most of the stuff in here can kind of live on the soldering iron for a little bit before it starts to even think about getting damaged. What's going on here? Why is this messing up? What are you doing? Sit flat. Damn you. Oh, the iron. No, iron's still on. What's going on? A little bit of flux. That'll help. I don't know why. Like suddenly, all my heat was gone and nothing was soldering together. All right, I need to switch to a smaller tip, and then I need to like even these out a little bit. The band is on positive, right? Because this is negative and this is positive. Let's look up, hold on, surface mount capacitor. SMD cap, enter. Images. Give me the answers. Yeah, it is. Okay, so yeah, the positive is the band. Okay, so now I can switch over to the slightly smaller tip. The one that's going to let me operate in this reduced space area. Careful. There you go. Ow. Quite a lot of heat. What hot air station? Chad got this for me, and this is the Quick brand 8610W. Quick 8610W. It's the Rossmann hot air station. It works out pretty well for me. Man, we are so far from building a computer right now, aren't we? Go to this view. The sooner this thing goes together, the sooner we can put it on that heatsink and I can move on with my life. We're doing a little yak shaving, and people should fully expect that to be what I do, because I shave yaks. I meant for this stream to be a long one anyway. I just woke up late because I'm a terrible person. I woke up super late. I did not mean to sleep in that much, but as a result, I'm behind in the work that I wanted to do. Oh, that's a D? Okay, sorry. 8861DW. DW. Man, that one doesn't feel like it's soldering, and this thing is still crooked. What the hell? I think I'm going to be forced to use hot air on this. Well, I can do Captain tape to try to hold the heat away. Keep the pain away. The iron is a Pace ADS 200. There's an Amazon referral link below if you really feel like buying a $300 soldering iron. On my word. I don't expect you to, though. The Amazon affiliate link is not really, it's not for income. It's for just showing you guys the stuff. It's not going to be a great heat shield, is it? Well, with any luck, it'll do its job. As any God-fearing tape should. All right, so let's give this a little bit of heat. Hot heat. What is that? What is hot heat? Why does that always pop into my head? Get out of my head, Charles. If you want to be sure, use 2 layers. Interesting. Well, I probably should, huh? That's all right. I'm gonna hit it with the 500 degrees real quick. Oh, thing needs to heat up. I need the area heat as well. This one won't look as professional because it's there's too much solder there. The iron is a Pace ADS 200, ADS 200 with AccuDrive, but it's in the affiliate links below. You don't need to rely on me telling you directly, or my mods taking time out of their schedule to type it out, because all the info you need is right below. Yeah, I'm actually at 500C with the hot air. This is gonna need flux. That's what's going on here. It's like nothing is flowing properly, is it? Everything gets flux. Get fluxed, fool. The reason we're using the hot air is because I want it to look kind of more professional than it did, but I don't know how much luck I'm really having with that because the amount of solder that's down on the board is not controlled. Yeah, see, that solder is actually pushing it up. Whoa, what the hell was that? Oh, it actually, it wasn't stuck properly. Okay, there we go. Ow, owie, everything's hot, everything's hot. I gotta push this one down because of the excess. Ooh, the board did not like that. The solder you lift, right? Bro. Bruh. I think that's good enough. Looks like it's soldered in both locations. I ran 420 degrees C last time and filled my lab with fumes. I'm at 500 and it's not, I mean, I don't know if it damaged the UV glue. Let's take a look. It did do a number on the UV glue, but the UV glue is all right. I mean, that UV glue is going to be at pretty high temperatures though, and this thing is running anyway. All right, keep moving. Jay Farini, thank you for following. All right, our first cluster. Well, we need to do these. I need to get that God, there's so many parts that I need to move over. Okay, so let's get these over. It's a little, I don't know what this is. These parts, this board is disgusting. These parts are part of the control circuit, so we need to get them over to the new board. I need to make sure I don't forget them either. Let's get that out of there. Let's get the chip quick out of here. All right, so I'm gonna move them one at a time. We'll start off with Mr. Resistor. I also want to move the resistors over because I don't want to bother to figure out what the values of them are. Yeah, come on. Come on, a little bit, just a little bit, come on. Nope, nope, it's gonna be a jerk. It's gonna be a jerky jerk. He's no Gwennon. He's a real jerky. Might have been more, I don't trust my hot air gun. Yeah. This one I gotta get in the right direction or things won't function. They're part of the isolation line from one power supply to the next. Shit, come on. It's also too small to grab. All right. What a pain in the butt this part is. This is going to be too much solder no matter what I do. Yeah, too much solder. You can't win that. You can't win that one. Okay, that's a little better. Next is the other resistor. See, this board is covered in flux, so everything's cooperating. Well, this chip itself is actually covered in chip quick. Oh, and then I get more. Come on, you come with me. No. You jerk. Come here. Come here. All right. Got you. Come over here. I'm going in here. I forget what the gauge is. I don't remember. You guys asking me all these homework questions. I'll look this stuff up. I'm busy. Yeah, the label's facing the other direction, so I don't know. Yeah, I would like to actually get some stuff like that. I just, whenever I order this stuff, I always like brain fart and I order the wrong thing. But I would like to get thinner solder. Solder. Okay. After doing that, I'm going to hit it with some hot air. 1 millimeter feels like a fire hose after using half. I should get it. Because it would be, for stuff like this, like especially when you drop down a size in surface mount, it'd be very nice to have that sort of ability to control. Now that I have a better mastery of Fusion Eagle, I could probably rebuild this board pretty quickly, but I mean, this is in preparation for a LAN party this weekend. So I've been working for 5 hours straight, by the way. I'll take a bio break in a minute here. Why is, okay, that one is being just a little, you little bastard, right here. Take some flux. Think about what you did. There it is. What about this one? You need a little flux. Ah, shit. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Okay, there we go. That. Probably shouldn't do this from the flux needle. Get that out of there. Let's find the LEDs. Well, actually, before I do that, so I don't forget, because these are pretty vital parts. I need those parts. The diode is super important for the intermodule communications. So I had to make sure not to forget any of it. Bro, where you going? My hand's sliding and it's like being inaccurate. Ow, that part of the board is warm. This I have to get in the same orientation, so I gotta be real careful about it. Oh boy, I almost sent it flying. Ah! Galaxy on 666. Thank you for following. Right in my face. I couldn't see. Bro, he can't see. God damn it. Kusha24, thank you for following. Blocking my vision. Okay, I don't have enough solder. Oh boy. Careful now. Are these in backwards? There's that line right in the middle. Whew. Careful. I gotta be really careful because I can't see the marking on this thing. And I want to make sure to get it in the right way. That was stuck to the board with flux and it almost flew away. Whew. Okay, got him. Got him. Right, we'll wait to do that. Rearrange them. Then we get this one. This is not working with me. Please, please. Maybe I'll give that flux and it'll find its way. I hope so. Let's try it. Did a bead of solder just transfer from one side to the other? I feel like that's what I just saw. There it goes. You see that? I love that. My favorite thing. Everybody was just like, yep, let me go over here. Okay, cool. That was great. All right, more parts. This stuff, I will take the big resistors over to the new board, but I'm not taking these 3 parts. I think I still need these 2. Yeah, because one of them's the pull-up for I2C. Or sorry, yeah, not I2C, one wire. I guess I could steal the cap too, but I don't really need to. And then we'll do this stuff with smaller motor wire. No, that works without a solder mask. Or are you making some other joke that I missed? I probably missed whatever joke it was. Look at that, a solder mask. It's just surface tension. It's a cool little thing. You guys hear that noise? That's the hot air station cooling itself down. It runs air. It runs more volume of air through the nozzle in order to immediately cool itself off. So it's unsafe to handle, but not dangerous. Less dangerous, I should say. Yeah, that was weird. That little bead of solder. I guess it was just a little surface tension. Goes a long way, I guess. The other thing that I used for this board, I used the SparkFun parts. The SparkFun Eagle library is not good for these parts. You see how little pad I have to work with on this? That's because it's the SparkFun part. There's very little little pad beside the resistor. I could probably go down one size in resistor and this would work much better. But whoever at SparkFun designed their little library, man, they hate they hate space on the PCB, it seems. All right, come on back. Come on back. Let's go. All right, fine. You get flux. That other one's gonna have to get solder braid. Too much solder on the one side. So later. There we go. Solder. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can do the Tiny 85 as well. That pin up, like that. Anchor it down. Out of focus. Why are we out of focus? Probably because I'm way on the edge of the board now. Well, it's a deceptive number of parts. You know, I've never needed the reset button on this, so I don't think I'm going to include it. I don't think I'll put the reset button down on this. I don't need it. Never needed it. Pretty dangerous to actually touch the supply while it's operating too, so. I'll come back with hot air and desolder wick. Clean that up. Actually, I could do that now. I could do that right now. Hot air station is like hacks. It's kind of cheating, isn't it? Solder oven even more so. Like if you're unhappy with how your work looks, you just pop it with the hot air or the soldering oven, and everything just kind of capitulates and looks professional, unless you have too much solder, which is the case, which is what I'm running into here. Mostly what I'm running into is too much solder. Why is the tips all weird? Here we go. Come with me. 0.1 UF. Give me your UFs. Come on. I'm having a lot of trouble getting heat out of the tip of this iron. All right, I should just use the larger tip. What seems to be the problem here? What's going on? How long have you been repairing computers? This is this is really computers right now, but I don't know. I've been working with them my whole life. My whole life I've been working with computers. Yeah, this will get more computery as I finish this part. Oh my god. Turns out this took up the whole stream, but I'm gonna keep working on this. We're gonna keep streaming like all day. I'm gonna be late into the night. This is a rare, oh bother, late stream. Fuck, where'd that go? Where did it go? Son of a bitch. Where'd my 0.1 off go? Ran away. It's all the way over here. No, it's not. Is it stuck on the board? Like, what happened to it? Yeah, hold on. We'll find it. I'll find it. It just got stuck in flux or something. Yeah, I'm gonna need a quick break in a minute here. I keep saying that, but I'm like, I'm hunkered down. I got 2 Red Bulls in me. And a tailwind. I haven't been cleaning up as I've been going. That's part of the problem. That's not really that big of a problem. It's just not being able to find the capacitor is due to my lack of cleanup. Now, of course, I've got plenty more capacitors, so I can just get another one. But I wanted to do a good job transferring stuff from one board to the next. Oh, there it is. There he is. That's cool, cat. There he is. Put that thing there. Get this back onto the microscope. I view the same view you guys view in the microscope, by the way. This is my OBS window is up on a monitor, and I'm actually looking up at it just to keep my neck from being completely contorted while I'm doing this. But it is the same thing that you're seeing. That's how I know if my video production is bad and if I should feel bad. Ah, good enough. Lost 2 or 3 603 caps on my chair yesterday while trying to measure them out, figure out what kind they were. You had to take your chair apart in order to find it? Oh man, that's tough. Tough, tough, tough. That's rough, buddy. That's the pull-up for one wire. We don't need the switch. I've never once been in a position where I'm like, you know, I should hit that reset switch. Ooh, that's gonna need. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I really hate these SparkFun resistor pads, man. They're really bad. They're really bad. Yeah, and then the only thing I need over here are the 2 big resistors, because they carry the current. And then this part right here is supposed to sense the current. And I was gonna at some point try to use this line here and take it out to like a Nixie tube display, so that it could display how much current the power supply was using at the moment. But oh damn it, that one's damaged. I think I have spares. Let me check around for it. Yeah, here they are. Okay, good. So I can fully replace those. I don't need to use the old ones. These are meant for current sensing. And being thrown across the shop, apparently. Never order exactly as many as you need. Always have spares. Always have spares, chat. Nah. I'm like covered in flux right now. It's gross. It's gross. Disgusting. These aren't going to want to solder. A lot of heat's going to come out of this. Don't lose your spares. Well, that's what, yeah, that's the whole bin system that I have now is really good for surface mount stuff like this. So these parts I've had since 2013. Shit. These are some old parts that, hey, what are you doing? Flux dried. Just sit there, please. Please, please, sir. Sir. Sir, this Wendy's. Sir, am Wendy's. No speech, sir. And then on the back end, oh, can't see it. On the back end, apply heat, apply time. Ooh, oh, that didn't even solder on the other side. Okay, cool. Cool, man. That's, you know, it's whatever. It's pretty cringe. Did it actually not solder? Because it seems like it did. No, it's actually a lot further up. I guess it tombstoned a little bit. It like reverse tombstoned. Oh yeah, I don't want to scratch the top. Well, I'll let the hot air sort that one out. The hot air is going to sort you out. Oh, did that one not solder either? Cute. That's cute. Very, very cute. Why didn't they like they had every other indication that they soldered except for the fact that they just didn't. It's like delivery. Somebody got delivery. Because if I'm here alone, like in the basement, I don't hear that. I will not be taking a dinner break, by the way. I will take a break in a minute, but we're gonna keep going into the night, because without this done, I don't have a computer. I need to have a computer, chat. I need to. There they go. And they're not quite on the pad. Just what I wanted. Not quite on the pad. God damn it. I need to just give this one a poke. Alright, there. That's the output. That's a shame that I can't do anything with that current sensing stuff. Yeah, let's do hot air on this stuff. Got a couple things here that need just a little nudge. Just a little nudge to get them to solder in and look good. If I was all set up and like I had a stencil for this would have been very quick to just quickly. I guess I could have done the oven for the. Well, the problem is there's parts on both sides. There's heroes on both sides. Ouch. Just bumped the board. All right, what are we doing here? Come on. Wait, not a lot of people today, huh? Okay, so that's all soldered. I guess nothing really wanted to move. Reinvent tie? Hold on. Yeah, Rain Ventai. Thank you for following. Okay, good enough. Good enough. All right, we're almost there. Just a couple more things that I need to do. I don't really want to transfer the burnt up connector. The whole point of not using this is because I think I have a feeling that the pins on this are a little bit scorched, and so they might not work properly. So I do have to dig through my bins and try to find a replacement. We need to find LEDs for this whole ensemble as well. But before that, I'm going to take a quick bio break. Now that we're in a position where I need to start looking for parts and stuff, so before doing that, I'll do me. This is off. Damn it, turn back on, come on. Look, see, this didn't even like move. What, what the heck, man? Look at that, that's fully unattached. Oh, last time I trust hot air. This one doesn't even look soldered too. I'm not sure about this. There, that looks more soldered, although it's off by a bit. So let's see if this will arrange it. Most of this is me blaming these SparkFun pads for being kind of crappy. They're hard to work with when you're hand soldering. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to like rebuild this thing from the ground up, which we're not doing today. I feel like there's no solder on that side. No, there is. Okay, I can see it. It's not like moving around as I'd like it to. Shit. Well, okay. Okay, that's great. You do you, Arduino. There we go. Yeah, stuff isn't as free moving as I thought it would be. I think it needs more flux in order to scoot around. Which I guess I could put on, but I don't know. Let's get the LEDs on there, but first I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll take a quick break and then we'll get back to it. I'm like, I got like 1,000-yard stare going on here right now. Yeah, all right, BRB screen. Overlays, burb. There we go. Now I'll put something on so you guys can get some sound. That's a little hard. I'll turn it down a little bit. All right, I will be right back. The back. Oh, juice, yeah. You tried to use the emote. Didn't work. All right, that was Metronomic Live, by the way. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna get rid of the BRB. I'm gonna pour myself some delicious green tea. And then we're back to work. Back to work. We got a lot of work to do. So I gotta finish rebuilding this PCB. We're basically just transferring all the parts from one to the other. We need to select an LED color to use on this thing, and I'll have better looking LEDs. They're a little bit more professional. What is that part? Oh, that's a diode that I gotta put in. Oh no, that's an LED. I have one more resistor to move over. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get this stuff out of the way. I'm so glad I had spare parts for all that stuff. Man. I lost people to the BRB screen. Sorry, guys. Yeah, not going for numbers today. All right, back to it. Back to it. Now, this isn't really building a PC so much as it is working on the power supply, the specialty power supply for the PC, for my gaming PC. I'm a gamer. But once we're done with this part, this is going to look a lot more like working on a computer. It still won't be working on a computer, you know, a normal computer. I ain't no normie. I ain't got a normal computer. Ah! I hit it at the very last second and that set it off to the side. No, come back. Damn it. Fine. We'll use flux and hot air on it like everything else. Like everything else. Hit it with a bit of flux. Hit it with a bit of hot air. What is on the end of my... There's like some weird stuff on the end of the flux syringe. Just hit that with a little dollop of flux. I'm gonna do this. Move that back into view. Doing this for one resistor. It's kind of weird. There you go. It just scoots itself into place. That thing's gonna make a racket while I try to move on. Stop it! Stop making so much noise! It's so loud. All right, LEDs. LEDs, we're about there. I gotta get this done because I gotta have a working computer at the LAN party. Now, if this fails, right? Like if everything fails and I still have a computer, I do have another power supply that I could actually use with this thing, but I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to do that. What are these? What are these? Why are these here? Huh. Bunch of parts that I forgot about. All right. That's not where the LEDs are. I think they're in like a separate bin. Did I put it away? I think I did. All right, let me try to find these things. I look at a different bin for them. And none of these are the right thing. There are my shotkeys in case I need them. Regulator, SPDT. I know where the old ones are, the old LEDs, but what's up, shorts? I don't. Hall effect sensor. I'm looking through this drawer over here. Here they are. Wait, no? Yeah. 0603. So I could put white LEDs on it. Red, green, blue, yellow, and white. I mean, blue would kind of be like... I thought I got orange. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I guess we'll use white LEDs. Why not? Is that a good idea? I mean, the computer was supposed to be blue and orange. I didn't get orange. Are you kidding me? I guess we'll use blue. I guess we'll use blue. I got no choice. The same color LED. Yawn. At least they'll be smaller. That's a big yawn out of me. That's what that is. I'm gonna have to yawn at that. Just gonna let that out there. Just gonna yawn at that real quick. Now the question is, do the 0603 LEDs span these pads? So we'll get a blue. Oh God, they might not. They might not. There's a... I might have to go back to the other type. That's not really gonna cut it. Shit. Well, I bought these LEDs just so I'd have them, but I guess I need larger LEDs in order to do something like this. Oh, it's a shame. I bought these new LEDs and I wanted to use them. Well, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We're gonna have to go to the old style LED. Man, I didn't want to have... One of the reasons that I convinced myself that I would do this is that if I swapped these out, then I would be able to use the new LEDs that I bought. But turns out I have to use these practically 1206 size LEDs. Suck down some green tea there. Ah, delicious. So the tip of the T is the anode. Tip of the T is the anode. So this needs to be flipped 180 degrees. Come on. Like that. Make sure that I get the LED direction correct on these. Yeah, I think so. You just had a blue screen? Yo, what happened? Well, I guess you probably don't know. Blue screens are fairly cryptic. That sucks, dude. Man, this is a larger project than I expected. Hopefully the computer part of it goes together relatively smoothly. Push comes to shove, I guess I can reuse the bottom plate stuff, but I kind of wanted to reinvent that, and I do have the means to. I have a carbon fiber plate that'll fit if we can mount it. I might have to postpone that till tomorrow. Like if it's like, what's my cutoff time? Maybe 1 a.m. I think if we hit 1 a.m., I'll cut, and then we'll come back tomorrow. That's one LED. Let's go to the next one. How many more LEDs do I have? Like 4. I'll just take them one at a time, I guess. I do need time to eat, so maybe like 11 o'clock. Probably USB capture driver went in the fritz because the computer card has a capture card. Not getting enough 5 volts because it's got too many hard drives. Oh God. Yeah, I like having a file server. Nice little file server, and then you don't have to worry about a million hard drives. Come on, a little bit, like that. See, these are, I think, 1206 LEDs, pads, and they help me solder these much more easily. But if I had used traditional 0805 pads, I probably could have used those tiny little LEDs. But alas, these are the size that I gotta use. Hot unplugging the capture card sometimes freezes you. Blue screens? Oh my God, man. Now, I like my computers being fairly light. Not physically, if I water cool, they're going to be very heavy. But I mean, you know, like, I'm not doing file storage on the computer, so the drives are pretty much just there for like games. So I don't need a lot of hard drives or hard drive space. even the streaming computer only has one platter drive and one system drive. And the platter drive is only there because I need large amounts of storage for the stream recordings. Of course, I do need to swap out that hard drive because I've run out of space on it. It's literally full to the brim. I have a super tower case next to the one. Yeah, my next one I'm going to go a bit more minimal. Yeah, it's nice to have minimal computer-y stuff. You don't have to worry about running out of 5 volts. Jeez, that's so wild. That little hair, I don't want that. Okay, there we go. Trying to do a professional job on this, but everything's making a fool out of me. Can't see that. Can't see that. Why is that so bright? Jesus. Why is everything so bright? What am I soldering? This is the power supply for my computer. It runs on a custom power supply. What was designed and built by me, the streamer. I designed and built this power supply to run lots and lots of 12 volts. And it horks all that 12 volts right at a car PC supply, which takes 12 volts in and turns it into all of the various motherboard voltages what are required to run a computer. And so, in traditional yak shaving tradition, I have started the project saying that I wouldn't do anything to this PC, and I ended up transferring all the parts from one PCB to the other, just because it looked like it was in terrible shape. And so here we are. The yak has some hair left. What to be shaven from it. But today's a long stream. Hopefully I'm gonna finish this thing. Not this board, I mean redesigning my gaming PC. Celia Russell has gifted a sub to Leb TV Live. Let's put it up there. This is way too much solder. I'm gonna have to come back and clean that up a little bit so these don't look so bad. Once I hear the board start moving, I'll flip over to it. Thank you so much for all the gift subs, Celia. Okay, bam. Move over to there. Why would you think that? No. Mm-mm. Leb TV Live going up on the board thanks to Celia Russell. 71 gift subs. That's a lot. Up to work. Yeah, got to work up to 42069. Yeah. Of course you do. How many watts? Calculated probably about 500. You could probably get about 600 out of it if at a push. You don't really need more than 500 watts. And here's the thing, unlike most power supplies, this is not built to the bottom dollar. Rob Oz is raiding with a party of 861 people. Oh my God. The whole chat is just useless now. How's it going, Rob Oz? How you doing? We're working on building a computer, sort of. We're shaving a yak, let's be honest. I'm going until I'm done, so we're gonna be going late today. What happened is, my old gaming PC had this custom power supply on it, and that power supply dumped all of its heat into this heatsink right here. This heatsink has a Dell cooler on it. It's a little laptop fan that pushes air straight outwards around it. So while this thing is trying to cool itself, everything's happy and you know, things are functioning. Eventually, the cheap-ass bearings that are in this thing go bad. And so I had to replace it several times in the past bunch of years. You see, this is This is the heatsink from a custom 12-volt power supply that supplies power to... Where did it go? Where did it go? It's somewhere over here. It's like a car PC adapter that makes all of the voltages, the various voltages that a computer runs on, right? Yeah, it's a Dell laptop fan, so it's pushing air directly outwards from itself, which cools these fins, and then it cools off these $180 a piece Vicor 12-volt power modules. They produce quite a lot of current. So overall, I've got something like a 500-watt power supply. This was like a passion project that I built back when I had like a real job. Now I stream. Anyway, 3 Mares has gifted a sub to Rabaz, whoever the hell that is. Thank you for the raid. I'm trying to explain myself, and I keep getting, oh god, there's a huge collision between Rabaz and Kindergarten Kitchen. Kindergarten Kitchen? Yeah, anyway, if you guys sub to the channel, by the way, your name goes through the Twitch API and then gets sharded out into this Raspberry Pi, and this Raspberry Pi will then turn your name into instructions for this XY table controller. By the way, it's water-cooled for some reason. I bought this off of Amazon, basically. Now, this is built out of mostly trash, but this board will turn your name into instructions for this machine that will then burn it up onto this giant plank of wood on my wall. So I'm like a millionaire. I have like 4 planks of maple, pure maple. So I'm like a fucking millionaire here. But anyway, if you guys sub, your name will get burnt up on there. And then I have to stop everything I'm doing and film you going up onto the board. He's gonna run out of wood. I am starting to run out of space. Oh my god, we got more gift subs and stuff. 3 Mares gifting a sub to Super Peewee. Oh yeah, the channel point farts are actually physical farts that are driven by another Twitch API machine that I created. So I had this little random like fart noise maker, and we modified it to work with a Twitch API. And so if you spend channel points, you actually make this thing make farting noises. Yeah, it's the fart box. All right, I need to move the camera. We're gonna get a collision. So yeah, what we're doing today is we're trying to get my gaming computer to work better. I'm trying to get my gaming computer working better. Looks like Super Peewee's going right above Groovy something. Wait, was there a Groovy something in there? I thought I saw it. Oh, maybe I'm going. It was Graphene. Oh, Graphene. Super Peewee, welcome to the board. You triggered a hype train. Tempest 99, subbed to tier 1. Hell yeah. Let's put you up on that board. Man, I wanna catch you guys up on the project, but we gotta get through this. So what happens is when you sub, when this thing is going home, the machine resets. And so you get like a random blast. You randomly blast someone. All right, so it's going to determine where 0 is. Oh, it looks like the water cooling system turned on. Those LEDs are hooked up to the tiny little high temperature pump that's literally just silicon connected to the bottom of that reservoir. So it is pumping water. It is pumping water. So the beginning of the stream today, I tore apart the gaming computer. And now we've got to finish rebuilding that PCB that creates all the 12 volts. And then I can try to get everything back together. And I'm replacing that Dell fan with a different fan. Because I've replaced that Dell fan several times. It is, in fact, this time it's a 5-volt fan. And I accidentally have been giving it 12 volts. So... ah! Who was that just, was it who this again? Oh my god, I gotta catch up with chat. This is like, we were having a quiet day. Now it's just madness. It's just pure madness. I appreciate that, Raven. That's very nice of you. Ah! Oh, they're destroying Short Lurker! Those bastards! Oh, it's who this again? How did they get in before Tempest? Oh, it was anonymous gifter to who this again. And now Tempest 99. Thank you for the sub. Dinsdale Piranha, 26 months, saying, poor Shorty. I know. Tempest 99 is just right up there, right up in there. Yeah, we don't have a camera on it. I need to move the camera. The next version, which I have this Finnish high power universal motor controller for, and a bunch of like frame rail stuff. This is for the next version of the board. 1, 2, 3, 4 axes, 2 XY axes, and one of them is going to have a camera on it. And then I'll also have an overall board view camera. So 2 more, that'll be 1 extra camera, and I'll be able to sit my fat ass on the stool while while this thing films it for me. I won't have to move around. I could actually like game. I could play games and stuff. Dinsdale Piranha, welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing. Wait, that's not Dinsdale. Who the hell is that? What have you done? Flaw design. Flaw design's going. See, the board is better than I am at keeping track of who's subbing. Jesus. The sad thing is, I can't even upgrade my computer. I have a LAN party to get to on Saturday, and so I'm trying to do this so that my computer isn't a screaming. It basically screams death every time that power supply gets hot because I was running 12 volts to a 5-volt fan. It was so loud and annoying. So what I'm doing is I'm replacing that one fan with several Noctua fans. And right now I'm trying to do a good job of it. I'm just trying to make it work. Don't forget your modem. How do it find a place to write? You guys can look at all the code if you want. It's on GitHub. It's all in Python. Dinsdale Piranha, you're right by that spot in the wood that I can't get rid of. Welcome to the board. What size is somebody's name? However many names are in the database already. So we're at the smallest size, and actually this board is getting damn near close to being full. Let's be honest. It almost has 6,000 names on it, I believe. Shorty, thanks for the cheer. Makotronics subbed. Oh shit, here we go. When people come to the shop, they're always like blown away at the size of the board. It's a lot smaller than you think, which is something I hear a lot in my life, it seems. Where to Makotronics? Twitch? Hello? Twitch API. We're going to see a cascade of LEDs right below that blue LED. Ba-ba! There it goes. See, that's how it plays. Those are all of the different threads of code working on the name and basically saving it to the database. And then once an unburnt name is detected in the database, the final thread will start streaming the code out to the XY table. So the way it finds the name is purely by Python's random number function, and it does that based on pixels. Opa, thank you for subbing. Let's see, we got Dinsdale, Short Lurker with the bits. Thank you guys for all the follows. Amesworth, thank you for the bits. Makotronics, subbing for 34 months. Welcome to the board. Why is it still moving? Oh yeah, and then Opa. Opa! Man, I think I am gonna have to be working until tomorrow for this thing. Oh boy. Opa, welcome to the board. You're by John Peeve. And a bunch of other people. There's the occasional Rabaz sitting in this thing. You'll be able to see him all over the place. There's God, Twitch staff, God. I wonder how he's doing. Hope he's all right. Lots of different names on this thing. And then if you gift a sub, the giftee goes up on the board. So part of the joke of this whole thing is that technically, Twitch should be censoring these names. That's not really the case. There's a lot of terrible names and terrible people on Twitch, and so a lot of them have been gifted subs. Yeah, there's actually an actual legitimate, like, subscribe to PewDiePie. I think Ninja's on here, having been gifted a sub. What's his name? Glasses guy, Dr. Disrespect. What's his name? Yeah, Come Swap Cowboy. There's also, what was the other one? Oh, yeah, Dildo Bazooka. There's all kinds of good names on here. Oh, Foreskin 420 Fortnite God is up in the corner there. C-Bob, yep, C-Bob got a gift sub. Long time ago, too. That's why it's so big. When you first put this up, there were a lot of people creating novelty alts just to troll the board. Yeah. Look, yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, man, you spent $5 to make that joke. All right. I mean, if you look at it, some of the larger names that are kind of like joke names are like Short Lurker. There's an underscore in there, you know? So that's clearly a joke account. Somebody just trying to be an asshole. No, some of the accounts on here, it's like something underscore sex joke, right? That's the form that they all take. And so it's like, yeah, I can see one person's sense of humor behind all of these joke subs. But it's fine because I made plenty of money off of it. Yeah, Mr. Zoran, like, the fuck is that thing? Surprising number of really filthy names were registered already. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that people were searching for filthy names, and in doing so, they were looking for a particular, like, style of name, because that's the best way that they had to be able to search it. So that's just what happens. I mean, it's part of what I built. Okay, so that was a lot of people suddenly dropping in. We're doing some fiddly stuff right now. I'm trying to put together this. Is that crooked? Oh boy, am I gonna be worried about that my whole life? I probably am. I'm trying to put back together this power supply. This board and the modules that solder to it. These were like $180 a piece. They're not cheap. These are DC to DC conversion modules that are smart. They're smart. They create 12 volts and they do it extremely well. They do it extremely, extremely well. There is a 120 volt. There's a 120 volt to 300 volt DC converter. So 120 volt AC, American standard power. This does either 120 or 240. Goes into one end of this thing, and then this thing sharts out the other end, 300 volts DC. 300 volt DC goes into this thing, and then this will output 12 volts, 25 amps. And it'll work with its buddy over here, its twin brother. It'll work with its twin brother, and these will talk to one another and provide up to 50 amps at 12 volts. And they can go a little bit above that. Why is 300 volts needed? It's like a ship and server kind of standard, and that's just what the modules did. That's just how they did it. And actually, inside of a lot of power control stuff that's assembled, like all as one, you will have a system like that where it bumps it up to a high DC voltage, and then it'll switch that DC voltage into a transformer and then turn it back into whatever power standard they need it at. That's just how it works, right? So these two talk to each other in order to share the load, Mr. Frodo. And so they're able to make up to 50 amps at 12 volts. Well, what does that do for me? Well, it means that the graphics card can take up to 30 amps at 12 volts, because graphics cards just need 12 volts, right? So that's part of it. Then the other part is the part that I was looking for. I freaking couldn't find. Where the hell did it go? What did I do with it? Is it sitting over here? No. On my graphics card. Remember those graphics cards? Oh, here it is. It goes to, that 12 volts goes to this little module right here. And this little module right here is designed to go in a car. It's designed to provide all of the different motherboard voltages in a car computer. And this is 140 watts. So any modern computer that's not like a Threadripper or something ridiculous like that can be powered by this. And in fact, I was going to use this in my new gaming PC, which was gonna be water cooled, but then nobody was able to get freaking graphics cards, and so I'm stuck with this kind of amazing Ryzen system with no with no way to run it because I can't put it into the small PC enclosure because it needs a special frickin' cooler on it. The cooler, so B550i ROG Strix. I got the really good RAM on it. This is some good shit right here. I got the really good RAM on it. I got the water block, the EK water block, and then I got a 50, 56, whatever, 50 fucking, just good, really good stuff, right? I don't have any case for this. The case is something that I need to build. Yeah, it doesn't come in blue. It's painter's tape. I'm protecting it. This is like, I can't run this because my current PC is air cooled. I need to do a lot more work to design this thing out for water cooling. So, fuck. So anyway, I can't run this. This just sits in the corner until I can actually get a new power supply. Yeah, the thermal camera's fun. I just finished designing the enclosure for that. I printed it in purple. It's a purple camera enclosure. Thermals are neat because you can see reflected heat off of stuff, including things that aren't necessarily very reflective. So this piece of metal is much unto like a mirror to it. And you get this wonderfully non-flattering view of me, although it does look like I'm wearing sunglasses, which is pretty cool. But yeah, the thermal camera's right there. Look at them go. It's actually, I've had trouble cooling the thermal camera. Yeah, the thermal dude abides. So the thermal camera is sitting on the end of the camera arm right here, and that's what gives us that view. So I made a little enclosure for it to protect it, because I'm like bumping into the thing all the time. But yeah, that allows us to see heat. Heat's important to see for soldering. You don't need a thermal camera to solder. It just makes it a little bit more presentable on Twitch. So yeah, anyway. So as I hemorrhage viewers, because you all have to go to bed, I'm going to continue to do what I was doing, because I got a lot of work to do. You seem to embody what I want to do as my hobbies. What formal training do you have? I'm going to say right now that you don't need formal training to do this kind of stuff. When you jump off the deep end and do a project that scares you, because in my opinion, every project should scare you just a little bit, right? It should push your boundaries just a little bit. That's the way I try to live my life. But to do the kind of stuff that I do, I mean, I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering with a concentration in motors and control systems. You don't need that. Most of the stuff that I do here has nothing to do with my degree. Like, it really just doesn't cover my degree at all. This is just stuff that I do. Yeah, no, I said just a bit, not scare the living piss out of you. No, you don't need to. Your first project shouldn't be like a Tesla coil, unless you really want to build a Tesla coil, in which case it's fine. But like, your first project shouldn't be dangerous. You know, scare you in a way like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to get this done? How am I going to figure this out? What knowledge do I need for this project? So I have a mechanical engineering training and a passion for PC mechanics. Think that'll cut it? What you need to have is a passion for learning how to do this stuff. Yeah, that's it. That's it. This stuff is everywhere, though. It's everywhere, man. Everybody's doing this stuff now, you know? You can find a tutorial on how to find a tutorial for this kind of stuff. So this power supply is going to go onto a new heatsink that does not have a fan cut out for it. So no Dell fan on this thing. Possibly more surface area, and then I'm going to throw some Noctuas at it. We'll get to that. We're gonna have to earn that, guys. I gotta do this work. Yeah, my tutorials have tutorials. That's how popular this stuff is nowadays. Easier to be sure. Yeah, I used to work at Fermilab. That's cool. Everything was custom. Oh my god. Gotta earn it. Earn it. Okay, let's get the MOVs in, and then the big Panasonic caps. So we're back to soldering. Got the hot air gun next to me, just in case we want to make stuff look a little bit more professional. And I actually need to make sure that these are flat on the bottom, because these aren't quite right. How was Robot's stream? I didn't get to catch a lot of it today because I was streaming. Actually, no, because my computer was off. Oh no. I sometimes have them open in a different screen, like on the other computer, on my desk. Fun. That's all I get. That's all I get. He uploaded a video. Oh my god. Hell hath frozen over. All right, gotta get the shakes out here. This is the one I cleaned up. These are metal oxide varistors. What they're designed to do is if there's a transient on the line, they'll filter it out because they're variable resistors. If shit hits the fan, these heat up and then they'll short out the line ahead of any kind of electrical spike. They're part of the safety mechanisms that are required to run these power supplies. And basically, you know, all the design of this board was like, hey, these things make a lot of 12 volts. So I looked up the data sheets, and in the data sheets, they're just like, here's an application note. This is how you use these things. So you basically just staple together what they tell you to in the data sheet, and then add your own little bits and bobs that you feel like putting in there. And that's it. That's all it takes to do this kind of stuff. I mean, I had to look up some ANSI standards in terms of PCB spacing and stuff to actually get the 120 volt part right so that it was safe, so I didn't burn down the freaking neighborhood. But this power, the power supply in its other form, in the actually assembled form, I had running for me for years and years. Like, I built this board in 2013, and it has been running almost 100% of the time since then. It's nice to have made something that wasn't penny pinched to the point of to the point of it being like cheap and somewhat expendable in terms of like, you know, having nice stuff creating power for me. It's a good feeling. God bless the brave men and women who write data sheets, man. That is true. They are heroes. They are indeed heroes. These Panasonic capacitors are fairly fragile. I have one extra set of them, but I'm not sure if I need to use different solder apparatus. I think I might need to switch soldering iron tips to properly solder them. Because if anything, these are multi-layers of plastic, and they're fragile as hell. And I just need to like quickly solder that and then get the hell out before it heats up. So I'm going to switch soldering iron tips. I've replaced all those green long life LED lamps within that span of time. Yeah. Yeah, this thing, I mean, I can't touch it directly. It's hot. This thing has been running for quite some time. I very much have enjoyed using my computer like this. But that fan on the side is a freaking banshee. It would scream when the thing would get even a little bit hot. So like, I did like one gaming stream. I did it like 1,000 years ago. I played Gen 0, which is really fun. But during the whole time, this thing was screaming away, trying to render Sweden as best it could. And it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a hot look. So I've wanted to do this for quite some time now. And taking this to LAN parties and having it scream its head off, all my friends are like, you see, that's the trade-off. You made a small PC, but you traded the amount of noise that it made. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, that's not what happened. It wasn't a trade-off. It's just because I screwed up the fan. So I want this thing to be able to push a lot of CFM, keep itself cool, keep itself, you know, the cooler the electronics are, by the way, the longer they'll last. There's no huge advantage to like cooling it super duper well. The only advantage is that it will last longer. And since I don't have a super duper job anymore, can't really afford to replace this. I do have an old 600 watt power supply in case this thing goes tits up, you know? I can replace this if I need to. But yeah, anyway, welcome to my shop, everybody. How you doing? I would love to use hot air to like fix that, but I'm not going to. I don't want to melt these. I worked under a guy who'd been fixing TVs and crap for 40 years. He ran 80-watt irons and just yeeted in. Yeah, this one's like, I think this is like a 300-watt iron. 200 maybe? But yeah, pretty cool to be able to just smash it. Smash that heat button. What's next? I've got external connectors. I've got temperature sensors. That's all this stuff up here. And then the modules have to go back in. But before that, I need to find something that's going to go in the old fan connector, because we're going to basically run, I'll maybe cut the Dell one, but we're going to run a wire out of here, and then that'll go to the wire out of here, and then that'll go to the Noctuas. Let's see. I need to find that fan connector. I don't know what happened to it. I think I had one, and I don't want to use the old one because it was like damaged and scorched. Yeah, so that's what you guys are in for today if you stick around, is that we're in the long haul here right now, which is not usually what I do. Usually I get in, I get out. Get in, get out. We work on various projects around the shop here. Had a couple ongoing things, but we've run into a lot of like troubles where I need to order parts and stuff. So it's good to have everything I need in front of me, because we're going late today. We're going late today because this is my gaming computer. If I stopped streaming, I literally have nothing to do. I can sit in a quiet room and ponder all of my life choices. Any idea for the case? Oh, I've already got it. Yeah, it's over here. Hold on. The case for the computer is going to be made out of Makerbeam. So the old case is right here. And it's made out of Makerbeam with metal speaker grill on it. So we're going to move the metal speaker grill over to anodized metal frame rail, or whatever you call it, a Makerbeam. And so I've got this version of the case, and that's what we're going to put everything in. So the 1080 FTW and my whatever the hell Intel Gigabyte Mini ITX motherboard all fit in here, and they get plenty of nice cool air from the outside world through the fans. But then on the outside of this, embarrassingly, I'm going to have to place the Noctua fans. They're going to have to sit on the outside of the case because they won't fit. But yeah, that's what I already have for the computer. This is supposed to be an easy upgrade. It is I think a little, it's like 2 inches more narrow than a rack. But yeah, I can put it on a rack shelf. But it was mainly made to just be as small as possible, and my friends just call it the VCR. But yeah, I got to get this thing done, man. I got a lot of work to do. I got work. Other streamers get to just like, oh, I'm just gonna open up a game that I haven't even downloaded. Oh no, I've got to sit here and download a game, and now I've got all of this plot resolved right in front of me. All I have to do is have fun and have a little bit of personality. And here I am, like, man, if only I can put this thing together today. No stress. No stress, just multi-$100 mistakes. Damn it, I don't know where that connector is. That little surface mount fan connector. Do I have like a board that has one that I can take it off of? I don't think so. I don't know. Laser diode socket, I2C MUX, tiny 87s, PFETs, none of this stuff. None of this stuff. Oh boy. Gotta get back into the groove after that. That was crazy. Yeah, I think I've been through this already. I've already been through all these. How many more? Couple. No, 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 none of these. PewDiePie made a multi-$100 mistake. Oh, I'm sure. You just have to make sure that you don't say gamer words. God. Fucking gamer words. How do you... I'm not even going to get into it. See, I thought it was in here with all the other bullshit that I've got in this case. This particular location. I think maybe what I can do is take the one that's the same form factor and bend the pins flat. I think that'll work. It'll still be the same socket. It'll just be kind of weird. Here, let's take a look at what's in this bin. Yeah, as far as I know, if you just search SMD container on like Alibaba, or these are labeled Wentai, but I don't know what that means, or, you know, I haven't been able to find them by searching just Wentai, W-E-N-T-A-I. But yeah, with the frick, thank you for following. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm up against. I gotta modify a part I don't want to do, but... Wait, that won't work. No, 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 that won't work, because then the anchor pins are on the wrong part. Yeah, okay, so I can't modify... I may have to recover the old one. Seem very organized. I'm not. I'm not. I'm enjoying having the extra viewers, but... Oh, look at how crappy that one is. These are just like miscellaneous like connectors and shit that I've just put into a bin. Into the bin they go. More organized than me, I guess. You know, can't speak for it, but I do what I can. I do what I can. I was pretty organized going into this project. See, it needs to look like this. This little right angle connector has these little metal anchors on both sides, and then the pins come out at an angle and all that fun crap. So we need at least 3 pins of that in order to fit on that footprint. I might have to grab the old one. I hate that I only have one. I thought I had multiples. I do still feel like it's in a bin somewhere, though. It has to be. Chad, it has to be in a bin. It's always in a bin. There's always a bin. Always has been. Always will be. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. All right, so clearly it's not in here. This is where I would have, this is, if I had it, it would be in here. But I think some of them ended up in a different bin, I think. So let me take a quick look here. Actually, no, I don't think it would have. I'm trying to think of where it would be, because I've got a lot of storage over here on the other side of the monitor. There's all kinds of bins and stuff back here, so I can hopefully find something like it, but you know, the problem is I look in these bins a lot, and I don't feel like I've seen it anytime recently. Which, you know, if I've been back and forth with these things a lot, I would have definitely found it by now. So I don't think it's back here. I don't think it's back here. I love that it took me like 6 tries to explain what the hell I was doing today. Like, wait, that's not right. Actually, everything was distracting me away from it. All right. We're down to just my normal viewers and the people who are asleep at their desk. So we can get back to work. I am looking for a connector that I don't think I'm going to find. So my only other option is to grab it off of the other board. And I could probably grab it using hot air. I hope I don't melt the plastic. That right there is our custom 12-volt line. You see, this used to be powered by 5 volts. It was built for a 5-volt fan. Mr. Pacemaker, thank you for following. That is a little piece of motor wire. It's thicker than what was there before, which should hopefully be L. Ron Hoover. Thank you for the follow. So hopefully this should be able to like, you know, handle it properly, but handle the current. But the connector is a specific shape. Warsaber's awake. Ah, shit. I gotta be more boring. Curses. I mean, yeah, the right angle connector will probably fit. Like, well, humdinger, look at that. That fits perfectly. That would be great. That would work great, except for the fact that the module goes right here. So there would be no way to plug it in. There just simply would not be space to plug it in. It needs to be a right angle. And I can't bend the pins and solder it upright. That just doesn't work. So I need to get the connector off of the other one. It really pisses me off because I'm pretty sure that in some of those bins somewhere, in some bin somewhere, and that's a pretty weird claim to make, there is probably that connector. I'm wondering, can I think of where? Not really. God, I was supposed to be streaming all day today, but I overslept by like a wide margin. I must have turned off the alarm clock. So, and by the way, these scratches you see, I'm actually cutting traces. We need to do a couple little modifications here. I need to actually run this to that, and then I need to run this one to there in order to make all the connections on this thing properly. I guess I don't know why, but I guess I couldn't flip the what is it, the pins on the microcontroller like in software. I think maybe because only certain pins could do PWM or something. I don't know. Nowadays I could probably fix that very easily, but I don't have access to that code, so I could reprogram it from scratch. But I've been kind of striking out in terms of programming fans lately. All right, let's get the old one out of here and see if we can clean it up. Prospects of doing that are not great. And this thing is it's all like scorched from running 12 volts into a 5-volt fan. I think it'll clean off. I think it might just be dust, but we're going to use hot air on this and hope it doesn't frickin' melt. Please don't melt. Please. Please, please don't melt. All right, let's see what we can do here. So if I pick this off of the base, it starts ejecting hot air from the front. And you can see it works a little bit like a flashlight in thermal imaging. Just because it's heating up whatever it points at. Flux will help. Flux keeps things from oxidizing, and it holds the heat in a little bit. And if you're like Louis Rossmann, you have some kind of a weird affiliation with the flux manufacturer. What is this? It's a hot air rework station. Hot air is great for soldering stuff because it heats up everything and all your solder becomes molten. And then you get that wonderful thing where all of your parts sort of fall into place because of surface tension. So what I'm doing here is I'm using hot air in order to heat this up to soldering temperature. I've got 500 degrees Celsius air being lightly burped out of the front of this thing. And that's gonna burp this thing out of the way. But I gotta be careful not to melt the plastic. The plastic should be able to tolerate it for just a little bit. But if I keep moving around and I apply even heat, eventually, well, that's gonna solder. Yeah, totes, this is the thing, man. Plastic's feeling weird. Tweezers are gonna be too hot. All right, I gotta keep moving it. Keep moving with that hot air. Stick it to him. Got him. Okay, let everything cool down now. So when I park this back into its base, it'll turn up the fan and it'll get really obnoxiously loud for a little bit while it cools off that tip to the point where it's not, you know, dangerous. It'll still burn you. They don't make it that safe. Right. Now we go here. This is like a big project that I did back in the day. This board, getting it all right and getting everything properly positioned and choosing the right parts, etc., etc., etc. It was a big build, and I wanted to do a big build at the time. Yeah, just a tip. Only for a minute, though. Just to see what it's like. All right, so regular soldering iron tip. I'm gonna do a tip swap. Oh, it's looking a little too hot, the camera. We've had troubles with the thermal imager heating up too much, and then you start to get these weird vertical bands on the image that are persistent. So if I move around, they'll move with the camera. And the reason that they're there is because there's heat inside of the enclosure. I've got like a little thermal webcam module, and it's a Lepton 3.5 thermal imaging module. But the Groupgets produced thermal webcam thing turns it into a normal webcam device. So I can use a regular webcam driver. Yeah, there's a thermals command. Yeah, it's not really like, look, see that band right here? You can see there's like kind of a pixelation that moves with the camera. I don't know what's causing that. I mean, I do know what's causing it. I don't know how to fix that. I've put several heat sinks in the module, and now I've got one that I sanded down. I actually tweeted about it, but that heat sink is doing a decent job. So, I mean, it's good enough for now, but I'm gonna have to come up with something better. Man, I really don't like how grody this piece is. I should use tweezers. I should get my... Who's that? Dapper something or other? Thank you for following. Let me... Dapper Fapper. Thank you for following. Same with Bone Fruit. And all the people who followed from the raid. I appreciate you guys following me. Nice of you. All right, so with hot air, I can rely on tension to put this into place, but I can't do that with the soldering iron and the tweezers. Put a little care into aligning this. See, this is the mod that makes it 12 volts, this wire right here. So I gotta get it right. Could have just said fuck it and had my friends deal with all the noise, but look at me being nice. Going out of my way. I think that was too much solder. Did that... Yeah, it was a little too much solder. Let's get rid of a little bit. Desolder wick is as close to visual asthma as you're going to get around this show. So, desolder braid is designed to just pull solder in with surface tension. So in order to remove that excess solder, I can just get close to it like this. And you can see it wick into the braid. I think I burnt the connector a little bit over there. God, that is a grody looking connector. Nasty, nasty. All right, I'm going to move this out of the way. Just a bit. Because that needs to go to this pin right here. But I'm first going to get solder onto these pins. Now, I could drag solder this, but I think it'll be better if I just control. I'm just careful about getting the solder onto the proper pad, letting it flow in. It's going to be a little bit of excess on there, and I probably should put down flux. Who has time for that sort of thing? I've got to work carefully. This stuff is small. Careful, he is small. Ah, that's a bridge. Braid. More braid. Let me actually do this because I got to get in there. So cut that, get in there. The scope is the microscope that I'm using to film, and that is just it's a Logitech webcam with a special case on it, and then a C-mount lens adapter for a Nikon lens. So because the lenses are further away from the sensors and stuff, I have like 2 feet of standoff, or maybe almost 3 feet of standoff between the actual lens and the objective, which is great because I can work in this space. It's fairly sensitive though. If I tap the desk, they're shaking, but it's pretty good at what it does. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm gonna bring this guy in here and just attach it right to that pin. I'm just gonna jump right on top of it. I mean, I guess I probably could have, I wonder if I could have gone over here with it. I don't want to get close to these high voltage lines though. This is a high voltage trace that comes down and through here, so I got to be careful of that one. I got to keep it nice and clear. Nice and clear. These aren't used at all as would be recommended by the manufacturer. None of this stuff is. The manufacturer would want you to put the high voltage stuff in its own little section. So you can kind of cordon it off and keep it away from other stuff so it doesn't bridge contact. But for my purposes, I had to have everything laying down next to each other. So that's why I have high voltage traces like right near normal DC voltages. But again, I mean, this power supply has been working since 2013, so suck on a bag of eggs. I'm making sure that this is a very nice connection because I'm not going to be able to get to it once the modules are in place. Once those modules are in there, I'm not going to be able to get to it. This is like mad science over here, right? All right, where's my toothbrush? I don't know. I don't know what happened to that toothbrush. I need something with bristles of that consistency so I can brush my electronics off. All right, I got some brushes. I got some brushes. Probably not a metal brush. That's probably, you know, maybe that's a bad idea. I got these weird brushes that some viewers sent in. That might do. That won't do it all. In fact, it didn't do a goddamn thing. It barely cleaned anything. It might have made things dirtier. That was disgusting. Yeah, well, one part, I mean, it's like one part steady hands and the other part is bracing your hand on stuff. You need to make sure that you can brace your wrist, your forearm, or something so that you're comfortable working, and that's what allows you to work with stuff this small. In fact, I prefer when I build circuits from scratch, I use this stuff. I use this size of stuff. This isn't any special super small. I think I got machine grease on it. Ugh. This isn't like super special and small. Yeah, there's definitely oil. I got oil on it. Great. I'll break out the goof off. It sound dirtier. It's disgusting. There was machine oil on that thing. Ah, damn it. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna use acetone. Put it in the dishwasher. Yeah. I'm not Louis Rossman. I don't have a friggin' Sonicare bath to put this thing in. Definitely had machine oil on it. Whoops. That's all right. That's right. This stuff will make it nice and pretty. This will make it pretty. Nice and pretty it up. I'm gonna need several though. Damn it, I don't know what I did with the toothbrush that was here. That would have been the perfect tool for this. It would have been perfect. Yeah, I use goof off. It's not the recommended thing to use. You got to be careful about it around plastics, but I find that it works pretty nicely for cleaning up circuit boards. Don't get in soda. Delicious sody. Look at this. It's delicious. It's covered in soda. I guess I could scrape that with a knife. Try to clean it up a little bit. I hate these things. I bought these freaking Q-tips that have plastic sticks and they're foam, but they're hateful. They're bad. They're so bad. They can't clean anything and they just deteriorate. And then the tip of it isn't even like, it's not even held on enough to really like give something a good scrub. They're terrible. It was a bad buy. It was a bad buy. God, they suck so hard. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, like the wooden ones. They cost 4 times the amount. They're not foam tipped, right? I mean, I like my normal Q-tips. Yeah, my Q-tip brand Q-tips, but they leave little cotton hairs all over the place. Which, you know, it's not that big of a deal. You can clean that up, but I'm trying to get this, there's like crud all over this right now. I'm trying to clean it up. Once I get the modules on here, it's pretty much like game over for, you know, getting into this area. So I want to make sure that I'm putting my best foot forward because I don't want this thing to fucking blow up when I power up my computer, my computy. Used to get super pricey ones for cleaning projects. You know, just the normal like store-bought ones are fine, and they're made out of paper, which makes them renewable. This one's like, I might as well just stick this up a turtle's nose. And I do, often. Turtle knows what it did. It had it coming. It may look good to you, but your eyes aren't trained. My trained eyes are telling me that I'm a piece of shit, and I need to clean this thing up more. Get it clean. Why won't I don't want to wash off. Dirty. Everything's dirty. Super dirty. I do wish I had like one of those sonic baths that I could drop everything in and just like be like, yeah, that'll come out and look new. That'd be super cool. But I don't have space for that kind of equipment around here. If you guys notice, my shop is like full. I don't have room for goddamn anything in here anymore. I don't have room for anything. There's not room for anything. These are the Y caps and the X caps. These capacitors are designed to protect this thing in the event of something going horrible, and they also filter out noise. But what they are is they're connected to ground from the various inputs and outputs, like 120 volts and stuff like that. But they're just there for transients. What happens is they charge up, and then they look like an open circuit. The swab they use for COVID tests are kind of like Q-tips, but thinner and longer. Oh, I almost spilled my junk. Oh God, look at it! Look at it! Disgusting! Disgusting! There's the other severed trace, by the way, right there. So yeah, we've got to do the motor wires on the top. We got to put the modules back in. I need to do the input and output connectors. That's the part that I've been kind of avoiding. So the output for this thing is two 30-amp drone connectors, and that's what I've decided to use on this build in order to carry current out from the module to the rest of the stuff. So I've got pieces of wire over here. These are kind of thick wires. I might use them. And then I've got, where'd the connectors go? What happened to them? Oh yeah, I was about to solder them, so I had them connected to stuff. Yep, here's one. The other one was connected to this guy. I threw aside haphazardly when we were deciding whether or not we were going to have a yak shaving session. True, that is against toss. I cannot spill my junk on stream. I cannot be allowed. Now listen, if it gets late here, and it is gonna, the hours are gonna sneak up on me. It's already 7:30. If the hours sneak up too much and it becomes like midnight-ish, then I'm going to have to stop so I can eat and then go to bed. And then as soon as I wake up and like my hair dries or whatever, we'll get back into this. Floor design. I'm gonna head out and go walk my dog. Nice to meet you. Have a good one. Hey man, thanks. I appreciate you hanging out. I really do. Especially you raiders who are still here. Thanks. You just didn't have to do that, but you did. And it shows. All right, so get this thing up onto here. We got a bunch of work to do still, so we'll get the old connectors off. I don't have too many spares of these. I'd have to take apart like batteries and stuff if I were to get more. Why isn't this? Okay, there it goes. God, it like resists heating up for so long. Now the question is, should I clean this out before I try anything on it? So this here, positive there, plus 12 volts up like this, and I can do it like that, but then I need to have, oh man, I'm not showing you guys the proper thing. I'm moving the camera less because I'm getting tired. Oh, little shaky view. Okay, so, like I was saying, I need to attach these things to the side of the board. Part of the reason why we're doing this is because on the previous board, which is the exact same thing, of course we've omitted some parts that we don't need, like the reset button and some of the things over there, but on the previous board, the pads for these edges have ripped out. That's why I'm repairing this, basically. And I still need to run wire wrap wire on these. I'm going to wait until I get the modules in place for that. So what I'm going to do is somehow attach these things so that they don't fly off. And I think the best way to do that is just basically what I had before with the wire. I need to make sure plus goes to plus and minus goes to minus, but I need this thickness of wire. Do I still have that? Let me go see if I can find, here, go back to this view, and I'm going to go look at my wire pile all the way in the back and see if I've still got that reel of like really thick wire, and then I can use pliers to do a very hard bend in the end. Because if I have those going through the through hole lines on PCBs act as like a rivet. And if you've got a through hole part through that rivet, quote unquote, it holds on really well. And it can take a little bit of mechanical stress. Here it is, I found it. It can take a little bit of mechanical stress, and that's what we're shooting for here, is to be able to, when I plug this thing in and I unplug it, I don't want it to explode. Chopped up mains, I was thinking that, but I think I'm out of that. I don't know where all my big wires went, but this stuff I've had for years. I love bare main cable. Is that some kind of sex joke? What is that? Oh, it's still a little bit light out. Okay. This stuff I've had for centuries. I don't really know where it came from. It looks like I've had it for centuries, but it does solder very well. It's like coated copper, so I'll use this stuff again. Yeah, mains cable's nice. Well, let's see get away with a lot of stuff. So how is that gonna work? I really wish I could go back and redesign this to work with the XT connectors. It looks like it has to fan out a little bit more. So I need these, maybe I need the cups to face upwards. Cupwards? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Jimmy Carr laugh. Ha ha ha! Oh! Jimmy Carr. They're not really supposed to twist in these, but they can. I guess I could use UV glue to fill that space and just like, no, I'm not going to do that. I enjoy the extra fart points we're earning from a long stream. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? All right, let's use the Engineer SS02 solder sucker featuring the Star Trek font. That is the next generation font. I don't know where they got that from, but man, they certainly stole it. I was like, you know, I could end the stream and then I could watch something on my computer. No, don't have a computer. I don't have one. It's fully disassembled on the desk. Oh my god. So the reason that I'm plugging it into something else is so that when this thing gets hot, basically all the plastic turns into soup. And so I don't want that soupy plastic to become misaligned or misshapen in any way. So this allows me to apply heat and not worry about it screwing it up. Substitute streamer at a party of 7 and they decided to raid. How you doing, man? I learned something today. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, substitute streamer? We had a Rob Oz raid a little earlier. We got a lot of people in here. We're working on my computer, so like if I stopped streaming right now, I wouldn't have anything to do. I could sit here in an empty room. Like I was saying, think about my life choices, which who wants to do that? I don't. So I gotta finish this thing. Right now we are indeed in the shaving yak portion of building this computer because I'm putting back together my 52 amp, 50-ish amp power supply. I'm trying to get these external connectors ready to go. We need to make wires for them that'll attach them properly and make sure that they don't. The reason originally I had Molex connectors on this thing, and the Molex connectors, unfortunately, were undersized, as if that's a thing that I don't always do. I undersized the connectors because I was like, it's fine. They're not rated for this number of amps, but that's just a bunch of horse hockey. And then they overheated and they almost like blew up my house. So what I did is I got these 30 amp drone connectors on the job. These things are nice and small and carry a lot of current. Yeah, and we're going late tonight. I'm going late. We learned about Elmer Fudd, which was funny in the video showed us. Cool. I mean, they could go on cables to not stress the board. I could do that, but I want them to be on the board. This is fine. This is fine, Chad. We'll be fine. I'll get this done. My phone buzzed earlier. I should check on it. I am very much in focus mode, though, right now. I'm gonna check to see, because some people get worried about me when I stream late, and they like order me food and stuff. It's like I don't need this. Oh, that's exactly the text. Let me know if I can order you food. Don't order. I do not need food. Okay, so those are, I removed a lot of the solder in them so that those cups will sit flat, and then I can make just little right angle. You will need food. No. Somebody already ordered food, so they probably already ordered extra for me. And I'm not even hungry. I'm not eating. I might not even be eating tonight. Well, whenever the stream ends, I'll eat, but too late. No, pizza with a side order of bees. Oh my God, you knew just what I wanted. Ah! Okay, let's see. So I want to do a right angle in this, and I don't know what lengths I'm going to need. So I'm going to cut a small piece, get these pliers, because I can hold it in this, and then I can give it the beans. So if I give it the beans, then I've got a nice little tight right angle here. I need to go over a little bit. So it's a nice tight right angle section. And that can go into one of the holes. Of course, I'm going to run solder braid on these as well, but I need it to go into this one. And I'll get another little length. Because I need those to go to the cups, but the way the cups sit, it's actually kind of difficult for them to do that. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do, Chad. Between you and me. I'm going to grab this like this, and I'm just going to go, just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Chad, I said not to freak out, all right? Jeez. So if I do that, what happens? Oh, geez, it barely fits in here. Come on. Well, I don't actually know if that's going to get to... All right, you freaked out. You freaked out. Why'd you freak out? No, it's not going to work. I want to make sure that this thing has like the pin that goes through into the board, but I'm not totally sure about this. I wonder, I mean, I could just run it with one wire to each piece of the connector, right? Well, this is going to carry quite a bit of... What's this gauge? $30? It's time for the free... Ah, Chad, calm down. Let's see, wire size guide. And we're looking for the one from power stream. This is my go-to. If you want to know what kind of wire you can run on something, this is the go-to. So if I'm running 30 gauge solid wire, 30 gauge, and it's internal power wiring, right? It's actually chassis wiring. This isn't 30 gauge. What the fuck? Don't lie to me. Oh, I think it's 30 foot. I'm gonna have to measure it. Where are my calipers? Oh god, the calipers are nowhere to be found. Hold on. It's everything requires like 7 steps today. Oh wait, can I do it on this? This will get small enough. $30 something. Does this one have a hole gauge? It does. Oh, but that's millimeter. Well, I don't even know which millimeter that is. Oh god, it's everything requires so many steps. I have to measure this thing out. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Got him. Got him. These are way too big and inaccurate, but it's like 1 millimeter diameter. So can we see the conductor diameter on this thing? What column is that? Conductor diameter. Millimeter 4321. That's 18 gauge, which in chassis can handle 16 amps. So I'm gonna need 2 of them. I think I'm gonna need 2 of them. Technically, it's not supposed to be carrying this much current. It really does look like a lot more material than what I'm using. Well, what I do with these is I run desolder braid on them, and that increases the amount of current. So technically, I am going to need 2. How am I going to get that into this small area? It's going to have to like immediately branch to the side. So instead of that bend that I put in there, straighten that out. I mean, basically, it's going to have to do like that so that it can immediately go into the connector. That's the other way around. So actually, it would be... Oh, God, which one is it? This is always so complicated. Why is everything so difficult? It's like if I run that bend, then it immediately collides with its buddy to the side. I think I just bent it wrong. I think it needed to bend the other way. Actually, that can go here, and the other one needs to go right next to it. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Okay, so little section. Give it the right angle bend. It goes next to it. So this needs to bend at the very first opportunity this way. I'll go right here. How'd I do? Let's see how I did. Yeah, those calipers are real cheap. Can't fit pins from a 100 mil header? I don't think so. There you go. That's a little janky, but it'll be okay. Everything's going to be covered in solder. That'll make up for it. Ah! Board fell. Get back in the vise, you jerk. Actually, let me move it in the vise so that it's better held in place, because these are larger, kind of mechanically kind of things. I think this may be the configuration that I used to have it in, and then I did something to resolder it, and that's what lifted those pads. Calipers remind me of this oddity. What is that? Let me see. What the hell is that thing? What in God's name? It's expensive, whatever it is. What are you measuring? What? It's like a corner measure. That's so weird. What the hell would you even... Yeah. That is some hedonistic bullshit is what that is. I don't even know what to make of that thing. All right. So I guess I'm going to clip these to the edge, and then I need to make more. I need to make 2 more. Ponderous. This is ponderous work. Slow and ponderous. What I signed up for, though. One of these. Then a little 45-degree right on the end. And that one goes here. Then I do another one. That one's too long. Give it a little, give it the beans. And then I do the other one. So I grab it, I go this way. Okay. All right, so those are the 2 pair that I'm going to end up soldering to the whole thing. Image showing how it's used. Let me take a look. Oh, looks like Pee-wee finally earned his first fart. His first fart. It's so cute. All right, let's see. Where's that image? Oh, I see. Yeah. Those are they're for measuring gears. Interesting. Yeah, there's some weird weird devices for measuring gears. It's a weird world out there, chat. It's a weird world of measurement. So I'm going to solder these down, and then I can clip them. I guess I'll use the big iron, because it's all I got. Got the big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. Man, streaming when the sun's down is weird, huh? Now I know what it's like. It's weird. I gotta be careful when I clip these because that'll put a lot of mechanical stress on the board and the holes and everything. It looks like I just soldered those 2 together. Oh, weird. I think I need to squeeze them together if I'm gonna have solder up there. Solder's getting everywhere. Okay, so those are what's gonna go to the cups, and the cups don't go far. Do they go in a little bit more? They do, but I'm not gonna rely on that. I'm just gonna have them go up to the edge of the board. I could cut it a little bit further, but I'll do flush cutters to the edge of the board. See, that mechanical stress could have potentially broken the pad off, because it's probably not all that well soldered beneath. Oh, those are sitting directly down on top of it. I can lift that up a little bit. Wait, they're not. There's a little space there. Oh, God, that's going to break my tweezers. Everything about this stupid project is going to break something. It's like blood for the blood god. Got to sacrifice something. How am I going to pry that up? Screwdriver, I guess? Give it a little bit of an upward bend. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, the 2 wires aren't going to allow. How did I get them in there before? How did I do that? What did I do in order to make this work before? Because it's definitely not working now. There we go. That's beautiful. I don't care what chat says. I gotta leave one clamping it while I solder the other, because once this solders, the whole thing is gonna go molten. Everything will kind of rearrange itself and be under less stress. I think I can trust my gaming computer to that connection. Ah, damn it! Fuck! Piece of shit. shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fucking shit, fuck, fucking, fuck. We got the real after hours bother here. He's cursing almost every other word. It's like nothing moves and then everything moves. I have to like come in with pliers and help that out. All right, let me let it solidify there. Guess we could work on the other one. These wires are like much larger than what I'm used to working with. So side by side, they don't fit on the connector. So they got to kind of stack on top of one another. And then I got to drown the whole thing in solder. I got to make sure that this filthy wire, because this wire's been just like oxidizing. I got to make sure that I wet the whole thing. Okay, or it could just sit on the iron. That would be great. It's fine. Totally fine. It's fine. How are you? Yeah, this is some mad science here that we're doing right now. It's more like mad engineering because we don't really have a hypothesis, so it's not really science. More of a mad engineer, not a mad scientist. So that's definitely not in the right spot. So I'm gonna try to finagle this thing back into the center here. Now keep in mind, when you do like a design like this, these traces are not the right power. They can't hold as much power as this thing is going to output through them. So what I do is I take desoldering braid and I'll put it on top of these traces in order to give it that much extra copper. This is fuck. This thing is pissing me off. I can't get like a proper pair of pliers on it, so I need to kind of like convince it to come over here. I'm gonna get a nasty burn. I'm gonna end up burning myself. Like, look at that. It's just not sitting in the right spot. All right, fine. I'm gonna leave it alone because I think it'll work just fine. It's got plenty of solder on it. You know, it's not a cold joint. It's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty good. It's all right. It'll be all right. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just try to clean that up a little bit. All right, I could do it again. I get to do it all again. This whole thing is hot as crap. Oh yeah, there's no bending of it right now. If I try to bend it, I'll kill it. So I gotta be careful. That's one connector. Yeah, maybe that's why I had it sitting off the board, is because, I mean, this is like strong as hell, but like if it's off by a little bit and I want to correct it, I can't. I can't correct it unless I put the big soldering iron on it. It's like facing, it's like this. It's got just a little angle to it, and I'll never be able to correct it. Okay, 2 more. That. Get one of these. It's a feature. No, it's not. Oh yeah, that's a boring view. Do that. My eyes, they burn. I know. That yellow was pretty strong, huh? Cameras will just do that. Cameras will just do that. They're like, hey, I heard you like light. I heard you was talking crap. Bend that down. Give it the beans. Not the beans. This is yeah, this is a result of my bad design. So, what's up, gamer? Who said I was a gamer? I'm a gamer. Yeah, we're trying to put together this power supply that's going to provide my computer with all the power that it needs in order to play games for once. but it's a long project. So, you know, I'm gonna be streaming early tomorrow. Grayskull. Power of Grayskull compels you. Compels? Compels you! Jeez. And then, oh yeah, we're making a new one. These are just like these little bends that I gotta do. They're very fiddly. Just to get these two lines close to one another. Do this. Give it a little. What direction? Go this way? Yeah, I think it's that way. That just brings these together so that I can solder on the connector. So if they're this far, then I can clip them. Well, let's solder them first. Get them on there. Get them attached. Get them holding out. I suddenly have a new respect for Molex. They did really well for, you know, the on the original system. I would love to have like a board cut out that could use the XT connectors. The XTs are really meant to be on a wire, though. They're really meant to be on a wire. Let's be honest. That's going to be a harder one to run because it's right under the thing here. That's a weird one. All right, so let me align these properly. Probably give them a little space underneath. Well, we'll do what we did with the other ones. They both go in about the same way. And then I'll clip them. Clip, 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 clip. Now, they seem a little bit off. That's all right. That's all right. We can correct for that. Move that into place. Jesus. That was violent. Put my hand here to catch him. There you go. The other ones flew across the room, and I heard ticking on the floor like meters away from where I am right now. All right, next one is this, and it goes this way. What happened? Somebody followed. Oh my God. Optimize fast. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. All right, so I need to do what I did with the other one. Just bend them up with a screwdriver just slightly. Just so I have room for the plug to go under here. Wait, oh. I was like, why did that hurt? It was because there's a lot of heat in that area, as evidenced by the thermal imager that I continue to not look at the thermal imager, and I continue to surprise myself when something's hot. That solder right there is actually going to prevent me from lifting this, and it might damage the board. So what I'm going to do is put the screwdriver here, and then I'm going to heat up the solder a little bit. Oops, slipped. There we go. I can get much more height without damaging anything. It's a lot of damage. Hey, Cortillion. I pretty much should have done with this one, but I've already lifted that one. All right. Connector. I guess I can do it this way. Okay, that's gonna fall out once I let go. Oh no, it didn't. I get that with hot air gun. It's always a mystery why everything's hot afterwards. Yeah, you're like, why does that hurt? Why pain? Why pain here? Pain not be here. It's like, oh, I'm the dumb one. I did this to myself. I did this to myself. Well, thank you guys for keeping me company during this, because this is what I'd be doing anyway. That's a lot of solder. Presumably enough to carry all the current that the computer could possibly ever want to use. Basically, we're just making it work through the magic of solder blobs, right? I should put like Scholastic over this so I don't have to look at this because it's nasty. What? Oh, this one's facing down, the other one's facing up, so I need to angle this one upwards a little bit. So at least have them somewhat match. Gotta let that cool off now. There's a ton of heat over there. The art of the semi-permanent bodge, yeah. This is very dope. Each time I look at my motherboard, I wonder how about doing it myself. Yeah, it helps to have the tools to run high current stuff because like with a regular soldering iron, doing this is obnoxious. It helps if you have like a gas soldering iron, but these will kill you because what'll happen is something will make a connection that it's not supposed to, and suddenly it has a huge heatsink attached to it. When that happens, why is the color coordination all crazy? I don't know what's going on with this. When that happens, I've had a soldering iron permanently attach itself to a project, and I had to get a gas soldering iron in order to separate it. Just the massive ability for heat to bleed away into other parts of the circuit is like, it's madness. It's madness. Yeah, we're still on this board. It's taking me a lot longer than I thought it would. I knew it would take a lot of time, but I didn't think it would, you know, take up the whole stream. But I guess that's what we're doing today. And then tomorrow, I gotta finish building the computer. We still need to do that one trace mod. I think I'm gonna wait for that one. And we're going to, what part are we on now? I don't want to run the additional solder braid yet because I think we're at the point where I can do the temperature sensors and the temperature sensors and the modules while I have the big tip on here. And I guess I should do these connectors and stuff too. So this connector here, this 3-pin connector, is for the external capacitor block. And the external capacitor block is important because it's smoothing out the 300 volt DC output. It's required, and if it's not there, the modules will literally not run. So that has a keyed connector, keyed 3-pin connector, and it lives, owie, 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 that's hot, right here. So if I plug it into the connector, I'll have an easier time soldering it. And then I've still got the giant tip on the iron, but I think that'll be okay. But yeah, this is one of the better parts of this whole design, is that this sits flat against the board and it takes up very little space. It's unfortunate that I have to run the block at all. I was like, wow, these are so small, these modules. And then it's like, yeah, but you need giant capacitors. I wonder if I could have done that differently. If I could have gotten like a bunch of smaller caps to do it. That's probably the smart money, isn't it? Is to run a bunch of smaller caps in parallel. Oh, God, I can't get the angle on the solder anymore. I'm starting to get tired. There's a point in marathoning projects when your tiredness becomes the most dangerous thing. And your tiredness can cause issues. You can fail to do something, or you can, you know, wire something wrong, or forget to do something with your programming, any of a number of things where you make mistakes and then they resonate. Yeah, see, the bottom didn't solder very well. I'll do this. Yep, going late today, Turts. I was supposed to start early, but I frickin' slept in. I'm very angry about having slept in because I should have had. It should have been like we should have been upping like at 10 hours or something by now, but my dumb ass turned off the alarm. What's going to be in the way of the giant pin next to it? Wait, hold on. I gotta reread. Let me just get this soldered. This is why brakes are a good thing. Yeah, it comes to a point where brakes don't really do it for me. Like, I'm excited and I'm happy to work on this. And I'm starting to feel a little bit of the fatigue, but I'm still doing okay. Tiny squeaking. What? Is that going to be in the way of the giant pin? The giant pin next to it is a screw hole, so that'll be okay. The screws that I'm going to use go into these. So yeah, and it wasn't in the previous design, so it's close, but it's not quite there. Oh, my alarm. Yeah, the problem is, like, I don't know. I've just gotten really good at, like, while I'm asleep, turning off alarms. It's a bad habit. It's real bad. All right, so this connector, I'm using a Molex, but it doesn't quite reach, and so I've put these big things on top of it. So let's get one of these soldered in. Do I have something? I don't have the thing that I can plug into that. Hold on. It's attached to the graphics card. I got to bring the whole graphics card over here because I don't want to mess this up. And this thing will get messed up from heat. So I got to bring all of this crap over here. This is why you go out and you buy a case for your computer and you don't do something like this. This is, again, passion project. I decided I wanted to do something insane with the power supply, and you know, it's enough that like even Djibouti Show is like, dude, Bother like built his own power supply, bro. That's what they sound like, right? They're like, bro, bruh. But yeah, they were like, Bother would like built an entire power supply. It's ridiculous. This is my, I mean, this is my header image even. Yeah, the modules are slightly smaller. These are screw holes. They've got a larger thingy around them, I guess. This is what I technically it's a thingy. My favorite line of Fallout 2. Where did the connector go? It was that motherfucking where did it go? You think you can get away from me? I'm gonna find you. Oh, no, where is it? Jesus Christ. How did I lose that? It was literally right. It was right. Oh, I got it. It was off to the side. All right, so move dish over here. This thing on here. You get so little done when you're streaming. Today I've had to ignore chat multiple times, not just because they're dumb, but because I'm trying to get work done. Because I gotta have a computer. Help computer. This thing is just going to separate and go, yep. Called it. Called it immediately. Exactly what it did. Now I'm going to arrange all these giant things on my desk. Look out, 1080 FTW. No computer till you finish is good motivation. I know, that was the whole plan. That was the plan. No food, no drink, no computer. Nothing. I gotta rough it. I use my thumbnail there because it's the only thing that can tolerate soldering heat. I am made partially of asbestos. Asbestos. All right, so if I can rely on that to hold in place somewhat, then I can get the other one, which I don't know where it went. I saw it a minute ago. Is this it? No, there's another big piece of metal. I don't even know where I got it from. I gotta find it. It's on the desk, I think, unless it somehow got brushed aside, which is also a very real possibility. But that part was sitting up there. Those aren't it. Oh, one of these is it, I guess. No, it can't be. It's a square piece of metal that's cocked at there it is. Found it. It's cocked at a 90-degree angle. Why did what thing just break? What broke? We got a PPS. What's why the PP? was going to say why the long face and then conflate it with why the pee-pee. I was about to say why the long pee-pee. It's not a good idea. Shouldn't say that. The metal piece on the connector you're soldering, I don't think it broke. Okay, so there's two pieces here. This is a straight connector, it's not a right angle. So to make it like a board edge right angle connector, instead of soldering it just like this, which is a little precarious in my mind, it might actually be okay like that. But instead of just soldering it straight up like that, I'm laying a piece of, like a big piece of conducting stuff on it in order to hold it down. So that gives it like that strong riveted style connection, and then it gives me a lot of good electrical connection on it. It's not sanctioned. It's not what you should do. It's just something that I did. Yeah, it's a little janky. It's a lot of janky, let's be honest. Let's not sugarcoat it. It is jank as fug. But I'm having fun. I haven't even burnt a whole house down yet. And if I do, you're not going to tell anybody, Chad. All right? That's between you and me. Between you and me. Because I'll cut you. I'll cut you. You guys have seen I got knives. I will cut you. All right, that one's all sorted. Make sure the other one is sorted. The other one was just kind of holding it together. Jank Fest, yeah, 2.0. Yeah, not even a whole house. Everybody's gone to bed, right? Nobody's still watching. Netflix, are you still watching? I mean, that's close enough. Let's see what the underside looks like. Cool, so I don't need to really do anything to that. That soldered it through pretty well. That's my ground lug, by the way. Okay, what step are we on now? Step 6,000 of 5 million. What else needs to be done? Guys, remember these things? Remember when you could walk into a store and just pick one up off of a shelf? Remember that? Right now, this thing is Objective Survive. This is supposed to go in my streaming computer. I have a water block for that. And the streaming computer is another computer case mod that, yeah, in the before times. Way in the back, way back in the day. But the computer that graphics card is supposed to go in is the one that's streaming right now. And that's supposed to go in the rack enclosure that I got, and it's supposed to be water cooled because I just had water cooling stuff for it. I was originally going to water cool this PC, and I was like, I'm going to upgrade the graphics card. Nope. That's a big nopers. Okay, what else? Oh, I do need that 10K ohm resistor. For the pull-up, I think I do. For the reset button. Oh, and then if I don't put the switch down, that's gonna... okay, here. I need to investigate the other board with the ohms meter. I think the other people in the house think I'm dead. If I stream past 5:30, they think I've died. They literally think I'm dead. I think they're starting to spy on me to make sure I'm okay, and it's like I'm just pulling the midnight oil on this thing. It's not that big of a deal. So from here to the end of the resistor, okay, so that doesn't, it gets it when I push the button. Yeah, when I push the button, here, when I push the button, the ohms change. But from this to negative 400K, 426K, that's not here. 10K, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I used the button as a jumper. Yeah, 10K. All right, so I've got to put, I'm shaving the midnight yak. God damn it, gonad. I have to put a jumper across the button. Tell them to just tune into the stream. I know, right? You can see that I'm still alive and I'm still working. They tune in, I'm dead. Beep, beep, bop, bop, bop. 10K, let's get that one out of there. Open the doors, get them out of there. Get the other soldering iron. See, being able to flip the tips this easily is a very important thing. And also not having to wait for the iron to heat up is just chef's kiss. That's why I'm able to actually, like, keep working this entire time without downtime. Probably go to my Micro Center and do that right now. Yeah. Father's talking crazy shit again. Yeah, it's true. You can go to a Micro Center and just buy a graphics card. It's true. You can't find the latest one. So I'm a gamer. I'm going to complain about gamer stuff. That 10K ohm resistor came very easily. Ah! Stuck down with flux. Move it over here. Said, get off of there. Damn you. It's stuck to my finger. Get off. Fucking flux. Jeez. All right, microscope view. That's the scope, microscope. Get the scope, look at the scope. Scope will scope out. All right, that over there. Spring arm. Back into view. Oh, that's always gonna bug me. How kind of like jank this is. It's always gonna bug me. I'll just leave. Let sleeping dogs lie, right? Is what they say about electronics. Okay, so that goes to power. I can't get power anywhere else. Yeah, so what I have to do is I have to do a jumper across here, because what I did, the switch, on this switch, when you press that button down, it connects these two pins with these two pins, but it doesn't isolate them. So here we have the ground pin for the Tiny 85. That actually goes to another layer of the board underneath this thing. So what I did is run the ground over to this side. I didn't need to do anything with this pin. Over here, I have a pin here that is the reset pin. That needs to have a pull-up resistor so it's held up. But when you connect it directly to ground, it does not short out your entire project and explode. So in this button, these two are connected to one another. So I just use it as a jumper. So I can just put something down there. Still going. I was able to go bowling for 4 games. I figured bother would have ended. Yeah, I'm for once I'm actually streaming late. You know, I don't do this very often because oftentimes my streams end due to external factors, like you know, I can't find a part or I have to order a part. By the way, I have not ordered that bolt yet. Oh shit, I gotta order that soon, because we won't have anything to do on Tuesday. But yeah, so usually my streams end due to external factors. I'll sometimes just cut it off because I want to eat dinner. But in this case, like, I need to get this done because I have a LAN party this weekend. So then he's going to stream Valheim. No, I mean, maybe, but no. I'm not set up right now to do a game stream, unfortunately. I'll figure that out soon. Tweezers, there they are. Bought some bowling shoes and threw 8 gutter balls. Oh, man. 'Tis the season, huh? Bowling is back. I think the two things are happening here. I think my tweezers are a little magnetic, and there's flux all over everything. So it's like pulling this resistor around. It's really pissing me off. All right, iron. Got to go left-hand soldering iron. Impossible. All right. Well, that's stuck down anyways. No, it's not. It's not cooperating. It's, oh God, it's so frustrating. Okay, hold on. Drop it over there. Let's get an anchor pin. A little bit of solder hanging out, a little bit of flux. Now I can grab this thing and I can move it in to position. you know, or not, or everything can be in an awkward angle and it can piss me off. All right, let's do this. We'll be able to finish this thing soon. I think once we finish the power supply, I'm not going to be able to keep going. I think I'll end then, and I'll get a nice early bed because I won't have a fucking shit to do. I won't have anything to do. I'll have to sit in front of this PC like a sad idiot. Can't even get on Discord. Yeah, so I won't have anything to do when I end stream, but I'll get an early bed, and then we'll have all day Friday. It'll be 2 long-ass streams. 2 long-ass streams. Is that the meta? Is just pure ass? Is that what we're doing? What is the meta now? What's the meta on Twitch? Because I know they banned licking microphones, and you know hot tubs got their own advertiser-free category. What is the meta now? I know people are doing 2-ear asthma with awkward butt-facing camera angles. Long ass. He's looking long in the ass. All right, yeah. So smaller motor wire mods. I say motor wire because that is literally the type of wire. The type of wire that I'm going to use. I'm actually taking it from the spindle of a little hobby motor, a little tiny motor. If you guys aren't familiar with motor wire, it is copper wire that has a shellac on the outside. And it's not a shellacker like Robaz, but it's got a little shellac on the outside, and that insulates it. So what I can do is I can use either the iron, or for the thicker stuff, I was using the X-Acto knife to do it. Sorry, not X-Acto knife, the scalpel to do it. But in this case, what I can do is I can just scrape it a little bit with the iron, and then I can attach it to this pin. Because I don't need these to carry current. They're not doing any work. They ain't do work. All right, let's put this away. This other vice is getting in my way. Everything on the shop is up my ass today. It's all in my way. Thank you for following. Did you admit it? Admit it. You just smashed the keyboard in order to make your screen name, didn't you? You can tell us. You can tell us. We won't. Actually, it does look a little bit more directed than just a keyboard smash. Where am I putting this out of the way? I'm trying to like get stuff out of the way because I need room to work. Especially if I'm going to be working with this frustrating crap. Tweezers I'll need. Flux we can put up. This wire is important. Scissors. By the way, the last time, it's my birth name. I shall name you Whimskrams. That's good. Yeah, my mother fell on a keyboard after I was born. She threw a laptop into a dryer with a bunch of ball bearings, and that's how I got my name. It's an old family name. My grandfather ran a printing press, and he ended up in a tumble dryer with a bunch of printing press letters. So this probably has a, well, I don't know if I trust that end. Hold on. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. We're going to cut that. I'm going to try again. Cut that, try again. The reason that I'm using this wire is that it's very, very minimalistic. You can barely even see it. But there's enough copper there that it basically is the same thing as the trace. It's alphanumeric name, bro. Yeah, it's my crypto wallet. I'm a crypto wallet name. Mom named me after our Bitcoin wallet address. Now this isn't going to immediately solder. I think I need to work on it separate. And I could either run the iron across it a little bit and it might expose it, but it's not really going to do that great of a job. So one of the methods that I have for doing this is just taking the knife and just barely scraping it. I do that, I just give it a little scrape, a little twist and scrape. Problem is, if I do it too much, it'll break the wire. So I just gotta be careful. Are Bitcoin kids old enough to be on Twitch yet? I don't think so. Man, 2010, I was like $10 a Bitcoin. What the shit? That shit's not gonna be around for any longer. Fucking 2010, oh bother. What an asshole. Friend was like, you really should get into Bitcoin, man. He was like Mr. IT guy, Mr. Security guy. He was also diabetic. Met him on the Reddit diabetes IRC server, and he was like, you should check out Bitcoin, man. It's decentralized. You can buy drugs with numbers. I'm like, neat. But I was like, that's never gonna work out, and so I didn't invest at all. Yeah, a real shit seat gaming, right? See that? Nice and covert. That little edit. That little edit there. By drugs, you mean insulin? At this point, yeah. At this point. All right, so the other connection that I need to make, I need to go from this here around to here. So I'm going to scrape up this piece right here, and then this one goes to here, and then we'll use the UV epoxy to hold that stuff together. UV epoxy is great. We can like do live edits of this board, and they can look professional. I'm not as good with it as some people are. I put too much on, but when it actually does work, it works really well. And this is not scraping very easily. I mean, it is, but I just, I'm having... Oh, no. I'm having trouble making it look good. It's gotta look good, you know? Looks good on you. I need to get a little closer. I wish that zoom worked a little better. I wonder if I can find like a good lens for this. It's a pretty cheap lens, but it works out because it's not very heavy. That's a little better. I'm tired, so getting close is working out. Okay, that's that exposed. I can add a little bit of solder to it. Why isn't this pulling? There we go. Where are we? Oh, we're right here. Okay. There you go. That's our pad. And we've already got a pad for that. We've already got a pad for that. We have a via over here. I think maybe what I want to do is just scrape that, and then I could just run straight over. So let's scrape that up. Ow. 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 There you go. This vise that I'm using is the larger vise, and so it's got this big handle on it, this big twisty thingy on it, and it's like it's hitting up against everything as I try to manipulate it. Where the hell is my objective? There it is. All right, so let's give this a little scrapey scrape. Yeah, I really wanted to play Long Drive. That game is so weird. I love it. But I've just been, my weekends have been too busy to do gaming streams. When I do a gaming stream, I have to run an HDMI cable across the room because I isolate my gaming computer from the streaming computer as well. I should. It's a fun game. I know. I figured most of me playing Long Drive would be you telling me how to do stuff, right? But I was watching your stream during Flatulent Gonad. I was watching a stream while doing other stuff. But yeah, just playing Long Drive with Davies and a bunch of other people. You made it the whole way, right? You've done the 300,000, whatever, 300 kilometer. I don't know if that would be my goal. That's a pretty crazy goal to have. 5,000 kilometer. Jeez. I need to remove some solder from these. These are not looking professional. Yeah, it's like people would get into streams and be like, what's the point of this game? It's like, what's the point of any game? Get to your grandmother's house. Babushka. Yeah, these look way better when you just give them, remove just a little bit of solder from them. Look a little bit more svelte. Careful now. All right. So I'll jump straight over. So I can just take the end of the wire and I need to give it a little scrape. Just a little bit to get rid of the coating. A little scrape to get rid of the coating. That's too much. I'm going to start over. God, it's like shaving with a guillotine. So I don't have any parallax. I don't know what's up, what's down. I don't know distances and stuff. So that'll actually sometimes throw me for a loop. All right, I do need a little bit more solder than that on this one, since I do have a wire coming into it. And I'm going to move my light a little closer because that got somehow pushed way off. There we go. Now I can actually see again. My God. And it turns out we were out of focus. No wonder everything was so dark. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Okay, motor, literal motor wire. And then this guy in like that. And I just got to sneak a little bit of solder on it. Oh, geez, I almost burnt myself. Yeah, I think I was watching Let's Game It Out play Long Drive. He had a good point. He said all games should have a follow cam that you can just place somewhere. If I could just get this thing to grip it a little bit, then I can work with it from there. Can you just hold on to that first? Nope. You can have the second camera on the second monitor. So that could literally be your Twitch feed. Yeah, more games need that. I feel like something's crawling on my arm. I keep looking at my arm. It's just air. It's just air and the few arm hairs that I have reacting to it. It's creeping me out. Oh, there we go. Yep. Pop. Okay. That didn't put up much resistance. And then I can scrape a little bit off so that the copper is available. As a solderable surface. I'm annoyed I couldn't change up the LED color on this thing. That would have been nice. Why isn't this allowing me to move it? Okay, so I think that made a connection. I guess I can test. I can take 2 points and do some ohms between them. That's probably why the light was moved, because I had to get the multimeter out. Oh, and now the multimeter probes are stuck on the light stand. Of course. No, that's just what I wanted. Just what I wanted. All right, there we go. So let's do a little bit of ohming just to be sure. It looks like I know what I'm doing, at the very least. Okay, so that makes a connection. Better for worse. And then let's take another piece of motor wire, and this is the one that I'm going to have to anchor down. Now, if I go up and around, the way I did it before was I went between the LEDs, but that's going to be harder for me to glue. So if I go up and around, or if I go down and around, what direction do I want to go? I guess we'll go through them again. Whatever. Whatever. Let's go through them again. That is, what's going on? That looks like crap. What is that? What just happened there? Ugh. We'll get this to, we'll like assemble this tonight, and then I'll be done. And then I'm gonna come back early tomorrow. By early, I mean, it depends on when I wake up, but I mean, I'm not gonna have much to do tonight, so I don't think I'm gonna be up late. I ain't gonna be playing Valheim. That's for sure. I got my friend to send me our save game. So I'm kind of going through this. How did I acquire this knowledge? Time and practice. Is there? Oh no, that's a dot on the monitor. Oh geez. Okay. Time, practice. I mean, I did go to school for electrical engineering, but it was different stuff. What piece of hardware are you working on? This is the power supply. This is a custom power supply that I built for this computer. And this computer is my gaming computer, because I'm a gamer. Did I mention I'm a gamer? Guys, I'm a gamer. I have to admit it now. I can't hide it any longer. So this is my gaming computer power supply, and it creates 52 amps at 12 volts, which is a shitload. That's enough for me to weld. I could weld with this thing, chat. I could weld. But the thing is, in order to get all the different motherboard voltages and the 3 volts and the 5 volts and all that, all those heebie-jeebies, I use a computer. It's a car computer power supply. So it's like a converter that makes all the motherboard voltages. So we're actually deep into yak shaving lore right now. Hey, thank you for the follow, SU19. Deep into the yak shaving lore right now, unfortunately. I did not mean to be shaving these yaks, but they were hairy, so I'm actually rebuilding a significant portion of the board. I'm moving it over to a new board because some traces lifted up on the old one as it was. And it had been working since 2013. It was about time it got a little refurbished. I have a LAN party this weekend, though. So in order to get this thing set for the LAN party, I'm transferring all of the parts over to this board, and then then I've got to get it into a new enclosure with some Noctua fans. Because actually, the real reason that I'm doing this, maybe I should just go up and around. But then I've got to like loop it in a weird way. I got to go, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. It's not as tight, but it'll be all right. No, I don't like it. I don't like it already. Never mind. We'll just do this. I can't sleep at night if it looks like that. That looked terrible. No parallax. Hold on. So anyway, through the course of this power supply being the mainstay of this computer, I had to replace the fan on it a couple times, and it uses this little laptop fan. It's real nice. Keeps it nice and cool. But that little laptop fan was originally 5 volts. I got a new one, and it was 12 volts. So I did all these mods that you're seeing me do right now in order to run 12 volts to that fan. Well, that's fine. That worked for a little while. Then that fan died. So I was like, all right, well, let's get on eBay. Let's get a couple more fans. The fan I bought was 5 volts, and I did not do the mod. I did not do that mod for that fan. And so I ended up having an absolute frickin' screamer of a power supply. My hand shadows are getting in the way. So the fan would just scream. It was just wah, like running super hard. It really pissed my friends off. My friends hated it. Made a lot of noise during our LAN parties. Because whenever you play a game, the power supply is getting used quite a bit. There was no game that it couldn't run. It's a 1080 FTW and a good processor. I forget what processor it is. But yeah, it was able to run everything just fine, but it would make a lot of noise. So, I mean, it was a wonderful LAN party computer because it's very small. And, we're mostly rebuilding it. I'm mostly just moving all the stuff into some new case kind of hardware. It's stuff that I sort of pieced together in order to make the case. It never died. It worked perfectly fine, but it was just very loud. So what I'm doing is I'm moving everything over to a new case, and I'm putting some Noctuas on the power supply. So that'll stay nice and cool, which is good for the longevity of the modules. And then I'm redoing a couple of the little facets of this computer that make it good, make it work. So that, so it's better. So it's better. You get what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm trying to work and explain myself at the same time. It's tough. See if I could just pre-tin that. This is very, very small stuff. Well, the people coming in and trying to teach me about the ATtiny85. You can see by the date right here, I've been using ATtiny85 since 2013. I know what I'm doing with them. I've never gone as deep as we went with the last project with all those clock cycle things. Pretty cool though, with the motor controller. That was fun. Still need to get back to that because there's noise issues. Always noise issues. Okay, now I can route the wire. Done. All right, so I'm gonna drop, actually, really, I should clean off the flux first. See if I can clean off the flux without disturbing everything. Where'd it go? There it is. Goof off, and then there were a couple of those things. Yeah, here's one. That one looks dirty. That one looks like pre-dirtied. Gross. Disgusting. Okay, so let's clean this off. Thinking about those beans. Okay, does that look pretty good? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a little UV epoxy on top of this, and that will seal it to the board and make it a little bit more reliable. And I won't catch this with stuff if I have stuff, just stuff. I don't like it coming so close to that trace though. I'm gonna move that out. I just in case there's like a harsh edge on that, I don't want it to come in contact. So let me give this a little bend. Like if I sneeze, that thing is fucking dead. He's dead. Oh my God. You killed him. You killed him by sneezing. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. So yeah, let's drop a little bit of UV epoxy on that. That comes from this syringe. This syringe is the syringe for my insulin pump. It's not a UV specific syringe. That's why it's clear. Sometimes they'll just do like one dot when they're reworking stuff just to hold the wire down. I wish this stuff was a little bit more like a gel. It's a bit more like a liquid than a gel. I can just cover that over. A little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit over here. A little bit over the gap. That should be pretty good. Of course, because it's UV glue, we need UV. I have to hide the syringe when I do this. Don't let them know that I'm using ultraviolet over here. My eyes! What have you done to my eyes? Oh my God! I'll never see again. I should probably get that little, I'm gonna get that little length. I feel so exposed, god damn it. Oh boy, that's too much pressure. I don't know what's happening there. Hope you put sunscreen on your retinas. Ew. Ew. Dude, you don't have to hang out if you want to do other stuff, man. I hope you're just here to hang out. There's no obligation. If I'm doing a late stream, that's on me. I'm glad you guys were around for the Rabaz raid. Nobody acted a fool, which is nice. They were good representatives of Rabaz. All right, that's the UV. So that's the little pin change that I had to do. Been in and out, finishing up on some work emails. It's like 9 o'clock. What you need to do is you need to schedule the email to go out at 2 a.m. I had a coworker that used to do that. They're like, man, that guy's burning the midnight oil. Really what he would do is he would have like a clarification email that he would typically send the next day, but he'd schedule it to go out at like midnight. Cool down, hype. Look at the sun to develop tolerance. That's right. I legit sent one at 1 a.m. last night this morning. That's right. You've got all these wonderful new responsibilities without all this wonderful new pay. Ugh, man, I feel for you. That's rough. Okay, let's clean up a little bit of the flux and some of the spots, and then the modules can go down, and then we have to do the expanded. Actually, before I clean up that flux, we should put the modules in, because I'll need that flux. What I can do, though, to go easy on myself, actually, I don't need to. I need to run that right there, so let me do that real quick. Yeah, I need to run this piece across there. So I will take my soldering iron. Man, he uses that soldering iron a lot. Like, you'd think he'd know how to use another tool by now. He's like, I think he's addicted. I think he doesn't know how to use any other tool. He's just like, he's always using that. Rebuilding my gaming PC. Let's just see this guy pluck up the RAM sticks. Uses UV light heat camera to repair a circuit board. I know, right? I got distracted, okay? I'm sorry. This yak isn't gonna shave itself. Feels like the same physical pain as reporting hours on 8 different time cards. Oh yeah, welcome to consulting, right? God, I can't believe, yeah, rough. I know, it's like gaming PC rebuild. Wow, this should be fun. It's never normal with me, you know? If I had ignored the circuit board stuff that I wanted to improve, then this stream would have been more like actual physical building stuff. So I would have been like drilling holes and things like that. But we're gonna do that tomorrow. Sure. Where's my anti-static bracelet? I've got my my zip ties. I'm just not using them right now. Where are my zip ties? Here they are. Yeah, zip ties. Yeah, it's a wireless, it is a wireless, anti-static band. You may not have heard of it. Pretty niche, pretty niche. This thing is huge. Well, it'll be able to carry a lot of current, at least. I thought that this braid would have been the right size, but I guess not. I need to press that down more. This is the secret to high current traces, folks. I could either just run a bead of solder on this, but I don't think that's enough. So what I'm doing is I'm putting solder braid on top of it. It's sort of more of an RF kind of trick. Whoopsie daisy. There. You move over a little bit. There we go. All right. Probably shouldn't have done the angle part. I don't think that's really working out. Damn it. I need to clip this better. Hold on. Cordless hose for watering. Where are we? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Lost myself. Yeah, it's a little thick, isn't it? I don't know. I guess it needs to be. It is carrying a lot of current. 30 amps. What can we get away with? Well, we need two 18-gauge wires for 30 amps. So yeah. Yeah, it needs to be. It needs to be big and thick. Thick boy. Lend me your heat. Damn it. What the hell? Why are you soldering? Jerk. Here, let me get it started. I guess off camera, huh? I only mean to do it off camera. It's more fun when you guys get to watch the solder actually go into the stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm losing all my heat on this. 30 amps is a pretty spicy meatball. Yes. Yes, sir, indeed. Yeah, this stuff might be a little overkill for the current requirement here. Might be a little overkill. Oh, this is sloppy. I had thinner solder braid when I did this last. This board is the 12-volt power supply for the entire computer. So this is a board that I built in 2013 off of a design that I put together in like 2012. And it is basically, it's utilizing a car PC power supply. Yeah, I have an anti-static septum piercing. Oh, I should plug something into this because it's going to overheat the connector. You can already see the heat dissipating through it. Things to plug in. Some can't be done. There you go. I want to just kind of make sure that that's got something to bleed heat into so it doesn't melt the plastic or anything. Probably going to need a larger tip for this. Yeah, let's switch tips. Switch tips, because we're going to need a larger tip for the modules as well. And actually, we'll probably solder in the module. Yeah, we solder in the modules once I'm done this. And then everything will come together just the way it's supposed to. Anti-static Prince Albert. Yeah, that's what I got. Got a wire coming out of my leg. they're just 1/4-inch fuse holders, actually, the tip holder. I wish I could have made that work static. Like, what I meant to do is have it so that you could drop the tip down and then pull away and have it detach from the iron, but that didn't work out. It didn't work out, unfortunately. So I have just like this PCB, and I actually bled on that. I managed to like cut myself pretty bad when I was working on that thing. But yeah, they're 1/4-inch fuse holders. That's all they are. So this one can be ugly. This one can actually be really ugly because nobody's gonna see it. This will be the ugly one. Between you and me, chat, you're not gonna tell anybody that this is down here. Come on, keep it between us. You know, don't be a snitch. Warm Milky. Yeah, that's a weirdly sexual name. Anyway, thank you for following. No! This thing needs to come back. No, you stand. No! I thought I soldered it down and then I touched it to get these little frickin' copper hairs out of the way. Come back here. Yeah, this is shitty. The way that this looks is really bad. This is not good. That's all right. That's all right. I want to get it done. I can't touch that hole. See that hole right there? So we'll do this. I mean, it works out when I have that thin desoldering braid. I don't have that, so it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. Seen worse on amplifiers from big brands. I mean, we had those clips in here, and they had that elastic all over everything. Ugh. I got those working, by the way, and for now, I've got them juiced way up. Like, the gain on them is super high, just because I'm getting used to having, like, a big subwoofer in my audio system. It's fun. I didn't have that before. But yeah, that thing was down to a crack in a trace. BXL 1170 and bad at something or other. It's about the yep, bad at Linux. Hey man, you know, hey. Earlier today I was saying that the motto for Linux should be nobody fucking asked. So Clips was looking to buy a decent home theater system. Yeah, everything but their subwoofers. Don't fuck around with their subwoofers. Their speakers are very good. I'm not sure what brand to go with. Damn it, solder is not sticking to the right stuff. I'm not sure what brand I would go with for the subwoofer, but their Klipsch speakers are very, very good. Yeah, but I mean, there's stuff about the design that I wouldn't trust with Klipsch. I mean, they were designed in Canada, so it's like a little dodgy, a little weird. I don't know if I trust those shady Canadians to. Like, Milton Pike is from Canada, so it's like, ugh. I don't know. Optid is from Canada, and he was the one that pointed it out. So I thought I'd... That doesn't look soldered, does it? It kind of bugs me. But no, yeah, a friend of mine has a Klipsch system. That was not the friend that gave me the subwoofer, a different friend. And their speakers are fantastic. They're second to none. But we saw the design of one of their latest, not totally latest, but you know, one of their more newer subwoofers, and they're still doing the same stuff that they were doing, you know, 25 years ago, and their units are still failing like they were 25 years ago. So I wouldn't trust them for the subwoofer. What the hell was that? Weird. Oh man, I keep putting solder on this one, but I need to be putting it on the other line. Okay. Well, those are ugly, but they're soldered. I'll bark my back bork elsewhere. What? Porkin' and barkin'? Yeah, these little hairs from the desolder braid are very annoying. Let's see if I can wipe away some of this flux, and then we can solder the modules on finally, and then I'll do the top desoldering braid, and then we'll take a break for the evening. How's that sound? I can eat something while sitting in the corner. I'll sit in the corner and just look at the corner, crying into my cold delivery French fries. Nah, I got other things I can do. I just can't use my gaming computer. Actually, I could hook it up. I could probably hook it up to the old PSU. Get that running. What is this? Get out of here. I don't even know what you are. Something weird. Huh, it's weird. I don't know what that was. There's like a piece of flux or something like that. That was weird. Oh, I also have to do the temperature sensors, and then we'll attach it to the heatsink. Okay, that's looking pretty clean. Go over to here. Boop. Yeah, it was all copper wire from the braid. You got it. You got it, boss. Wow, that one did a somersault into the trash can. Single use, and there's plastic on it. How fun. How fun. Fuck you, ocean. Fuck you right in your stupid ocean face. I hate how how horrible those things are. The environment. All right, modules. We need to clean up. We need to clean up some of these. These need a little bit of a bath, a little bit of flux removal on that. Use as few of these as I can, but I still need to use them. Once that package is done, I will not be ordering them again. Because, yeah, I don't think that's very good policy. You have single-use plastic things when the paper ones are just fine. You just got to deal with the little bits that they leave around. That is fluxy as hell. I don't want the acetone to like get into stuff on this. I don't think it will, but they're pretty well environmentally sealed. Especially with all that rubber stuff inside of them. All right, that's looking clean enough. How about you? HBU. Podules? What? Show the Earth how much you hate her, yeah. Just move it outside the environment, yeah, but it was towed outside of the environment. So it's in another environment. No, it was towed outside of the environment. I love that sketch. Just need to shoot our trash into space. Huh. I don't know enough about space to really argue with that. Fire it all into the sun, never to be seen again. We're pretty good at dealing with our trash. I don't know. I like build housing developments on top of it. Maybe only in some cases. Making sure these go in clean, because they may never see the light of day, the other side of these boards. Gotta break off all the little bits of, what's it called? Of Chipquik that got onto these. All right, here we go. Ugh, this thing's looking a little rough. It's mostly just like stuff that's dribbled down from the posts. Just gotten all over it. All right. So, modules. Oops, 4 pins on one side, 3 on the other. Redoing this design with some of their newer stuff would be nice too, because they have I think they have stuff that goes directly onto the board, like onto the PCB, and it's much easier to work with than these big brick modules. Landfills are bad. Process the materials so they can be reused to make new things. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice, but yeah, the big lie of plastic being able to be reused was a thing. I didn't know that plastic was like one-time use. The majority of it, anyway. I want to try to anchor that down as flat as possible. Cool. Get the opposite corner. I want to hold heat on that for a little while so that it can fully get down and the bottom of the peg can get solder on it. This will be the neutral lead for mains. Come on. Go. Let that solidify. They have plenty of building materials that are pretty much just non-recyclable plastics smashed together. I've seen those. Yeah, and at first people are like, wait, why is that necessary? I thought plastic could be recycled into anything. Nope. You gotta heat it up and smash it together, and then you can, like, they can make building blocks out of it, right? They clarified a lot of what we can recycle, taught us to identify tanglers and avoid putting them in bins. Yeah. This is just like a process. I just need to like place heat on it and wait. I wonder if any of the modules from that other, from my test board still work. It could be that I have a full second power supply that works. If I could find enough parts to put it together and test it. These things scare the shit out of me though. And 300 volts DC is nothing to be trifled with, right? Like putting together failed modules to see if they work doesn't sound like exactly a party to me, you know? Because if they don't work, what can go wrong? Taser's 90K. Well, it's 300 volts. It's got a little bit more ass behind it than a taser. After all, it is 300 watts of energy, right? Is high voltage DC like super dangerous? I thought it was. What's a Motorola Razr? How much is that running? Soldering the leads deep into the night. This is the hour when the streamer stops talking as much, right? Because they're tired. I'm still talking. I didn't hear no bell. Here's a big boy. Lots of solder. Give it plenty of time to think about what it's done. I need to kind of like ring around it. Oh, there it is. There's the thing that I forgot about. It's not, yeah. DC, high voltage DC is not more dangerous. I know there was the whole Edison thing where, you know, fucking killed the Edison Tesla thing. He's killed the fucking elephant and was like, see how dangerous it is? And everyone's like, you're an asshole. Jesus Christ. I know for a little while, wasn't high voltage DC transmission something they were talking about? They just couldn't get low temperature superconductors right. I Remember that being something. Moto fucking roller. That's right. I like saying it like that. Yeah, I used to have a Razor. Back when they were cool. You could take a tiny picture on it. I think I once had a picture of a boob. I don't know whose it was. It was texted to me. I was like, who the fuck? What the hell? Somebody was getting around at a similar phone number to me. But the photo was completely unflattering. It was just a big black titty. And I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this? Who is this? Second, that was all that was in the picture though. It was like art. No, somebody was like, did you get my text? And they were like, no. And then probably was a source of uh-ohs for a little while. I sent you my boob. Please respond. Sent you that titty. That was fun. That was like right when camera phones started to have okay cameras. That's when all the shenanigans went down. All right, come on, buddy. Ugh, so it's not, the heat is getting dissipated very quickly in this. Lots of heat going away. I need you to stay here, heat. There we go. That's what I like to see. Perfect. Okay, next. Next. I don't know what the purpose of that jumper was on the SC minus pin. Sure, it's pretty important, but I used it for anything. And I didn't have it jumped on the other board, so I'm just going to leave it alone. All right, so those modules are in. A little bit of heat on the whole thing. Port or starboard? I don't know. Like I said, it was art. That's all that was in the photo. I'm telling you. There's nothing else to it. I'm like, it's not even a good picture. Okay, what am I looking for? I was standing up. Oh man, my legs. They're wiggly. Actually, my legs feel good. But, okay, so we're taking desolder braid and we are stringing it along these high current traces. And then I'll need to get my special standoffs. Oh, the other thing, wait, I gotta do this. So what direction was this in? Was it like that? It actually doesn't matter which side these go to, because it uses an absolute value. It uses, not an absolute value, sorry, it uses a min-max function. Whichever one of these is hotter is the one that's going to influence the temperature. So the question is, I mean, I guess I want to double-sided thermal tape the face of the thing on there, or I could just leave it like this, and then it'll contact the bottom. No, staring into the corner was what I was going to do after I was done what we were doing today. Yeah. Nothing to do with this specifically. Now I'm going to need the big soldering iron tip on here still, but I'm still going to need to somehow solder to these pins. I should have left a little bit more trace size on this. Oh, that soldered pretty good. TBH. Pretty good. I would love to redesign this with better, different modules and make it using the After Dark service. So it'd look really cool and use like cool LEDs on it and everything. That'd be neat to do, but it's too much work, you know. I enjoy this power supply, but not enough to put that much work into it. That needs to sit up against the bottom there. Oh, I didn't solder these. Well, hold on, let me do this first. Okay. I should hopefully hold that in there. Oh yeah, plenty of solder on the other side. Whoops. Maybe a little bit much, but that's okay. Ow! Thing got hot. Well, temperature sensor. Yeah, these posts here. I always forget these. One, uno, dos, tres, cortose. Hello, hello, hola. Place called where to go. 1, 2, 14. How energy efficient is this thing? Pretty. It's actually very, very, very energy efficient. These modules are good at their job. You'll have to look it up because I don't know exactly what the specs are, but it's like it reaches a lot of the compliancy levels for like high-end stuff. Okay, so I need to run the high current traces out. Oot. Oot, oot. So this will be an easy one. When I get to a project like this, I kind of marathon anyway. Marathon. Should have done these right angles. Sorry, the 45-degree angle, that is. Should not have did that. Cutting these to the right lengths first probably would have also been a good idea. Yeah, we're not going 24 hours, but, you know, gotta get the job done. Gotta do the work. Put in the hours. It's been a long time since I've gone late, so figured you guys could get your fix today and tomorrow. Watch, somebody cancels and the LAN just isn't happening. Go, yeah, we're not doing it. Like, great. Oh, this is a little clunky. I don't know what I did last time in order to make it look so good. I get to drown this thing in solder. That's probably what I did to make it look good, was just hit it with a shit ton of solder, and that, oh, cleans it up. I know I said computer build. Tomorrow's going to be more of a computer build. Bring around that thing. Looking pretty good. Okay. Down the path we go. All the way out to there. Actually, let me just do this one first. Chat's gone quiet. It's funny how Rabaz has something like 180 people who are just like asleep with the stream open. Only like 180 people with the stream open doing nothing. That was a nice surprise though. I'm super happy he raided. Hasn't happened to us in a while. Hey! I didn't ask you. Stupid moderator. Look at him over there moderating. So like him. Whoa, screwed it up. Hold on. Nothing but follow bots. Yeah. Yeah, I hope I did all right for that raid. It's hard to keep your composure. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, they're not stopping. They're still just farting all over my stream. It's really embarrassing. You gotta keep your composure during that, and like we're doing kind of more like cerebral kind of work today. God, it's a fartalanche. Oh my god. Run for the hills. Nowhere's safe. They'll find you and they'll make fart noises. Oh my god. Where's my baby? Does anybody see my baby? Oh my god, run! No! They're thinking about beans! Oh my god! Okay. This is going much easier than the other piece. I say right before everything goes completely wrong. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Cut here. Anchor it down. Turn the iron back on. Oh, it was still on. Change that LED color. It's just like a really dinky red-green LED. Herp derping its way. What did this one, like, how did I get this one to look good? You know, I could have just taken the pieces of desolder braid off of this and used it. Yeah, I used much thinner desoldering braid. That's what I did. All right, well, whatever. I guess we're in for a penny, in for a pound, right? This isn't the worst smelling asthma stream. Hide your beans! Look out for the toe beans. Look at those toe beans. Hey, I guess Tom's taking a break, right? We'll be back soon, hopefully. Taking a break while streaming is tough. They, psychologically really pull a lot of hours and takes a lot out of you. Whew, okay, there's one. It's not the smoothest solder in the world, but I think it's doing all right. Yeah, the fart noises make this a very cerebral stream, you're right.
Yeah, it's on another level, really. It's one of the smartest streams on Twitch, TBH. I think I might take the braid off of the other side there and just run a big bead of solder, because I think that's what I did previously. Just a big bead of solder. And that needs to actually be held down. Right? See, the smart money would have been of me ending at a normal time and then rating somebody so I'd look like I had a ton of viewers. And they'd be like, whoa, that O'Pother guy's popular. That's the meta. But I'm gonna play it straight. I don't need to screw around like that. Okay, man. Clean-ish work. You guys are far away. This isn't my best. Nor is it my worst. It's very satisfying, at least. Hey. Hey. What? Hey. Give me this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't touch me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't touch me. What the? Okay. It is desoldering wick after all. Yeah, the big soldering iron is helping a lot with this because I can work quick, and it'll just smooth over any of the mistakes I make along the way. Don't eat a mistake. Okay. Next. You can just tell the amount of current that these things are drawing by the look at the size of the terminal. I mean, man, it is a big terminal for a lot of volts. Not a lot of volts, sorry, a lot of amps. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. All right. Here it is. Is that a bug? That's a fly. I have it like a fruit fly. Whew. All right. So I think instead of having this giant weird trace thing going on down here, I'm just gonna put like a large amount of solder down. So I'm gonna come over here and remove. Well, I could keep it around, but I should I should get rid of it. I think just a big bead of solder is what's required here. Hopefully that doesn't heat up too much during heavy operation. Smooth operation. Wait, that's not how the song goes. Smooth DMCA takedown. God. All audio frequencies are banned on social platforms, right? Unless you pay $10,000 a minute. Does that look a little better? How does that look? Man, that looks hot as hell. The bigger the glob, the bigger the job. That's right. Wait, doesn't it go the other? Doesn't the phrase go the other way? Dangerous gas. You don't even know the half of it. Dangerous gas. Thank you for following. That's the perfect name for this stream. It's a little jank over there, but I mean it is a lot of material, so. Oh no, here come the farts because I mentioned it. I see Beppis hiding. I see him hiding, setting off farts every now and then. Quick, someone with points. You guys have already used up all your points. You should be so lucky as to be able to have dangerous gas. I don't know what to do with that. That's kind of gross looking. Oh my God! Jesus Christ. Those of you that don't know, we have a Twitch point powered fart machine. That's that thing right in front of this. It's hard to see that text, unfortunately. I need to work on that and make it a little bit easier to see. But it's a channel point powered fart machine that is currently doing its best. It's doing its best. Oh my God, oh my God. Jesus, oh Jesus Christ. Oh Jesus, oh. Mary, Joseph, Mother of Saints. It just won't stop, it won't quit. God damn it, you guys. Yeah, I hope this is enough for 30 amps. I don't know. It did it on the other board. Like, this one was running just fine for the longest time. And it really only has extra solder on the last leg. This doesn't even have braid on it. It's just extra solder. I have braid on the other one, though. And that's just extra solder. And it didn't really get that hot. So I guess it's okay. I ain't gonna condone it, but I wouldn't tell you to do it. Cool. Well, the next step, aside from cleaning it up, is to get it onto the backing. And to do that, I have new standoffs. So let's take a look at those new standoffs. Let me go find them. That one wasn't so hot. Not so hot. All right, I have these like special standoffs that I bought for this. And I got them. And I put them somewhere. I just gotta find them. I gotta find them. You guys won't be able to hear the farts as well when I walk away. Haha, joke's on you. I'm far away from the farts. You can't possibly damage me from here. Oh no! Okay, here. Got him. Got him, got him. Yeah, I got these special standoffs. They're different. They should hopefully work with this. They might look good as a result. I can always go back to the plastic ones that I had, though. Actually, I can't, because I need to screw this in from both sides. Supposedly, these should fit in here between the board and this module. And they kind of do. Yeah, I think that'll work. So these are the same thread as these screws that I really like, I think. They are, yeah. So I can use these. These look really good in the module because they fall in to the hole. See that? They fall in, and so they just are there. It's a different profile for the fastener. It looks good. It looks good, okay? Jeez. You guys are judging me. You guys gotta judge me so much. What the hell? What's going on? Like, what? Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta be like that? All right, let's see. 500,500 points. Oh, God. How did you... Oh, because of betting. That's right. Like, how in the hell... I'm pretty sure that I've made sure that the fart economy was strong. Strong fart economy. Darkest Nights is the 1%, huh? Yes, always. Oh, no! We'll never know peace, Chad. We'll never know peace. Darkest Nights is going to assure us that to the end of our days, we will be hearing farting. So the question is, how do I hold on to this thing to tighten it up? I can do that. That doesn't really tighten it very much. I guess I'll have to get a screw from the other side, which we'll do momentarily, but... All right, continue on, continue on. Yes, yes. I have to have like a TV night where I watch this computer instead of the big one. Kindergarten kitten. Hey, 11 months. Thank you for stopping in. How you doing? So let's throw you up on the board. Just a second here. Oh, I can hear it moving. Hold on. Up, 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 plop. That's weird. The farts, maybe they just ran out. Oh, God, they're back. Oh, my God. I really need another incentive for channel points, don't I? You can only highlight so many messages. These are the worst kind of message. Kindergarten kitten, welcome to the board. Oh, my God. That's pretty much what happened during the raid, so just every message is... I'm gonna get some seltzer while I'm up. Get some shelter. Oh, God. Kindergarten kitten, you're nestled between LM Orchard and a XXX Gaming TV XXX. Jesus. There's no respite. No rest for the wicked. There's only farts. Not even Zool. Oh my God, I'm just gonna live with the audio from now on. Okay, he's all farted out. Okay, so back to this. Back to assembly. I really don't want to scratch these, but it's gonna end up scratching them. These are just anodized after all. Yeah, that'll scratch it. Damn it. I don't really have something that I can use to grip them. If I do it like this, then it's not going to thread in. Can I get that to work? Not really. Need to like actually push the PCB away for that to work, so hold on. Well, this one has a mark in it, so I gotta put it aside. The only thing, I mean, what I could do is maybe... I actually do. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You have a scalpel but no forceps. What do you... I have like 3 pair of forceps. These are the good ones. Try to catch me. Psh. Whoa, that was a tough burp. Yeah, any of the mechanical tools will scar it. They'll put marks in it. Mark of the Beast. Devil, you say? The devil, the devil. I don't know if that fits. What's going on here? Hold on. These were measured. I measured them. There we go. Just had to move it a little bit. Probably have to bend. It's probably bending the circuit board a little. You can be off by like the tiniest little bit, and it'll affect that. This is a very tight fit. Oh my God, we're back to it. Yeah, heat shrink on the grips, maybe. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'll tighten it up again when I get the screws in from the other side. That way I can have the 2 screwdrivers and I can DP it. That, yeah, that'll work. That'll do. I don't know how I'm going to do the ground lug. I don't know how that's going to work. Yeah, like the forceps would grip it, but they would also scratch the anodization. These are anodized aluminum standoffs. Actually took a little while for me to find these. This is not, it's like just barely not in position. Stop! I got work to do. Just because the economy's all screwed up. You got the 1% over here using all their money on farts, shitting away their dollars, their hard-earned bother bucks. He had 500,000. So like there was no chance that that would have slowed down anytime soon. And Three Mares encouraged him. That one's a bad influence. That one is a bad influence. Yeah, I could have them automatically scale. You'd have an actual fart economy. He's less than half. He made some prediction that worked out very favorably. Yeah, I think the circuit board's like being pushed up by these. I probably should have put these in first, huh? That would have been the smart thing to do, but here we are. Here I'm sitting over here with 147 points, full glee and everything. I'll tell you something. I have infinity. This is my channel. I did the betting thing on Djibouti's show, and I lost all my points. All my hard-earned, honest-to-goodness points. I was saving up. I was saving up to redeem Pet Didi, and then I lost it all gambling. I hope Didi can forgive me. Yeah, the true 1%. I have inf points. All right, that's those standoffs. Now these, I'm not sure if these are going to be the right length, and I may need to file them down in order to get them to the right length. In which case, I mean, I could just file them in place, but... yeah, see, they're just too long. So we need to file them down a little bit. I don't know, are these threaded all the way through? It might not be. So I may have to, oh, there's only a small area that's not threaded in the middle. So I guess what I can do is remove as much of the top as I need to. So let me measure it out and put a mark on it, and then I'll either file or cut. Probably filing will be the way to go. File it down to that level. It's not that far. It just needs just a little tiny bit to be removed. I could try to file it in place until it's the right height. Maybe I'll do that. Run the file on top of this. That's probably not a good idea. Certainly won't use a micro file for that. That's a bad use of a micro file. Actually make a scribe mark. It's a small scribe mark. It's not a very good one. So I need 4 of these. So I'll do marks on 4 of them. Should have cut these ahead of time. Oh well. 1. These look much better. They're much more low profile, you know? Yeah, Dremel would be a good thing. I mean, I can use I could use the diamond cutting wheel that I have for the mill, but I don't want to be too loud because it's like 10 o'clock here. Now I'll just you know, we've been doing manual labor today, so I'll just do it my way. Oh, I'm just going super late. Yeah. LS2 mill on raw bus. Really? Mill? No, milling standoffs never works out, you know? Up late? No. Guys, this isn't, it's like 10, it's almost 10 o'clock here. It's late for my normal schedule, yeah, because I expected to be going all day today. I would still have been streaming this late. It's just we would have been much further along this project. And I got majorly yak shaved at the beginning of the day working on this. Why is there a giant blob of solder sticking up from this thing? Things you don't see when you're using a webcam. That's a little rough over there. Work on that later. Work on that later. Work on this now. I need to finish these standoffs. And then we'll attach this to the main heatsink. And then we can call it. And I can finally eat dinner. I'm not actually hungry, but... Took that poop break. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, guys. You'll be smooth sailing. I'll be back in the high life again. Will take me in. La 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 la. We can't really test this at the end of the day either. I mean, I could maybe wire something up to connect it to that dummy load, but we can't really test it because we don't have the fans hooked up either. That's tomorrow. We'll be able to finish, though. I'll at least be able to show you guys it. But yeah, this is for a weekend LAN party. And so my computer don't work right now. My gaming computer is this. It's been reduced to nothing. All right. That's right. You guys earned that. I unplugged it. We have a high roller who decided to do nothing but fart for 10 minutes. So the farts were disabled. Unenabled. All right, so how am I going to get a clean cut on that? I mean, I could just take a Dremel wheel and just press this thing against it. I think it'll probably be better just to do the manual labor. Take the cutoff wheel on the mill. Nah. These are aluminum after all. Yeah, that'll go away pretty quickly. Probably use the more coarse one. Oh yeah, I'm already at the mark. Jesus Christ. No, it's close to the mark though. Actually, it might be better if I just attach this. God, my thumb is tired. I wonder why. That manual drilling was very, very difficult. How do I file stuff so that it's not all topsy-turvy like I've got it right now? Like, I want that to be a clean line, but it's not good at this. I need like a filing helper. Never turns out well. Put in a drill and spin it. I've tried that before. If I put this in a drill chuck, it's gonna destroy the aluminum, by the way. But yeah, I have tried that before in the past. Never works out. Never quite works out. That's close. I think that's as close as it's gonna maybe get. Let's see what that's like. Happy to do these updates. It's good to update this thing. Sort of the talking point of my whole computer here. My computer. A little lower than that. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, I gotta lower it. Just look, God, the filing's everywhere. Actually, no. You know what? No. You know what? I'm gonna say no to that. I'm gonna say no to that. Yeah, burn it in midnight oil. Burning the midnight farts. Throw another fart on the fire. Yeah, the end goal is indeed that. Sitting in a room with a bunch of friends, arguing about what game to play. We haven't really made any decisions either. I got a text from one of them that said Friday, question mark. I hope they're not talking about having the LAN on Friday, because that sure as hell ain't happening. I think he's inviting me to go out and get drinks on Friday. But I'm not going to do that either, because we got so much work to do on this thing to get it together. These are updates that I've wanted to do. I've been buying parts for this stuff for quite a while. It's just the LAN kind of it kind of threw another fart on the fire for me in terms of putting this thing together. I'm going to start using that phrase a lot. Throw another fart on the fire. Yeah, this needs to be a little shorter than that. Ah, damn it. A little bit shorter than that. This is what we're gonna be doing for the next couple minutes here until we can get to the next piece of assembly. It's unfortunate that this thing isn't the proper length already. I really wish I had a setup where I could run this thing across that linearly without getting a crooked angle on the end. Yeah, it's sideways now. It's already crooked. I'm not a machine, that's the problem. Sometimes there's 5 of us at the LAN, and it really throws everything for a loop, because it's like games nowadays are really built for 4 players. It's hard to find a game that'll sustain 5 players. All right, started on this one. Consoles kind of did that, right? Because of consoles, all these games are 4-player and nothing has good graphics. You don't need a top-of-the-line graphics card to play games. Let's just let's get that one off of the table here. There's some properties that are kind of catching up to that. But like truly good graphics in games, like top of the line, computers are like way ahead of the consoles. And it holds us back. It holds us back. Yeah, Minecraft, Valheim, Wreckfest. Who needs graphics cards? Valheim has a lot of like SFX and stuff that that'll kind of start to utilize your graphics card. And I wouldn't say use. They're not gonna stress it out, but it'll heat up my computer a little bit. Thumb cramp. Yeah. Yeah, it's either 4 or 16, and then there's no between, is there? There's a couple games that can play with 5 and 6 people, but not a lot. I mean, Fall Guys. Not Fall Guys, sorry. There's whatever the Gang Beasts, that any of the Gang Beasty kind of games will work. They're more like party games, but still. I guess Jackbox could work. My friends don't really like playing Jackbox, though. Among Us! Among Us, you need to have a full lobby to really get a good game out of, though. Worms? Yeah, maybe some of the Worms stuff. Golf with former friends, yeah. Frolf with friends. That's still too long. This is at least this goes a little quickly, but it's still kind of torture to get the distance right. Yeah, I used to be like really good at World Party. We used to play Worms World Party a lot. Of course, first thing I'll do is like just like jump in the ocean, and then everybody will be like, "I thought you were good at it." It's like, all right. Okay. Worms Golf? That's a game? I didn't know. Makes sense. Worms is one of those properties you do anything with, right? Yeah, when people are like real good with the ninja rope, like we were able to like thread the needle with that fucker. I was like upside down and launching myself across the arena and stuff. You get in that one pixel gap where you're fully covered for any overhead or bazooka shots. Getting real good with the lineup of the bazooka so you could thread the needle with one of those things. There's a Worms pinball? Are you serious, or is that a thing? Ouch, what sound? Was it the sound of it hitting my nail? Yeah, that always happens. When I'm filing stuff, my nails are gonna get rough. The best is ninja roping all the way over to somebody and just putting like using a poke to put them in the drink. Worms pinball is okay. Oh, okay. There's the new Worms game too. I saw some people had sponsored streams of that already. This thing's heating up. Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah, it's all derpy. Oh God, I gotta even it out. Straight up and down. It's like impossible. It's impossible to hold it straight up and down. This is an impossible task. I hate this. This sucks. Ugh. Ugh. Looks like crap. I think all I'm doing is further crookening it. Crookening? Making it weird. Chat, don't make it weird. Please, don't make it weird, chat. If I spin it while I'm doing this, it actually helps a lot. All right, that's probably a little low, which means it should be here. What the fuck? It's still like it's still like half a millimeter from being the right length. Jeez. It's all fun and games until somebody gets the iron donkey. I never get it in regular sessions. Okay. REL Acoustic makes good subwoofers. They only make subwoofers. That's cool. REL Acoustic. See, I forget what kind my friend has. Better than the porcelain donkey. The old, what was the one? Oh, the old lady was one of my favorites. There's the ever-present sheep bomb. So close. So close. Yeah, the super sheep that goes underwater. That's right. Does the terrain end under, like, could you go underwater and then loop around, or does it eventually go off if you go underwater with the super sheep? I guess the advantage, the thing is you can't see it. That's probably the important part. All right, come on, man. Be the right length, please. Ah, it's really close. Let's get metal shavings in it. That'll surely help it out. Of course, it might actually help polish the ends of these things if I do that. Nah, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. All right, pretty good, pretty good. Last one. Turning like 1 millimeter of material into dust has rendered a lot of dust, believe it or not. Oh, wrong side. I need the find file for this. This is the most exciting stream content on Twitch, let me tell you. Action-packed. Everyone's at the edge of on their edge of the seat. Everyone's just waiting. They know. Oh bother. Is he gonna make it? Is he not? What's gonna happen? Oh my god! Ow, this thing gets really hot from the filing. I'm glad I bought a new file. It's very sharp, but man. And Gunhead loves a good Thurston waffles, huh? You don't mean that, Thurston. Meow. You want Daddy to die? Meow. We're not. No. Don't run a poll because I'm not gonna power it up today. I'm not gonna power it up at the end of the night because it doesn't have the fans. So I don't want to plug it in without the. Well, I don't want to plug it in without the fans. We know it's gonna run. Come on, you guys are confident. You guys know me. Come on, it's me. You know I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't want to go to bed angry. I don't want to go to bed angry, okay? I'm gonna take it easy tonight, and then when we come back, we'll do the rest of the computer. Build the rest of the computer. But yeah, this will now attach to the big heatsink with some heat goop on it. Would be nice if I had high quality heatsink pads to use, but we'll goop it up. I'll use the goop. Gwyneth Paltrow's goop. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I am. I'm getting fed up, so I'm doing it this way. These things all need to be a little shorter, don't they? There needs to be just a little bit of pressure. And these are like pretty even with the surface. Hold on, let's check it out. Gotta do this, that. Get all the dust out of here. Jesus Christmas. That's a lot of dust. Criminy. Jibo, Crimbo. That's an awfully big M2 SSD. Hey, that's my power supply you're talking about. It's my lady. I don't know. I think that'll work. It's probably not putting a ton of pressure down on the modules, but with any heatsink goo, it should transfer pretty nicely. You know, lapping the surface of this thing would probably be great to do, but I don't have the means. I don't have the means to do any lapping on this thing. Oh, that JZ 2 cents, you know? But I think that'll work. So let's put it on the heatsink with a bunch of goo. And then I can end. And we'll start up again tomorrow early because I got a whole PC to build. Well, put together. Let's be honest. I got a PC to put together. We'll have to put this under a little bit of testing. Maybe attached to the PC. Ooh, it's a sharp edge. Okay, so that is going on to this, which I previously on Oh Bother. Yeah, we got this thing all prepped last time. Not last time, a while ago, let's be honest. So this is pretty much ready to go. Could use a little cleaning up in there. I guess I had a file in there. That's okay, though. So this will take the button head laptop screws. And I'm just going to do it in go mode. We're just going to go right to it then. Well, let me do a test screw just to make sure. Just to be sure. Gotta be sure about something. Where's the laptop screw kit? Hold on, close that before I dump those all over. Before I dumpy those all over. Where is the laptop screw kit? What did he do with it? Did I put it down there? No. It was over here. These are all the button heads. I want to use the laptop screws because they look cooler. Oh, they're there. There they is. Okay. We'll have to clean up all the flux on that PCB as well. It's not looking too new. All right, so that's the size. Luckily, I have an abundance of those, and I've got to use a shorter one. So I got to use the ones that are shorter than what I just picked up, which is the middle size. I mean, I could probably use the smaller size, but that's not enough threads, really. So we'll use these. Those will get me down far enough that we can have a nice tight grip. And actually, I could flip the posts over, too. What I was running into is that these aren't threaded all the way through. They're threaded from each end. And there's a small, like, it's like a 1 millimeter gap in the middle where there aren't any threads. So I guess we're ready for goop. Double-sided tape, thermal tape would be good, but I do want to make sure that these modules stay nice and cool. So I will take... Where's the thermal stuff? It was right over here. Where did I put it? Okay, there it is. It's like hiding. I can turn off the hot air station for now. Dun, dun, dun. All right, what are we going to use this time? Don't have a lot of NTH1. I've got Arctic Thunder. That's thermal adhesive. Let's not mess with that. Yeah, there's part A. And this one's part B. So that's not what we're going to use. Well, Cooler Master. Yeah, Cooler Master gel. Why not? I mean, I've got a ton of Arctic Silver 5. Like, I got a ton of this stuff. But this is also just some off weirdo brand. So I think think we used just some weirdo. I mean, Cooler Master isn't an off-brand, but who the hell knows where this stuff came from, right? What thermal compound are they buying and putting their label on? I don't know. So we'll just use it. This might have been the stuff I used last time. Maybe that's why it got hard. What's protocol for this? I'm not just going to put like one dot on it. It needs to actually like have an area of coverage. Just a little dot on this thing here, on the heat, or sorry, on the temperature sensor. That's going to make a complete mess. Spread it like a sandwich. That's what I did. Yeah, I should probably spread it out. I'll take a blade to this. Because I mean these are huge, so I can't trust the coverage. I know everybody's gonna flip the hell out and say I should do it this way or that way, but you know, I can't live my life like that, guys. So full of hate. So full of hate. Seems like I already used this one to do some weird shenanigans. Oh yeah, that's not an even spread at all. Good enough, though. It's like putting down tiles. What do you mean pre-spreading is the only... whatever, who cares? This is not a processor. You guys can stop flipping out. I know this it causes air bubbles, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter on this thing. I want to make sure to cover as much of this metal as possible because that's where all the heat's being dumped. And you saw the spread of those modules before. It didn't quite reach the edges. That stuff looked thick like gray peanut butter? Yeah, it was pretty thick, huh? But it didn't reach the edges of the modules. God, this stuff is like... doesn't really cooperate. Alright, this will probably be good enough. Putting it on there like spackle. It's going to be a pain in the ass to clean up when I have to refresh the thermal stuff. Yeah. Thick, dumpy thick heat goo. All right, hold it approximately in place. Get a screwdriver. Looks cool, would take a bite. Feels like it went in. Feels pretty good. That's too long. Need these. Yeah, see, these get mixed up. I love these screws, though. These panhead laptop screws. Oh, I got shit all over my hand. Ugh. All right, that should hold it in place. now, start actually putting the fasteners in. Whew, okay. I think we're getting there. We're getting there. I just hope these hold down the modules enough. I think any contact is going to be good contact for this thing, but, you know. Oh, these might need to be a little longer. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Because they got to go through one of the modules to get there, so I need to use these. Hopefully that goes in far enough to get a grip, but also to be tight in there. Yeah, it looks like it is. Good, good, good. Yeah, we planned all this out, Chad. I've kind of been working on this project for a long time. It just kind of came to fruition recently because of the LAN party. I was like, I'm going to force myself to finish this thing. The updates to my computer to make it more livable, because I thought I was getting out of this project. I thought I was getting out of this one because I was going to get a new graphics card, and that sort of threw everything for a loop. But, you know, somebody uninvented the concept of graphics cards when I wasn't looking. And so we don't have those anymore. They're no longer invented. So this is gross. Gets everywhere. Of course, it's rough. Okay, so that, I believe, concludes what we were trying to work on today. I think that'll make a decent thermal junction between those. Push comes to shove, I guess I could desolder these a little bit and have them. They're not sitting up, and I do see a little bit of epoxy coming out of the side there. So I think we're in good shape. I think those are making decent contact. Except that I can see a gap right there. God damn it. I can see a little gap right there. I'm done for the day. Can you guys remind me that I need to make those a little closer, because this side it has risen. It's a little bit far up. I need to just take a little bit off of these front two. But that'll be for tomorrow. You know what? No, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget. Let's just do it right now. Let's just do it right now. We'll do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna forget. Nope. 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 Yeah, these look a lot better on the circuit board. They hold it a lot better. Well, they look like they hold it better, is basically as far as I can go with that. Hex key. There we go. You're coming with me. I do wish I could test it today for you guys, but we're not. I don't have anything to hook it up to, so. And I don't want to go to bed mad when everything fails. So I'm not gonna end up testing it today. I don't know how far I need to go. I mean, I'll go a little bit with this just so it sits flat. Actually, if I push this down. Yeah, look at that. Doesn't quite fit, does it? Doesn't quite fit, does it? I'm gonna get it all greasy though. Ugh. This stuff is not. This Cooler Master shit sucks. Bad thermal compound. Bad. Push down the front. There we go. All right, so that one fits. Let's get that one in before I forget. Lest you forget. Yo, 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 yo. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. Wait. Oh yeah, because it goes all the way to the yep. No gap. Okay, and this one gets a little bit, just a little bit. I'm gradually twisting it in my fingers while I do this. Yeah, I want to finish the PSU. I told you guys I'd be working. I was supposed to start earlier and go all day, but we're doing that tomorrow because I still haven't built the PC. Welcome to yak shaving, folks. All right, push this down. Try to slide this in. Still needs a bit more. God, I'm getting like heat stuff fingerprints all over. Not a good look. Tomorrow is going to be more mechanical stuff. We got to figure out how I'm going to be holding these fans against the case. And they can stick out the side and look totally unprofessional. I'm okay with that at this point. If I raise or lower any of the panels, like for instance, if I wanted to just raise the top of the case, which would be, you know, a pretty easy way to give me room for the fans and this whole heatsink and, you know, everything else. But if I did that, okay, good. That'll press it in just by like a millimeter, not a millimeter, sorry, like a micrometer. If I did that, then all of the panels on the sides need to be redone, and I really don't want to do that. We may need to redo a panel, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it, chat. We'll do this. Ah! I dropped it. It means everything is ruined. Nothing will ever be the same. Yeah, what sucks about this is that I'm not building a new computer, so leaving this project on the table means that I don't have a computer. Be brought to you via a cell phone or this computer. This computer with its old monitors and its weird sounding speakers. Problem with this computer is it's too built in. It's too built into the desk. Both of my computers are like that. And it's not good because if I want to shuffle things or, you know, do something unique, it doesn't work out. All right, there. Now there's no visible gap. Before I could see light if I looked at the edge here. So now there's no visible gap. So those have just a tiny bit of pressure on them. Dieselhead 12. Hey, thank you for following. By the way, you're very rarely going to see me streaming at 10:30 at night. I'm on the East Coast, so the East Coast of the only country in the Earth, which is America. That's what I mean when I say East Coast. I'm the East Coast of the only country, America. Heart of civilization, Philadelphia. Cleaning off my file. So, PSU, assembled with new hardware and a new heatsink. The challenges that we have now are to mount the heatsink into the weird looking box, get some kind of a base platen going that will hold up the rest of the computer, figure out where we are going to be drilling the holes for the motherboard standoffs. Figure out where all those holes are going to go. This is not the best looking thing in the world, but it's mine, and I think it'll work really well. Of course, the improvements to it, the improvements to the power supply, when I am able to get the new computer, will be water cooling. This is already worked out. I could have put like an AI all-in-one AIO cooler on this thing, right? Is that enough aluminum to handle 600 watts? Yes. Yeah, and it has been in the past. My thought is that I'm going to be putting 4 Noctua fans on this.
4 Noctua fans on this, pumping air around it. This thing has been running since 2013, so, you know, it works. And with computers not getting more power hungry, supposedly, at least like regular gaming computers aren't getting totally. I feel like that's enough aluminum for my TIG welder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is a lot to cool. I mean, it's not going to be passively cooled. We're putting lots of fans on this. That's why there's this hole right here so that I can actually get a connector all the way in there between all of the modules and circuit boards and get it all the way down to that plug. All right, chat. How you guys feel about this? Oh God, the front of the circuit board is leaning down a little bit now. I overdid it. I very, very slightly overdid it. Well, can't be helped. Look at that. It's bending it down just slightly. That's not a great look, but that's what I'll have to live with. All right, guys, I gotta eat food, something. But thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me during this. Yeah, scrap it. Start over. Start from new. It's bad. It's bad. I should feel bad. I'm stinky, and I'm going to eat food, hang out for a little bit, and then go to bed. If you guys want to catch me between streams, which is not going to be possible this time, but you can catch me on Discord. I have a Discord. There's an Oh Bother Discord, believe it or not. That already puts me in a different category than Rabaz, because he just refuses to have a Discord for anything but notifications. That guy is like the embodiment of social anxiety. He's super cool though, and I always watch his shows. So thank you guys for coming in here. Those of you who hung out, those of you who left, well, they're not here, so they can't hear me thank them. I appreciate that. Hold on, let me just move this over here. Why would you need anything other than notifications? All right. I guess. This doesn't sound fun, but what about my parasocial relationship with Mr. Streamer Man? Hold on, I gotta clean up a little bit so I can actually get to the computer over here. The only working computer in the shop. We're really here. Are we really here if we can't fart? All right, Schmide, all right. I'll plug it in. I'll plug it in for you. There you go. It's all booted up. That fart means that it's connected to Twitch now. It lets out just like an initial toot. Really, it's nerves. Man, it has like nerves, so it gets a little tooty when it first connects. It does a little nervous fart energy. All right, so the real thing starts tomorrow. Tomorrow we work on putting the rest of the computer together, which means getting these parts. Yeah, everybody over there. Getting this. Oh, jeez. Hit the arm. Get this out of the way. Out of the way. Everybody out of the way. All the nonsense out of the way. It's a little spastic colon on that one. Let's see. This, you got this. This goes the other way, like that. This goes here. Kind of like this, with this thing, with the motherboard. Herc. I still have to tighten that screw on the motherboard. Watch me forget. I'm definitely going to forget that screw on the motherboard, aren't I? So we got to make all this stuff into a computer. And I might have to put this thing in there. I don't want to because I don't use it anymore. I never did. I thought I would. I thought there would be plenty of opportunities for me to use that thing to, like, I don't know, have the hard drive in there and caddy it around. But, like, having your hard drive able to be removed by just opening this thing is not, it's not good. So we got to turn this into a computer tomorrow. All of this crap.
goes in the garbage. That goes in the garbage. Oh man, had a splash radius for today. It's a lot of garbage around. I go up here? No, it goes down here. We're almost there. Almost got it. Hold on, everything. I'm just trying to like move everything away. Need some RGB on the capacitor block. I was trying to think of ways that I could make that capacitor block a little less obnoxious, but I don't know if I can. Yeah, Substitute Streamer and Rabaz. Thank you guys for the raids today. That was cool. Trying to figure out where the UV glue goes. Where'd the cap go that I had on it? It's right there. It's on the ground. Okay. Junior Carlos Art. Thank you for following. Okay. Yeah, we got a big day tomorrow. I'm gonna go eat food, go to bed, probably figure out anybody's around. What are these guys doing? Sabrosa. Retro candy commercials over at Djibouti. Sabrosa. ADHD's burning. Sick abs just chatting. Anybody who's like, these are all the normal people. Like, nobody knew. Club Knight, Takahata, Rubber Ninja, Sea of Thieves. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end it. We're just gonna end it here. Are you streaming all night? Not tonight, no. Well, I mean, kind of already. So I'm just gonna, oh, Simok, thank you for following. Yeah, you guys can go wherever you feel the need to go. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, like, I don't know, 10 hours. Oh yeah, 14 hours for the official stream start. It's probably looking like it's going to be less than that because I will not be able to do anything tomorrow other than work on this thing. So this is all I got going for me, Chad. It's my gaming computer and it's in pieces. How can I live my life like this? So yeah, we'll work on getting that thing back together. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, good time to fart. Good, you bastards. All right. See ya.